Hello. Right, we're live, and hopefully you can see it. So we're streaming on multiple social media platforms, including Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and X. Right, 24 hours, which has now magically become 26. We managed to overachieve in what we're doing. We now have a 26-hour contract. Conference, and yeah, if you want to watch someone wildly deteriorate over the period of 26 hours, then do tune in along this entire period, and obviously particularly the end, which yeah, we should see my imminent collapse. So it's not just me. So it's and this is a big team adventure. We have an incredible lineup of speakers. We're in partnership with ADHD Australia. They pick up the baton for our night, their day, and do bring incredible speakers, including a senator, bringing that perspective from Australia. We have some joint time after that, and then they hand the baton back to the UK. And the conference official runs from 1 p.m. to 1 p.m. from now to 1 p.m. tomorrow. We then have a couple of post-conference workshops. Well, really to sort of help the rubber hit the road, so help people use some of the knowledge and understanding they've got, and particularly talk about what they can do. I had so I have a few minutes to tell you about what ADHD UK has been up to, and then we're bringing in Joseph Pack, who's an incredible person. He has ADHD. He's founded and runs Drug-Free ADHD. So focus on supporting people who are opting not to take medication. We know from data that around 80% of people have a positive impact from medication, and but there are side effects, and so long term it ends up being about 50-50 from some data, opting for medication not. So the path of without medication is important. We're opening with it because this last year we've spent a hell of a lot of time talking about medication, because of the fact that we've had medication crisis after medication crisis after medication crisis. It started around now last year, actually last year. Obviously, for those who knew it, it started earlier, where there was a national patient alert, and we were told that Elvance is about to go out of stock, which it then rapidly, which it did. They had a manufacturing problem with their site in Ireland. They only have one site for the whole of the world except North America. It had a problem, so the world had a problem. We wanted to talk about ADHD, talk about the challenges, fight some of the stigma around ADHD and some of the stigma around medication, and talk to it. And I think we're pretty successful in that. And we used a metaphor which was pretty strong, which was, we said, look, ADHD is, well, suddenly taking away medication is like taking a wheelchair away from a physically disabled person that needs it. Because if you do that, they don't die, but they can't work in the same way, they can't live in the same way, they can't be friends with friends and family in the same way. It's completely changed. And that's exactly what happens to someone with ADHD, with the disability ADHD, having the medication suddenly whipped away. We use that line to make a strong point, but what we also have to be careful of is not then undermining those people who are opting not to take medication and doing it a different way. And that's a big reason why we're starting with Joseph, and why we're starting with talking about managing ADHD without medication, to try as much as we can to sort of even that. I'm very, very excited about Joseph. One of the big things I'm very, very excited about is that we have the first, as far as I'm aware, the first ever update from the NHS on their ADHD strategy. So they appointed a new director, the first ever, earlier this year. This is the first time she's going to talk about what they're doing, what they've found, what to expect. She's the person the task force reports to, and so it's a big deal. She has said, she's on for 60 minutes, she has said she's going to talk for 30, and she's got 30 minutes for questions. So go to the site, go to globaladhd.com, click on her segment, you'll find it brings up a page with the option to put questions in at the bottom. Do it. And for Joseph, who's going to be coming up shortly, the same. Like if you've got questions, he's generously given some time for questions at the end. Put your questions in there. This is an opportunity to be able to talk and get answers one-to-one with people, and it's a fantastic thing. Yeah, and so I think our main, as a charity, we've been trying to raise the profile of ADHD. We've been talking about it. We talk with celebrities, getting them speaking. I was on Good Morning Britain about a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago. I have, ADHD and complete time blindness. I'm pretty sure it was sometime in the last month. With the Love Island winner Amber Gill, who's incredible, very, very astute, intelligent person. Someone got in contact afterwards, and I try and make a point of talking about the challenges of ADHD as well as the positives. Talk about the suicide risk, to try to adjust people's understanding and feeling about how tough ADHD is. And these people got in touch and said, we've never heard anyone, I know others do, but for them, never heard anyone on television talking about ADHD as a big challenge, talking about those suicide rates. And we wish that happened more, because then it might have been different for our son, Matthew. And it's the 1 year anniversary of his passing. And they are very, very bravely speaking at this conference. They are telling us about their son, about what happened, it's an honor to have them on, but it's important to have that discussion of how tough it can be. What we're trying to clearly say is we can be amazing, right? We've got ADHD succeeding in every field, and if anyone tells you there's certain ADHD jobs, that's just not true. You see people thriving in almost every single field, but it can also be incredibly tough, and we mustn't shy away from that, because doing so undermines that battle. So that's an incredible piece, and I'm extraordinarily looking forward to that. And it's a part of when we have people who can make those decisions. We had a neurodiversity pathway kiboshed, is in the sort of Midlands area. They'd set it up, so the NHS there had set up entire pathway for diagnosing people with ADHD and autism, particularly ADHD, massive expansion as needed. We have Sheffield, 6,000 people on the wait list, and last year they saw 3 people. Effective wait time of 2,000 years. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the person who was organising that, the one in the Midlands, said, it's been cancelled. We were just ready to roll it out, so we've done all the work to get it ready. It's been cancelled. I asked why, and they said lack of ministerial support. So just closed on a nod and wink. We are at huge risk right now. So there's been a lot of positive from the new government, but one of their big actions is to say we are going to fulfil the 18-week promise of the NHS. And that 18-week promise is in the NHS. If something is consultant-led, or in the NICE guidelines says you should be seen within 18 weeks, that's the 18-week promise. We're not in either. The NICE guidelines don't have a target, and our assessments are not consultant-led. So we're at massive risk that we will be sidelined whilst all the focus goes on fulfilling that 18-week promise. It's a very, very big deal. It's a huge problem. And we have been ignored for a long time. In the statements around medication shortages, we were literally blamed. We were blamed for there have been more people getting a diagnosis, so that's the problem, and weren't able to produce, not the fact there'd been a manufacturing failure. Any company that makes something, if it has a trend line of increasing demand, it increases production. It's not rocket science, and it was something that was being dealt with very, very easily. We have new problems around at a new patient alert that was issued about a month ago around other medications, something that's very important when we're talking about it in the media is to say that this is a UK only problem in how hard it is, because only in the UK can you, like me, I talked to my GP and said I'd like a medication review, and they said no problem. Oh, wait a second, it's closed. The wait list is closed. You can't join it. It would have been 2 years. We're thinking maybe in 2 years it'll reopen and then you can get to join the back of the queue. Like, so only here is do we, if someone loses their glasses, you'd go to the optician, you'd get some new, and if they didn't have the exact prescription, you'd go, okay, well, and it wasn't going to be in for a while, you go, well, get me the nearest, and I'll muddle through with that. At least I can muddle through. But we don't have that option because we can't see the specialist to get the alternative medication. And that's why it's uniquely a British problem and uniquely a failure, or the severity is uniquely British. And it's important when we're talking to politicians, to the NHS, that point's reinforced, that this is being made so much worse. The BBC did a report that a huge number of children, when they get out of CAMHS, they get aged out at 18, adult services, they go, oh yeah, put them on, yeah, we'll see them, at the end of the list. And so a lot of waiting 2 years. We snatch defeat from the jaws of victory because those children who were getting support suddenly not, and just dropped. And it's an outrage. I can't think of any other condition where it would be considered okay to do that. But for us, fine. We have a very unique quirk in this country, and I will be putting this to the head of the NHS ADHD team later today, in that we expect non-medically trained people to be responsible for referrals. And in this case, I mean teachers. So teachers who don't have medical training are asked to put in the referral for assessments. And a lot of GPs will not put in a referral without school support. There are 30,000 schools, 600,000 teachers. And we know from absolute evidence, both from research we've done, but also people who've come to us, that some of those 600,000 are bigoted against ADHD. I've talked to a parent a few weeks ago who went to their teacher and said, it's new year, new class, meeting the new class teacher. Hey, my kid has got dyslexia and ADHD. Thursday, would like to take her out a little early so she can see her tutor. Teacher looks them in the eye and goes, I don't believe in ADHD and I don't believe in dyslexia. The hell that year was for that kid. And honestly, it was absolutely awful. But that teacher is not going to refer anyone. Right? That one's going to be labeling naughty child. This child should just focus, and then they'd be better. And so it's a structural failing that we have non-medical people responsible for referrals, and something fundamental needs to change there. Because of all the demands on the time, I was going to do a little segment on ADHD and gender to talk about some data we'd found. Briefly going to talk to it now, which is that this is kind of like no shocked Pikachu faces here, but like that girls get missed in school. Who'd have thought? Like, that's not news. It's a huge problem, but we've got data on it, so it should be with the science that we have. Careful language on the fact that the models are obviously so much based on boys. It should be about a third, two-thirds, third girls, two-thirds boys, and it's in fact 21% for the youngest age of school. And so a huge swathe of girls missed. And those bigoted teachers, those teachers without the training, they're the reason. So they're putting, if a disrupted boy, that fits their model, referral. Girl, distracted, not. When you then get to adult numbers, it actually gets to 50-50. And because of the catch up of numbers in the last quarter, it was around just under 5,000 women. We can only see the medication dose, about 5,000 women needed added to the roster on medication. And actually only around 400 men. So it's about 8 times different. And so we then have a problem of men not learning about ADHD if they weren't identified as a kid and not then coming forward. The gender issues around ADHD run so deep, and such huge problems in the understanding, help, and support. Obviously, I have ADHD, just happily joggling around in my chair. Right, Joseph is waiting in the background. It's his time. We're extraordinarily grateful for him to be joining us. He, as mentioned in the earlier bit, he's founded and runs Drug-Free ADHD, and he'll be doing a presentation followed by a Q&A. He's absolutely incredible. I've had the great privilege, so I've been meeting with all our presenters previously. Some I've known for a long time, some I get to know for the first time. I get to have a private one-to-one conversation. I have to say, like, no, not downgrading anyone else I spoke to, but I loved my conversation with Joseph more than I did with anyone else. Like, he presented me with ideas that I'd not really heard before, and I think we're both able to happily debate and have different perspectives and actually quite enjoy the challenge. And I really, really did. Honestly, it was great fun. So you are in for an absolute treat. As before, go to globaladhd.com, click on Joseph's segment. You can put questions in there. We do also have feeds from most of the social media channels, so we can see comments. So if you've got comments to add, put them in, and I should be able to pull questions from there. But the only way to be absolutely sure is to go to ADHD.com. The other thing to say is, we do conferences differently, right? They're free, but donate if you can, because we're not putting barriers between information and those that need it. And we think that's really important. We do that with almost everything we do. It absolutely it is ruinous for us financially. We do this with ADHD Australia, but honestly, we need donations. So please consider donating. Go to globaladhd.com and donate. It's the only way we can do the work we can do, the advocacy we can do, the change we're trying to make, and put this conference on. So thank you. Right, I had to do that, Joseph. Welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, great, and can hear you loud and clear. Wonderful to see you. I have admitted that yours was my favourite of all the conversations.
That's just a way to blow up the little ego there just before we get started.
I enjoyed the chat, I think we both did. Right, it's over to you. I believe you've got a presentation you need to share into the.
I'm just going to be talking, free flow.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, it is planned. Don't worry. I know my off-peak waffle may scare you. I'm not going to be doing that. So,
no, that's fine.
It's interesting that Henry mentioned about school. So it's very good. I thought I might be talking to you, Henry. No, it's very interesting that Henry mentions about schools there, because I had an absolute nightmare at school. I mean, I left school at 16 with 4 GCSEs, and I think my highest grade was a C. And I can't even remember what I was in. I genuinely haven't looked at those results or even really thought about them so much until perhaps just now. I couldn't sit still. I just was... The only thing exciting about school was getting in trouble. It was the only thing that could keep my attention. I wasn't scared of the teachers in the slightest. And therefore, I was a troubled kid and wasn't paid any attention. I ended up leaving that school and going to a college to do music. So that was really the only thing I was really fascinated in. And the teacher there, she just immediately understood that the kids in the class would be different. Now, I can't remember her ever using the words neurodivergent or ADHD or anything like that. But she understood that it was quite likely that creative children would need to learn in different ways. Now, for one reason or another, I actually started a few days late. And I remember very vividly walking into the classroom and expecting rows of chairs, because I'd gone to a very traditional UK Victorian type school, if you will. So I expected the exact same thing, except rows of chairs and tables and absolute silence. So it's my absolute shock when I open this door and see all the way around the outside of the room are chairs, but they're not full of kids. Some of the kids are in the chairs, probably about 15% of them. Some were lying on the floor. Some were in the windowsill. Some were just moving around all over the place. And I was, like I said, I was a little bit late as well. So I was like, surely we're all going to sit down in a minute and we're going to listen to the teacher. But from that moment on, for the next few years of studying music at that college, the teacher, Janet, never forced us to sit when we didn't want to, and allowed us to learn in the way that we learn best, with her support and the support of other teachers around her. And that was the first moment that I really realized that I needed to do things very, very differently. So, but the problem with having no GCSEs and a BTEC in music is that's not going to get you a job, unfortunately. So about 19, 20 years old, I was floating around working in cafes, and I ended up doing this very stereotypical ADHD thing, which is having a grand idea and vision for the future, which was to create a marketing agency. Now, I had absolutely no experience in marketing whatsoever. So this was just a delusion, really. So I go to one of my friends and say, look, should we start a marketing agency together? He says, yes. We end up designing a logo for the cafe that I was working in. And one thing leads to another through what becomes obsessive hyperfocus, total addiction, really, to the process of building this business, and underlying that, a deep fear that I had no qualifications to fall back on at all. The business actually works. We moved from rural Derbyshire, where I grew up, to Manchester, open an office, get several employees, work with these massive clients like Patagonia, Adidas. We even worked with the NHS for a while. And then, even at this point, I had not been diagnosed ADHD. It seems so blatantly obvious that I had ADHD in hindsight, going back. The schooling, the way that I learned, the hyper-focusing, the obsession and addiction to things. But it wasn't until a very, very important day in my life, which was the 11th of August, 2016, that began my journey to getting diagnosed ADHD, and was the very beginning of my journey to creating this company, Drug-Free ADHD. And I'll just tell you a little bit about it from what I can remember. So I just remember opening my eyes, looking to my right and seeing my mum sat there, and then looking to my left and seeing my sister sat there. And I could hear beeping. And it didn't take me very long to realize where I was. I was in a hospital. And my mum gets up from the chair and she just comes over and grabs my hand and just says, Joe, you've been in hospital for a few days. You've been out cold. You had 5 seizures in 24 hours. Nobody knows what the problem is, but that's not the worst news of all. Unfortunately, you're about to be wheeled down the corridor for a lumbar puncture into your spinal column to check for meningitis. Unfortunately, that did happen. I go and get checked. Fortunately, it wasn't meningitis, but still nobody could work out the problem. And then my father, who had been in another country, came back and arrived in the hospital, and he took action straight away. He moved me out of the hospital and took me to a specialist neurologist on the edge of Manchester, somewhere in Cheshire. And within 5 minutes, the neurologist worked out the problem. He said to me, do you drink caffeine? And I said, yeah, I drink probably 10 coffees a day, something like that. He says, okay, I think I know the problem. He says, you've been drinking so much caffeine for one reason or another, which we hadn't got into at that point, that your brain literally did not know it was tired. So effectively, when you drink caffeine, what it does is it blocks a hormone called adenosine, and adenosine tells the brain that it's tired, which is why when we drink caffeine or ingest all sorts of stimulants, the brain just doesn't register that it's tired. So, and in small doses, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Coffee is a perfectly healthy thing to drink. in moderation. Problem is, I wasn't drinking it in moderation. I was drinking bucket loads of it. Anyway, he says, I think you need to obviously cut that instantly and make some really big changes to your lifestyle. Because what I've not told you yet is that in the years running up to those seizures, I was working literally every second that I was awake and partying whenever I could. And part of that job meant partying quite a lot. So I really wasn't sleeping. I was working constantly and I burned myself out, basically. So I would go and get some therapy because I thought that might sort the problem. And we spend an hour talking about my childhood and talking about things that I've felt anxious about or when I might have been depressed and things like that. And it feels good. I get to the end of the session, I'm feeling pretty good. And I stand up to walk out the door and the therapist just stops me before I walk out the door and he looks at me and goes, do you think you might have ADHD? Or I think he might have said, have you ever thought that you might have ADHD? And I said, honestly, no. I'd never thought about it ever. And he goes, I recommend you get diagnosed or go for a diagnosis, go and get screened. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I do go and get diagnosed. I hate to admit this now because this is 8 years ago, but it was quite a quick process back then. And I then go and see the doctor. I can't even really remember exactly who I spoke to. And he said, okay, we're going to prescribe you this medication. And I didn't really think anything of it at the time. So I took it home and got the prescription, took it home. And then I called the neurologist because I just wanted to double check with him what his opinion was on me taking this medication. And I said, look, I've been diagnosed with ADHD. And the neurologist goes, well, that makes sense. He says, well, I've been prescribed these stimulant medications for it. And he looks, well, he doesn't look at me because I'm on the phone, but he just says very sternly, do not take that. I said, why? He said, look, you've had really severe seizures that knocked you out for multiple days from caffeine. These stimulants are very strong. You do not want to be taking them. Now, I'm just going to caveat this a second. This is specific to my experience and what happened to me. So me saying that the medication is going to give seizures does not mean that it will for you. So that's definitely not what I'm saying. The other thing is my genuine, even though I run a company called Drug Free ADHD, my genuine belief is that if you want to take medication, if you think that it's going to help you, and the benefits of those medications outweigh any risk of those medications, then you should take them. So, and I can get into that again in a minute because that's a very, very specific statement to make. If the benefits outweigh the risks. And what I mean, just quickly, before I get into it later, is ADHD comes with risks. So if the risks of ADHD to you in your life are greater than the medication risks, then it's a fairly wise decision. If you can cope or manage without medication, perhaps the risks are not worth it. But that is a completely personal choice. And I would even argue it's not a choice for your doctor either. It's a choice for you only. And unfortunately, that means doing a hell of a lot of research yourself and really learning about what the risks really are, not from someone talking on a screen like me who may have an agenda, or a doctor who may have only been looking in one direction and has at the end of the day, they are scored and marked on their ability to medicate or to treat, but not necessarily looking into the long term. So it's completely personal. But anyway, I get this news. Turns out, can't take medication. So what do? I speak to my GP and say, look, is there anything else you can do for me? And they're like, no, this is the only thing we can give you. I was like, okay, so I cannot take the medication according to a neurologist, but I'm looking for more support from you and you're not able to give it me. He says, no, I just can't. Okay, fine. Then he gives me some guidance to go and look at some supplements or something like that. So I then begin taking all these different supplements and nothing really seems to work, to be honest. I mean, maybe I feel a little bit more awake. maybe a little bit healthier perhaps, but you never know how much placebo plays an effect in that. And I just begin trialing all these different things for the next couple of years. And then it didn't really work, but then one thing really did work. Like, it changed my life, this thing I'm about to tell you. So my wife and I were in Georgia in Eastern Europe, and it was just at the end of winter. And I had been reading about the benefits of cold exposure for boosting focus, for example, and amongst many other things. And I thought, oh, perhaps this could work for ADHD. I'll just try. So I take a cold shower for the first time. And even though it was absolutely excruciating, the first one I ever took, bearing in mind in Georgia in winter, it felt like someone had just turned the lights on inside my head. So I vividly remember walking into that bathroom very sluggish but this really weird ADHD thing we have where we're both sluggish and low energy, but also frantic in the mind, which I don't think many non-ADHD people would understand. So I was feeling very much like that, and I had been for days. And I come out of the shower, and bearing in mind, it was only a few seconds, maybe 20, 30 seconds. I came out full of energy, totally alert, and with the noise in my head, it was still there. It was still there, but I was better able to handle it. And that is a really important thing to bear in mind with managing ADHD in any way, is that we don't necessarily need to make the voice or the noise in our head quiet down. We could just learn over time to handle what it's saying and handle that it's noisy. It's a hell of a lot more prudent strategy, I would say, to look at it that way, rather than having the expectation that one day the mind will be quiet, because I don't even think for many neurotypical people it's quite like that. So anyway, I take this cold shower, and then I think I need to do this more, and I become, in typical fashion, addicted to it. I take cold showers every single day, increasing to 3-4 minutes in the cold. And as I continue to increase, I realize I'm more and more alert, and it's lasting hours. Like, I'm so awake, I'm so alert. And I find some research that shows that people who've spent a fair amount of time, to be honest, submerged in cold water, so not actually in the shower, their dopamine could boost by up to 250%. Now, controversial, but that is very similar to the dopamine increase you would get from several recreational street drugs. So there are no risks to that in the cold water. So you're getting this enormous boost in dopamine. So it's taking you from someone who's really struggling to get started to someone who's getting started without even realizing they have. But it does other things too. It's proven to boost norepinephrine by as much as 540%. I thought, well, you know what? It's great to put some numbers to it, but I don't really care what the numbers say. I know in myself that I feel fantastic when I do this. And that then led to taking cold baths, cold ice baths, and beyond. So the first in 3 very, very core fundamental tools in my drug-free ADHD method is cold exposure. And I'm going to just tell you now how you can get started with it in a very simple way. You can do this immediately after this talk if you want, or you could start tomorrow morning. So just take a hot shower as you normally would. Nothing different there. And just before you're about to get out, start to take deep breaths in and out. Fill the lungs and then breathe out very gently through the mouth. Just to calm yourself down, ready for the cold to hit your body. Then turn around and just turn the cold fully on. Absolutely no hesitation, and then just get it all over your body as quickly as possible, maybe 10 to 15 seconds at most. Then turn it off and get out. Notice the difference straight away. The next thing, do that for a few days. Then next week, 20 seconds, 30 seconds the week after, 40 seconds. Continue increasing it week after week after week. Now, again, lots of ADHD people that I work with want to immediately go to 2 or 3 minutes. That is a mistake, The body isn't conditioned for that yet. And also adding, even more importantly, adding a very high goal, a target, it brings in many opportunities to not do it because it raises the fear level of getting in cold water. So increase 10 seconds or 15 seconds per week until you get to around 2.5 minutes. Once you're at 2.5 minutes, start sticking your head under the water. I don't know the exact number on this, so I'm just going to fudge it slightly, but I believe that there are something like 70% of your nerve endings in your head. So once you completely cover your head and face in cold water in the shower, it is like being electrocuted with energy. And even to this day, years on, from first taking that cold shower, I am still getting that exact same boost. But we can go one step further. And this one step further should be done with a trained professional. So I'm just going to tell you about it rather than giving you the guidance, which is wild swimming and proper ice baths. Okay. Wim Hof or a Wim Hof trainer is probably the best person to go to for something like that. Okay. But that wasn't quite enough, the cold exposure, because even though I'm getting this dopamine boost and norepinephrine boost that's lasting hours and hours and hours, I can't just keep going and getting in a cold shower all the time. I can't just take it whenever I'm feeling a little bit low or anything like that. Life gets in the way. So I then begin to start experimenting with breathing techniques. And I learned something quite quickly, which is that when you breathe out for longer than you breathe in, so if your exhale is significantly longer than your inhale, it does something called activate the parasympathetic nervous system. Now, you don't need to remember that at all, but this part that I'm going to say now is essential. Doing that, activating that thing I just mentioned, reduces heart rate, reduces blood pressure, and very importantly, reduces cortisol. Now, cortisol is your stress hormone. It's what fires into the body whenever you're feeling stressed or anxious or something is bothering you. The ability to reduce that at your will without having to rely on medication, without having to rely on circumstances outside of you changing, is so unbelievably powerful. And even though taking a cold shower or an ice bath has changed my life in many ways, the ability to control how I am reacting to moments in my life at my own will has changed my life in inordinate ways. So it might be difficult to sort of teach this in this format, but I'll just give it a little go because I think it's good to try and do something right now so you can see how different you can feel. So if you are sat down and you're able to, be in a quiet space and there's no one around to bother you, what you can do is sit with the backs of your hands on your laps. Okay, so and place them like this with your palms facing the ceiling. The reason that we want to do that is because that automatically forces the shoulders open. That's two benefits. It opens you, so you feel more open, as simple as that, open to receiving this, if you will. But also opening the shoulders means that there's more space in the lungs to breathe in. You would just raise your chin slightly and take a big inhale through the nose, filling the lungs completely, like 100% full. Once the lungs are full, you breathe out very gently through the mouth, immediately past your lips, so that the sound of the air coming out of your lips is now making a noise. Now take your awareness, your attention, and place it on that sound. Place it on the sound the air is making and breathing out very slowly. So what the lips are doing is restricting the air. You will then reach a natural level where it feels like you have to push to get the remaining air out. Do not push, just breathe in again. So what you're doing is you're breathing in for around 2 seconds and you're breathing out for around 12 seconds. But anywhere between 10 and 15 seconds is pretty optimal, so long as the exhale is much, much, much longer than the inhale. Doing that and breathing for 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, depending on how you're feeling, will mean that your parasympathetic system is more activated than your sympathetic system, the competing system. for that period of time, which over that time will bring all those markers down: heart rate, blood pressure, cortisol. I run a daily meditation group specifically for people with ADHD. So the meditation technique is specifically designed for those with ADHD. Every single morning, we begin at 7:30 a.m. with that breathing technique. We breathe in for 2 seconds, and then we breathe out very slowly for around 12 or 15 seconds. And that means what happens is everyone comes into the session. This is remote over Zoom on the internet. And everyone might come in with all different challenges or frustrations from the morning. The kids have been screaming. There's something gone wrong. They've got a letter from the bailiff saying they have to pay a fine, which is exactly what happened to me yesterday, by the way, for an unpaid parking ticket from 2 years ago, which I knew nothing about until yesterday, genuinely. We come in, we do this breathing technique, and very quickly it just helps just wash those anxieties, wash those stresses away. And then that will then prepare us to go into the next phase, which is meditation. Okay, meditation is a scary word, I've learned, for people with ADHD. And it was for me too, when I first began experimenting with it. The reason why it's a scary word is because the way that meditation is taught isn't applicable to us. Because they always say something like this: clear your mind, empty your mind, ignore thoughts, or quiet the mind, shush the mind. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. And that teaching, that instruction is just setting us up for immediate failure. So what we want to do instead of trying to quiet the mind, we want to use an object of attention. We create an object of attention. In more traditional styles of meditation, people would follow the breath. So they can literally focusing on the sensation of the air coming in and out of the nose, touching the top of the lip. Now, I don't know about you, but every time I try and do something like that, my mind goes wild. There's no control in that thing. And nor should there be, and I can come to that in a bit. There are other things. You can light a candle and stare at the flame. You can pull beads through your fingers. There are lots of different ways. But the absolute best way to do this with an ADHD mind is to use a mantra. Now, there are many, many, many different mantras to use. But the one I will talk to you about now is so unbelievably simple. Basically, sitting in a meditation posture with your eyes closed, and you begin repeating silently, I can handle this. I can handle this. I can handle this. This has two benefits. One is creating another thought in the mind that you place there at will. So in your mind, you have automatic thoughts. You know all about those. They're chatting all day long. But then you also have willful thought. So an automatic thought it's just there. You're not asking for it to be there. A willful thought is one you place there yourself. So a willful thought an example of one could be, what shall I eat for dinner tonight? What shall I eat for dinner? An automatic thought would be, I'm just really, really panicked about this job interview that I've got. And then it's coming up with thousands of things that could go wrong in it. They're all automatic thoughts, and basically not a single one of those thoughts had any use for us whatsoever. So if we place a mantra into our mind, we are putting in there a willful thought that repeats over and over again. I can handle this. I can handle this. I can handle this. That's it. There's no more to this technique, because at no point do we ask the mind to be quiet. The mind is busy for a reason, and we don't get to stop it from being busy. But what we do get to do is create a mantra, an object of awareness, place our attention on it, and keep turning our attention away from the busy mind. So we focus on the mantra, I can handle this. I can handle this. And every single time the attention gets pulled into the automatic mind, we acknowledge that's happened. We're not annoyed by it. We just acknowledge it's happened, and we gently bring ourselves back to that mantra. We may repeat it again 3 or 4 times over 5 seconds or so. And then all of a sudden that automatic voice is very loud and our attention gets pulled into it. We just acknowledge and gently pull ourselves back again. What's happening here is every single time you pull your attention away from the automatic mind to the mantra, it's like a bicep curl for your awareness. It's strengthening your ability to pay less attention to the noise. Now, again, extremely important wording that I use there. Pay less attention, not make it stop, not fight with it, not make it say nice things. We're not going to do any of those things. I've tried it. It doesn't work. We can spend our entire life fighting with the mind to try and make it say nice things to us when we could have just learned to ignore what it was saying altogether anyway. And granted, that's not something that can happen overnight or immediately, but it's absolutely possible. I've seen it dozens of times with people with ADHD. Now, that I can handle this mantra is just one very gentle mantra. There are other mantras, but I'm not going to talk about them now because I need to teach the person either one-to-one or in a very small group setting, because they can often trigger uncomfortable feelings inside. People can sometimes feel quite dizzy, or they can feel maybe a heightened state of emotion or something like that. But these are really good things. Maybe not so much the dizziness, but that tends to pass after the first time trying it. But this sort of gently unlocking uncomfortable feelings that are buried somewhere deep inside is one of the main points of meditation, because as it's releasing, as it's unlocking, it's attempting to release from you. So if you've been storing these heavy energies inside, they want to get out. They don't want to stay in there. But what we're doing, we find them so uncomfortable, we're so afraid of them, that we're sort of subconsciously and sometimes consciously just pushing them back down again. If you ever found yourself saying the phrase, I just don't want to deal with that now. I just don't want to deal with that now. Again, no judgment. We all do that. It's just part of being human. But if you've ever found yourself saying that, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's like a conscious suppression of energies and trapped experiences that are desperately trying to release themselves. Meditation, by creating an object of attention, a mantra, creates space to allow these things to come up, which is the main reason why the other more advanced mantras need to be taught with someone who knows what they're doing. Okay. There is actually another enormous benefit to meditation. Just going to take a quick drink and then I'll tell you about it. And that is impulsivity. A neurotypical person has a stimulus and then they respond to it. It could be someone saying nasty things to me in the street, gap, chance to make a decision. Okay, I'll probably just let that go, or I'll react. I might fight that person or something. Someone with ADHD is a bit more like this. There's a stimulus occurs and instantly a response happens. I want cake. Oh, I'm eating cake. Someone's being mean to me. I'm going to retaliate and lash out immediately. And in fact, I think it's probably more like this, where the response appears to be coming before we even notice there was a stimulus. Often we could be taking action before we've known why. And going back to pre-diagnosis, there was a time where I was having a very unusual day, and I, in central Manchester, picked up a rock from a skip for no reason whatsoever, threw it down the street as hard as I can, and went straight through a window. To this day, I couldn't give you any rational or logical reason why the hell I did that, but I did. And I think the reason was I was doing this. I was reacting before I noticed the stimulus. What meditation does is it creates this space slowly over time. So in my case, it would have been, I'm having an urge to pick up this rock. Gap, time to calm down and not do anything about it. Oh, wouldn't that be a stupid thing to do? That's the difference. And over time, we continue to meditate, and this gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then something really wonderful happens. All of a sudden, because this gap's getting bigger and bigger, we notice that we are in there, aware of the mind chatting. But rather than it consuming us with all of its incessant noise, desperately controlling our actions, it's now further away. And we're seeing it, literally hearing it chatting away with its melodrama after melodrama, but we're not engaging. We're not engaging because we've created such a gap that we recognize now that voice isn't us. I've been taking advice from that my whole life. I know this is a crazy thing. It might be a crazy thing to recognize, but everybody who meditates like this consistently over a long time recognizes that you are not the voice of the mind. You are the one who hears it. You, who is in there, aware of that voice, are not that voice. It is your voice. It belongs to you. It's been there your whole life, but it's not you. If it was you, in those brief moments of silence, you would cease to exist. You are the one aware of it speaking. And when you combine cold exposure, breathing techniques, and this kind of meditation consistently, and that gap increases, managing ADHD without medication, which again, I must state, is a personal choice. I have no right whatsoever and never will tell anyone what to do. But when that gap widens, managing ADHD without medication is not so difficult. At first, it is difficult, and it is a hard process to get to this point. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or make it sound easy. But in time, managing ADHD without medication is nowhere near as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Okay, so I don't know, I think I've got maybe 15 minutes. Before we get into the Q&A, I'll just say there are a few other things, of course, that we can all do to manage ADHD without medication. We can look at our diet. Now, I could go on about it, but I believe that Lucinda Miller is going to be talking at this conference, and she knows a hell of a lot more than me, and she will be so interesting to listen to on this subject. Okay, so has anyone got any questions for me? I have got, I think, about 10 minutes.
I know, you do. That was wonderful, and actually very good bit for Lucinda, who's waiting in the wings because she's on next. So couldn't be better. You do. There are plenty of questions, and just checking. There's no more you wanted to say. Like this is the.
I think generally, again, listen to Lucinda on diet. For me, it's about just cutting out ultra processed food, like 100%, not. Or you can have a bit here or there. And that's very extreme, I know. But I just feel horrific when I eat ultra-processed food. So that's the personal thing. And then the things like, of course, productivity stuff. So working, this is probably much more applicable to self-employed people, but being really strict about working when you work best. This is getting pretty late in the day for me right now. I'm usually finished work about an hour ago. So I like to work really, really early in the morning, often from like 6 o'clock, because that's when my brain is most active and fresh. And I like to finish before I burn out. And that's just been a huge game changer. And I think, if thankfully, I am actually seeing one or two clients who have full-time jobs where their bosses are being quite accommodating of the way that they work, because they recognize that the quality of the work getting done and the time it gets done in is a lot more important than this archaic thing about them staying till 5 p.m. in the afternoon, which is just absolutely ridiculous that we're still doing that in 2024. Blah, blah, blah. And if anyone, if people don't get to ask me a question right now, they can just go to drugfreeadhd.org and they can subscribe to my newsletter, and you'll get an automated message. And you can reply to me with any question, and I promise you that I will reply properly. So,
okay, that's a big promise. I do not give that promise. So I'm not on top of that. We've had a number of questions, and well, someone a great tip for you. So someone is, can we join your morning meditation, please? And how do we do that?
Yeah, go to drugfreeadhd.org/meditation. That's simple. Go, there's a button, just click it, it'll give you the instructions to join.
We have AF Canavans asked, how long do the effects of cold water therapy last? And can you please share any details of the research?
Yeah, so they last about 3 hours according to the research. But I find that the thing is, it doesn't really even matter that it lasts 3 hours, because once you take a cold bath, for example, like a cold plunge, so like a sort of outdoor ice bath without the ice in it, which is probably plenty for most people, you feel extremely alert, ready for the day. And then what happens is, because you're very productive early in the day, you find it easier to remain productive for the rest of the day. So it's not like, so for example, one of the things I do hear from people taking medication, of course, like in drug-free ADHD, just so you're aware, I help people get off of ADHD medication if they want to, with a specific process, or people who have decided not to take it, I give them the process that they can use to continue not having to take it. And one thing that I do see when people are coming off medication is that they have like a really steep withdrawal process in the afternoon, which makes it extremely difficult to focus. That does not happen with cold exposure. And although the stimulating effects of cold do not last as long as medication, you don't get any side effects from it at all. And in fact, there is another benefit which I didn't mention, which is that if you are able to get into very cold water in the morning when it's dark and raining in the UK, you're building grit. And things that used to bother you in the day are not such a big deal. And I'll tell you, right, I'm not comparing it directly to this, but I was a little bit nervous before doing this talk until Henry told the story about the suicide a year ago. And then it put it into perspective immediately. Why the hell would I be nervous doing this talk when I'm alive? It's just things like that. That's, again, getting in cold water is building grit, and it helps with other things.
Honestly, I'm going to give it a go late. Like, I've got to do this for now 26 hours due to slightly overachieving on content, quality, interesting content. So I will give it a go. Last year we had Rory Fairburns from 1 Year No Beer also talk about the benefits of cold therapy.
Yeah.
We've got a coach, Kay Hayes, who's contributing later, and she goes off to the wild swimming. So every day goes out for the wild swim and finds it beneficial.
The thing is, it's interesting because I can't actually remember the exact name of the study, but I'll get it and give it to you so you can put it somewhere. Or if they contact me,
we will put it onto the.
I've got it in my.
Put it onto your page on this. If they come back and look.
The other thing is,
it'll be there.
People who actually, so I care and get why you care about the research at the beginning. People who start taking ice baths couldn't give a monkeys about the research because they know exactly what it feels like. So as in, like, you care at the beginning, but once you start taking it, you're like, I already know. So
yeah, I think also the research helps give you the.
Oh no, of course.
Talks about that journey, and that it's quite tough. If you've got some research to help you, gives you that extra impetus to believe, yeah, this is going to make a difference.
But what I'm saying is, once you do it, you know. That's the only thing. It's one of the things where it's like meditation is like, well, this isn't working immediately. But the thing with an ice bath, it works like that. That's the difference. It's instant.
Yeah, something I very much advocate for is being a scientist of self. Right, we've got to work out our own path. We are fundamentally different, so we have to work our own path out, and that does mean giving this kind of thing a go.
Yeah.
So can't argue. Right, we had another question. First question from Sarah: is there a difference for how the drug-free approach works for hyperactive versus combined type, and is there a gender difference?
About 70% of my clients are women. I haven't seen any difference in gender. The only thing that I'm cautious of, and I created a group where is when women are going through menopause, which I have obviously no direct experience on. So I've created a group where there's several women who've been through the drug-free ADHD experience, and they will share lots of information about how they're dealing with that. So they're sort of like coaching themselves with me, monitoring it, if you will. And with hyperactivity, I mean, because I am less interested in making the mind be quiet and more interested in creating space between awareness and thought, it's so far been no difference whatsoever between hyperactive and non-hyperactive ADHD. And I'd actually say that the more hyperactive clients probably take to it a little bit quicker because they're more willing to just jump straight into the cold water.
That's interesting. Yeah, and I think that I actually thought Sarah's gender difference question, which you had a very interesting answer to. Like it's a sort of important, pervasive question in that for the ADHD throughout, into that we know that ADHD is predominantly modelled on male and just the abject failure around understanding diagnosis and difference, and the huge piece which you picked, talked immediately to around menopause and how that's not got a lot of work to be done. Okay, this is a cracking question, which probably applies to me. Okay, because I am in the meditation hater group, and it's because, and what I found as I've had conversations with people is that the answer is you have to do meditation differently, and you talk quite eloquently to that, because otherwise, if you're supposed to plonk yourself down and have an empty mind for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, I mean, you just feel like an idiot. Like,
that's a total misnomer anyway. I actually think that the people who say that are talking out of their behind, and they're not being honest. I think the neurotypical people who say empty mind, what a load of absolute nonsense. It's not true.
I look at the world through an ADHD lens, which obviously until I was diagnosed I didn't know, and so I don't know. I agree. Like it would be nice to get one of
I've still never
Elon Musk's chips and plug it into them. And go, right, let's see what you're actually thinking.
I've still to this day not had I've never had a single person who couldn't meditate this way. I've never had a single, and I'm talking like over 2,000 people now. I've never had a single person who didn't go, I get it, just immediately, because of just, again, it's about, I just skimmed the surface, but then it's about, I'll have to do it with you one-on-one, and I'll show you.
Well, that's a very kind offer, and I feel like obligated to take you up on it, because I think it'd be the only, obviously with the stats, we have to be slightly mindful that your audience is self-selecting. So like the meditation haters like me are unlikely to select. Yeah. So we do have to be a little careful.
It's about not understanding.
I think I'm always a bit nervous when we say everyone, because we're all unique people plus ADHD.
It's the only reason why a person can't meditate or say they can't is because they can't handle that. They can't handle just sitting there. They can't handle the busy mind chattering away. It's too whatever. That's really the point.
Which is why you're on like saying something to replace it. So I thought was interesting that one of my takeaways on listening to people talk about meditation is our version is a bit different, and
it's like
understanding that's very helpful.
Even last week I had a lady she's really ADHD with a big capital H, and she cried the first time I taught her this meditation technique, because she said it's the first time in decades that she's felt calm.
Okay, we need to do that live. This is a live show of Joseph making.
And it's nothing. I want to say, it's not. I'm not. There's nothing special about it. It's so simple. It's not like I'm a genius. Not at all. It's so simple. It's again, I learned it. I just pulled different meditation techniques together and was like, okay, I think I need to make it more like this because I think that will be more applicable to my brain. So it was a very selfish endeavor at the beginning. I was never ever thinking about teaching it to anybody else. It was all totally selfish. And like all this, being able to now teach it to thousands of people has just come by accident. I just started talking about it on the internet. Because I thought if I talk it out loud, I'll remember it. That was it.
Well, we had one final question, which is to point on that topic, is what's the best way to make this meditation approach appropriate for my highly reactive, undiagnosed ADHD 11-year-old?
they have to want to meditate. I always say that. If you can find a way that makes meditation interesting or exciting or valuable to an 11-year-old, then amazing. And I believe it could work, because if you watch a documentary with Dr. Chris Van Tulleken from about a decade ago called The Doctor Who Gave Up Drugs, I think one entire hour-long episode was about ADHD medication, and it was about a group of researchers in Amsterdam that had developed meditation techniques, which is very different to the one I use, which is for children with ADHD. And you see them coming off their medication as part of this documentary. So go and search for The Doctor Who Gave Up Drugs with Dr. Chris Van Tulleken and find that. That'll teach you how to teach an 11-year-old how to meditate.
And you've already slightly answered this, but it was the core question of can these methods work for children too? I cannot imagine trying to get my children into a cold shower.
I personally don't work with children. I'm not, but
yeah, it's a bit difficult. Like, obviously, it's an area where you. Fair enough. I think that's quite a good answer. Yeah. That's us out of time, sadly.
I've enjoyed it.
I've enjoyed it. Like we had a very interesting conversation previously, because I think one of the things to say is you're not sort of completely anti-medication. You're more, this is a path that can work and work for a lot of people. And I would imagine, especially in the UK, because people basically get offered nothing else except medication. It's either off your trot, good luck, or here's some medication, also off your trot, good luck. But that's the two paths. There's no other support. You must then feel very strong about wanting to tell people like there is another path. And I think it's really one of the things when we're talking about it, and I'm talking about it, we talk about the fact that the long-term data shows it's about 50-50. So both paths equally well trod, and it is important. And some people, they have no choice in this. There's health reasons they can't opt for medication. That applied to you. We've had some commenters talk. When we look at the statistics on the NHS business issue statistics, you can see medication being taken by people in their 90s. But I would say that as you get older and you get likelihood of other health conditions, things become more challenging. The likelihood of having an interaction or an issue as you've had then rises. I summarised pretty well. You're amazing. I've really enjoyed it. Absolutely wonderful. You're already queued up, Lucinda, which is my job next. Yep. Joseph, I just have to say thank you so very, very much. Thank you for opening our conference, doing it in such a interesting and compelling way. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to totally do, and I will have a cold shower between the when we drop off with Australia and give a handover to Australia.
You're going to have to provide evidence of that.
I'm not taking the video camera.
I'll just say one last thing before I go, is that people can go to drugfreeadhd.org and just subscribe to the newsletter, and if they have something they want to ask me, and just it will send an automated message, and it will literally say, if you have anything to ask me, do it now. Reply, and then I will receive it and I will get back to you.
Brilliant. That's drugfreeadhd.com. So thank you very, very much indeed. .org, sorry. You know what, I knew I hadn't quite remembered it. I was just like, I'm going to go with it and hope. You're amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And have a great rest of your day.
See you later.
He was wonderful. I thought it was a brilliant start. So obviously he's talking from his heart, from his own experience and what he's been doing. Just brilliant. And I think it, obviously the depth of which he sort of thought and insightfulness of his brain when I've talked with him, it's just absolutely fascinating. Very, very grateful for him to doing that. And for us, very much wanting to very much show that there are some people opt for medication, some people don't, both equally well trod. both equally well respected, and it is, as Joseph and Charles said, it is, well, not quite this phrase, but horses for courses. Like, different things work for different people. We have to work out our own path in this because it's tough. It just is. Right. Next up, we've got Lucinda Miller, who I am absolutely thrilled to have here. She's an extraordinary person. She has founded, she runs Nature Doc. She provides nutritional advice to neurodivergent children and adults. And that nutritional advice goes beyond the sort of basics of, here you go, this is lovely and nutritious, to this is what's going to work better for neurodivergent kids. That includes recipes for children who are much more challenging on eating. With ADHD, we have challenges around just getting particularly children to sit down and eat and it be nutritious. And these are the things she's thought about. She's written 3 books, and you very kindly sent me our most recent one, which I conveniently put here. Not quite convenient enough that I didn't have to lean down. Nature Doc is very significant. Okay, they have 23 therapists and helped over 10,000 people. It's over 25 years. She personally has a wait list of 12 months, and her website actually, when I looked, said 8 months. She said, no, we need to set expectations properly. It's now 12 months. That's the sort of level of following she's got. Right, she's going to be sharing things about ADHD nutrition. She's going to share advice on what makes a difference. Welcome, Lucinda.
Hey, Henry, great to be here.
It's absolutely wonderful to have you here, and thank you for it. Like, obviously, this is your new book, which published how long ago? When was it out?
It was exactly a month ago. Yeah, so it's amazing. It's just flown off the shelves. Amazon are out entirely. They're having to reprint. So but there'll be more copies there by the end of the month. But at Nature Doc, we still have a few copies, and there are a few copies at Blackwell's. But hopefully, there will be more internationally very, very soon.
Okay, I'm going to do this for you. Now, look, it's Christmas is coming up, people. Do you have anyone neurodivergent in your family? No, just awesome. Right, we are we're doing this. This is a fireside chat style, so we're in conversation talking about you and what you've done. This is also definitely the point at which I've gone, I should totally have got the questions up prior to starting to talk. I did not. And I just seamlessly brought them up. Right, just plucking from my brain, inquisitive interview brain, and the questions we agreed earlier. Right, why do you do it? Like, I mean, I get asked a similar question, like, why are you doing what you're doing, and why are you doing what you're doing?
So, Henry, so I got diagnosed age 31, and I'm now 54, so it's quite a long time ago. And this was around the time when the internet had only just started. So it was pretty hard to find information about what to do for my ADHD. I just had one child, and I was really keen to have at least one more. I ended up having 2 more. And at the time, I couldn't find enough information, and there wasn't enough clarity from my psychiatrist to say whether I could take medication whilst I was pregnant, or, if I was in the build up to pregnancy. So I sort of realized that I didn't have that in my armory. So I had to, I was a naturopath anyway. So I thought, well, I'm going to look more at my nutrition. And I realized very quickly that actually just basics, like I wasn't eating enough protein at breakfast. In fact, I was having a very high carbohydrate breakfast. And this is why, like, within 45 minutes of eating breakfast, I would be all over the shop. My brain would just go completely zonk. I was totally scattered, and I felt like a dreadful mum, a dreadful friend, dreadful spouse. Everything was just chaos. And as soon as I started eating a very high protein breakfast, which is sort of eggs and feta and things like that, it made a massive difference. So my husband also has a diagnosis of ADHD, and he'd actually been diagnosed a year or so before me. And again, he started eating that way, and it made a massive difference. So we started doing that with the kids too. We assumed that at least one of our children would have ADHD because it's strongly genetic, and 2 out of 3 have it. One has dyspraxia as well. So the food was really important, but it got to the stage where our son was 5 years old, and he'd had a reasonably okay first year in reception, but he was really, really struggling in year 1. And the teachers were saying, well, he's really unfocused. He's finding it very difficult to write. We're not sure if he can stay at this school. Maybe he needs to go to a special school. But we can't diagnose anything till he's sort of 7 or 8. And he was 5. And I was like, so what do we do between now and then? So I did a deep dive into nutrition. And at the time, all this information about the gut, brain, and the gut microbiome was emerging. And there was a lot more information about, it wasn't called neurodivergence then, but, across the board, people with different brains, and looking at important nutrients and so forth that are really, really key for the brain. And actually within literally 2 or 3 days of actually working on his gut microbiome, because he had some gut issues that we'd never quite got on top of, he woke up on the Wednesday morning and he said, "Mummy, my brain's not playing hide and seek anymore. I can concentrate." And he'd got dressed and he'd come downstairs. He was making his breakfast and he kind of was doing some homework. And it was just like, this is not the scattered child that I know. And so, and over the next few months, and actually we worked on his gut properly for about 2 years in the end, he started to make friends. His tics went away. One lovely thing was he found it really uncomfortable to hug. And suddenly he said, "Oh, it feels all nice and cozy to hug." And, school were much happier with him. And they felt that he could learn through the mainstream style. And so he did really well. And, he actually ended up going to a very good university, has a good degree. And he's now got a fantastic job, which he absolutely loves, in an industry he adores. So, he's found his passion, which is very exciting. So that's really how I got into it, Henry, and why I am really passionate about doing it. And just, because I helped him and I helped us, then people came to me, they just did. And, I could see, even if they hadn't been diagnosed, I could see they possibly had ADHD. We obviously look after a lot of people with autism as well. And dyslexics and so forth. And, so I could see that there were patterns there. And so I think the great thing about having an ADHD brain is you can think out of the box and you sort of think, you make different connections to some people. And I thought, I think this is going to help. And it did. So that's what so I just basically learned as much as I could from international conferences, from reading a lot of research. And then we run tests. So we run stool tests, we run urine tests, we run hair tests or blood tests, depending on what is needed. And that can assess exactly what that person needs. And we get very precise. So we've got evidence that they need it, evidence from research that we've done through PubMed or whatever. And then obviously we're very lucky because we've been doing it for so long that we've seen sort of evidence as an overall sort of trajectory of people.
Yeah. And I think, this carrying on from the earlier session, what we're talking about is people with ADHD being different. We're talking about it being challenging, and we're talking about the things that can make a difference, and nutrition can make a very large difference. That's certainly I found that I accidentally ended up always with the sort of high protein breakfast, and to be honest, high protein full stop. Like if I don't, I'm actually in real trouble. So it's something I've always been quite aware of. We opened the conference was opened last year by Professor Weiss. We spoke earlier. We talked about her, and one of the things she spoke about was how for ADHD kids, you've got to recognise that there are some challenges that you've got to give up for the bigger fight, which is to make sure they have good nutrition. And she talked about, and I know in your book, she talked about for breakfast having using smoothies. So kid goes out the door with a smoothie. You haven't got them to sit down, but you have got them to eat that what they need and set them up well. And I thought it was particularly powerful, that idea of like not fighting to get them to sit at the table, but really focusing like, what's that nutritional part? We talked, and you talked previously about what you've done for your children for breakfast. Like how have you managed to get breakfast into them?
So yes, so first of all, we had quite a long school run, so breakfast wasn't very often at the breakfast table as such, as you mentioned. It was definitely in a sort of lunchbox, smoothies, and the car was probably incredibly dirty and messy, but they were well fed. And by the time we got to school, they'd eaten most of it. And I felt that was more important than trying to have perfect manners. And also,
But I think that's a really important message, which obviously we've said last year as well. But like particularly with kids, like there's a bigger battle. That's the nutritional aspect. That's getting the food into them and giving up the other. And you obviously did that with your own children, and you convey that in your book as well.
But the other thing which is really important is a lot of people just are simply not hungry first thing in the morning, and especially a lot of ADHDers. And obviously medication is often given first thing in the morning too, and that can suppress appetite. And so you've got this double-edged sword where you think if you haven't had breakfast and you're not hungry at lunch because of the medication, they could end up being serious binge eating from say 4 or 5 o'clock onwards in the evening. And often when you've got to that stage, it can be lots of snacks, ultra processed foods, etc., because they're an easy win and they're going to make you feel a little bit better quite quickly because of the sugar or whatever. And so one of the biggest challenges that we have in our clinic is we're seeing parents say, I just want to give them an amazing breakfast, but they just won't. They say they feel sick, etc. They say they're not ready to eat. So if they are at school, or if this is you as an adult with ADHD and you're not that hungry in the morning, one thing that can make a massive difference is increasing zinc levels. So zinc is the second most abundant mineral in your central nervous system. And it helps with all sorts of aspects of neurodivergence. It's one of the key nutrients for neurodivergence. It helps with emotional regulation, self-regulation. It also helps with the reuptake of most of our neurotransmitters, so dopamine, norepinephrine, etc. So it's really key. It helps to make GABA, and GABA keeps our brains very calm and cool and relaxed. But zinc also helps to create most of our gastric juices. So it helps with saliva, it helps with hydrochloric acid, it helps with pancreatic elastase, it helps with bile. So without enough zinc, then our gastric juices may not be fired up and we may not feel that hungry. Zinc is also really important for sense of smell and taste. And I think we've all can relate to this. If we've had COVID, we lose our sense of smell and taste, and everything tastes really, really boring because you can't taste it. It just feels really boring in the mouth, right? There's been great studies, one's done at Stanford University, Japan, so global studies finding that many neurodivergent people, whether it's ADHD, whether it's dyslexia, whether it's autism, the kids are born with a slightly low zinc status. Now, this is not any blame. There are many genetic reasons why. It's one of those very fragile minerals that we all need, but it's quite difficult to get or get enough into the system. And this might mean that the baby, even from the beginning, finds it difficult to digest food, aka milk. So they have colic, they have reflux. Then when they start weaning onto food, they find it rather bland and boring and not a very exciting experience compared with, say, play. And therefore they become distracted and less likely to want to eat. And so they'll eat things that feel exciting in the mouth. And those things that feel exciting in the mouth are things like waffles, crunchy food, nuggets, because they've got a bit of feedback. They've got that feedback. And that's why so many neurodivergent people need a sensory diet. They need the crunch because they're not getting quite that exciting smell and taste that many others are getting. But going back to that, so the zinc, as I said, can really help make food taste delicious and help to turn on those gastric juices first thing in the morning. And one of the biggest indicators for zinc is that lack of appetite in the morning. There are other indicators as well, and some kids, and adults sometimes do this too. So there's something called picker. Picker is where you tend to put non-food items in your mouth. So if a woman is pregnant, for instance, which is this is very, very common in neurodivergent women, is they really crave random things like coal or really, really icy drinks. And that's because often their body's indicating they need zinc and or iron. And so lots of neurodivergent children tend to put things in their mouths, and some people think, oh, it's a sensory thing, it's a fiddle thing, but occasionally it can be due to a low zinc or low iron status. And my kids, first of all, they wouldn't be that hungry in the morning. Secondly, they would chew on their t-shirts, they chew on their collars, they chew on their sleeves and on their hoodie strings, and there'd be holes everywhere and it would all be soggy and yuck. And what was extraordinary is when I learnt about their high need for zinc, having done some tests, I gave them more zinc and all of that behavior went away and they stopped putting random things in their mouths and they started to eat much better. So it's just one of those things to think about if there is a difficulty with eating first thing in the morning or just generally highly selective eating. Zinc may be really, really important for both the eating patterns as well as the overall kind of trajectory.
I loved it when you're talking about the sensory diet, and it made me think quite hard about my own diet. And also my understanding, Ben and Jerry's, the ice cream, their big point of difference is that it has a very different mouthfeel from other ice creams, particularly when it was launched, with all the chunks in it, often quite large. And it was always thought that was their secret, the secret of their difference, the fact that they were essentially, an ice cream with a different sensory palette, as well as obviously that taste palette. But,
fascinating.
You slightly blew my mind too, also about all the chewing bits, which I did as a kid. I definitely remember that. And,
welcome to the soggy t-shirt club. Yeah,
no corner of this thing was safe. Right, you touched on zinc. Something I would like to. So, as a charity, one of the things a phrase we've sort of taken is essential for some, good for everyone. We use it particularly in our corporate stuff, where we're saying like these changes essential for some, good for everyone. And something like zinc, it sounds like it could very much fit in that category, where for neurodivergent people it might be an enhanced benefit, but most people benefit from those kind of supplementation, particularly obviously ideal world if they test to see if they're lower. But, talking of supplements, smoothly going through omega-3. So it's one of the most talked about supplements around ADHD. It's had some research with it. Could you talk to us about that?
Yes, so the pioneer behind omega-3 research is a lady called Dr. Alex Richardson, who has a unit at Oxford University, and she's made this her lifelong mission to understand more about the role and the sort of roles between omega-3 and the brain. So, and she's done research on dyslexics, ADHDers, even autistic people. So she's looked at a whole gamut of different people. And these have been some school studies as well as other group studies. And essentially, omega-3 fatty acids, which comes from salmon, sardines, trout, but also seafood, so things like prawns and crab and things like that. These have to be the oily fish rather than the cods, which are the white. And these help, basically, they contain something called DHA. And DHA is the most abundant omega-3 in the brain. And essentially, one of the ways it helps is that oil, if you can imagine, so any kind of good healthy fat, is going to cause the cell membranes to be nice and flexible. And this can provide what is thought as flexible thinking. So if the brain cells are connecting well, then that's going to really help our neurons basically to connect, and for the things like the dopamine and the adrenaline and the serotonin, everything to work a bit better. Okay, but the studies that have also been done on omega-3 are things like is also on eye development, and many people with ADHD also have dyslexia, and often they find it difficult to track words when they're reading. Often they jump ahead, things like that. And so eyes, it can really help with eye health. But the key thing, which I think is so important for ADHD is executive function. I think executive function seems to be the biggest problem that so many people are challenged with. I know what it's like to feel scatty, disorganized, when you shred your bills and you file your envelopes. I've been there, and it's chaos. So anyway, executive function is essentially helped mainly by your frontal and prefrontal cortex, which is the front bit of your brain. Okay, and omega-3 is one of the most abundant oils and nutrients that help to mature that prefrontal and frontal cortex. So we all know that teenagers, whether they're neurodivergent or not, have a problem with self-control. They make stupid mistakes, etc. But usually when they mature, they start to make more sort of grown-up, rational decisions, etc. But neurodivergent people very often have quite a delay in that, so their executive function takes many years to catch up. Whereas a neurotypical boy might be 25 by the time their executive function has caught up, whereas someone that's neurodivergent, they could be 30, 32. And so this is why very often I think ADHDers are late bloomers. It's almost like they're ready. It's when their brain is ready to actually be able to do everything and juggle everything. But omega-3 has been found to help with that maturation of the prefrontal and frontal cortex. So it helps in turn with executive function. Obviously, there are many other things that you can do. There are lots of therapies and counseling and all sorts of things that you can do, and organization skills and things for executive function. But overall, it can really help. And one of the signs that you may be low in omega-3 is very dry hair. So very sort of, or dry skin. So a lot of people with ADHD also have atopic issues. So they have eczema, they have very dry skin. They often have asthma, find it difficult to breathe. And omega-3 is very anti-inflammatory. So it can help with those things, but also as well with the brain. But one of the biggest signs for low omega-3, which loads of people have, and sometimes they don't have ADHD, sometimes it's not due to omega-3, but it's just something that Alex Richardson has found is very common in kids and adults with ADHD, is something called keratosis pilaris, which is the dry, bumpy skin at the top of the arms. It looks like a bit like chicken skin. If you went to see a doctor, they'd probably say slap on cream and it will go away. And a lot of people say, yes, it's genetic, but ADHD is genetic too. And I suspect that it's an inflammatory marker because I see it higher in people that have lots of ultra-processed foods. I see it in people who have quite an inflammatory diet. I see it with people who are low in omega-3. So I think across the board, it's probably many things. But what's really interesting is many people have said, so their followers or clients or whatever, they've taken omega-3 as a supplement, or they've really stepped up their fish intake. So they're eating it 4 or 5 times a week. And that could be pate, it could be, it could be fish cakes, it could be kedgeree. But, I find it really difficult to get fish in every single day. It's pretty hard unless you really are a routine person. But many people actually take a supplement on top, and they find that the skin gets smoother within about 3 months. It takes about 3 months to build up, but equally also they find that they just feel more focused, feel calmer. The whole body feels just a bit more grounded, and they just feel a bit more organized. So it's something to try. I certainly can spot someone with ADHD across a room, because they often have the chicken skin on their cheeks, especially children. They look sort of slightly ruddy and red. And I just generally find the more neurodivergent and complex the child or that person might be, can be that this keratosis pilaris can also be on the torso and the tops of the legs. So that's where you need to work a little bit harder. But as I said, it's not always omega-3. There are other aspects as well. And inflammation is something that is something I'm very passionate about. There's a brilliant researcher. Well, he's actually more than the researcher. He's the head of psychiatry at Cambridge University. And he's called Professor Edward Bullmore. And he has a brilliant book called The Inflamed Mind. And he links inflammation with loads of different mental health outcomes, from depression to anxiety. But he also cites ADHD and autism as not as causes, of course, but as an exacerbation of. So it's where a lot of people would say, you know what, I'm hypermobile, I'm in pain, I've got fibromyalgia, I've got chronic fatigue, these quite inflammatory conditions, rheumatoid arthritis, and when I'm flaring, my ADHD is much, much worse. And so therefore, if you tackle the inflammation, then the ADHD can just seem, you can live with it much more easily. And I love my brain, I love my ADHD brain, and I wouldn't want it to go away, but I know, I mean, even just a few days ago, we'd both had a bit of a cold and I wasn't feeling 100%. And I could feel, you know, body and brain was definitely wanting a reset, you know, and I felt quite inflamed.
It's very, very interesting. And when doing one conference doesn't normally promote another, but we don't follow the rules for starters. This conference, which is UCAN, which was earlier this year, it's a medic-led conference. And honestly, it's very, very good. One of the speakers specifically talking about inflammation and ADHD and the commonality of autoimmune conditions being present, and also that when people have something interacting with their immune system, that actually they felt very strongly that people's ADHD got worse, and that was something that they felt was actually quite clear. Which then, to your point of using food and using nutrition to lower your immune response and to manage it well, you can see that sort of direct link. When you were talking about skin, you also talked about hypermobility. We have another fantastic speaker, like it's fantastic as you, in Dr. Jessica Eccles, who her piece is on bendy bodies and bendy brains. She is the chairperson of the Royal College of Psychiatrists Neurodivergence Special Interest Group, and one of the things she's identified is that 80% of women, 50% of men have a linked issue with their connective tissue if they have ADHD. And some of that connective tissue link will lead to some having hypermobility, some having IBS, some having Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and I'm really looking forward to her speech. So she's closing out the conference. But your link through what you were saying, you're seeing differences in some people, children in their skin, just fascinating. And I wonder if there's a crossover with her work as well.
Yeah. So Jessica Eccles, she's an amazing researcher, and I follow her very closely. We're sort of in a sort of psychiatrist sort of group as such, across the board, and she's fascinating, and I think she's going to give a very powerful speech. But in terms of tracking inflammation, we definitely do that, and that's what we've been doing for 25 years. So we're looking at many inflammatory markers in our clients, and so there is, obviously we do test omega-3, so we can see whether someone has got too low omega-3 or whether they've got enough. Also we do track other inflammatory markers too. So there's something called quinolinic and kynureninic acid, which are where the brain is inflamed or the blood-brain barrier is compromised. We're looking at glutamate, and it's really interesting what Joseph was saying about he can't tolerate any ultra-processed foods at all. And he also has a history of seizures, and very often a high glutamate diet, which is essentially an ultra-processed diet, can also trigger seizures. So I just wonder whether there was a sort of link there, but obviously we'd only know through testing. And then there's something called high histamine, and histamine again is inflammatory. So if anyone does have allergies or hay fever and gets very inflamed, they might find that they sneeze, they itch, they feel very hot. And many people with neurodivergence also have some kind of high histamine state, whether it's mast cell activation, whether it's histamine intolerance, and that can filter down to things like POTS and all sorts of other areas of health. But very, very often we find that especially the hyperactive type of ADHDers tend to test incredibly high for histamine, and they have a very speedy brain. So their brain works too fast, it jumps ahead. And that's something that I can relate to myself. That's the way my brain works. And when my histamine is better, my brain tends to work slightly at times 1 rather than times 2.5, which is quite a lot of the time.
That's interesting. That's, we've had some questions. It's I know it feeds into something you wanted to talk about, which was vitamin D, and then we've had questions on gut health. So over to your nose.
Okie dokes. So vitamin D, as we all know, is a very important nutrient for our bodies. Every single cell in our body has a vitamin D receptor, which is essentially a socket where the vitamin D goes in and plugs in, and then it can work its magic. Vitamin D is a natural steroid, so it basically helps to bring down inflammation. It helps with obviously strong bones, immunity, etc. But what was very interesting, there was a study done where they took a group of people taking methylphenidate, and they found that many of them had a low vitamin D status. So then they added in the vitamin D, because obviously they wanted to lift it to get to the normal optimal level. And during that period, they found that the methylphenidate worked better, and the ADHD was just everything worked better, which was great. So again, vitamin D is a key nutrient that helps to turn tryptophan, which is the first most important amino acid that basically converts along the line down to dopamine and then down to norepinephrine and epinephrine. So essentially, if you don't have enough vitamin D, then it's harder for the body to make the dopamine, and then it kicks out to the adrenaline. So vitamin D is really, really important, and I think it's something that would be very interesting to explore more in terms of research. And then the second question, I'm just trying to remember what you asked me, Henry.
It was about gut health.
Oh yes. Okay.
And we've had someone actually ask specifically about that.
Okay, great. Okay, so inside our bellies, so in the lower intestine of our bellies, we have we don't just make poo. It is something, there's something there called the gut microbiome. And imagine it's this wonderful soup of different microbes, different bacteria, viruses, even parasites, yeast, etc. And most of the time, these live in harmony, and they're very, very beneficial. So the good bacteria, so the beneficial bacteria, help with all sorts of aspects of our lives. They help to reduce inflammation. They help with our immune systems to work well. They even, so bifidobacterium, for instance, helps to make B vitamins. So and also obviously it helps the bowels to move and so forth. There's been links between the gut and the brain. So basically there's been tons of research looking at this, something called the gut-brain axis. And it's thought that neurotransmitters, which are our brain chemicals, are actually made predominantly in the gut. So 90% of serotonin, for instance, is made in the gut. No one quite understands the way that those gut neurotransmitters, whether influencing the brain or not, but it is thought that the vagus nerve plays an important role. So the vagus nerve is this wonderful wandering nerve that goes from the back of your brain all the way down to your gut, and it goes to all your organs, but it's basically a super highway sending signals up and down all day. Several pieces of research have found that those signals, about 90% go from the gut to the brain and only 10% from the brain to the gut. So your gut is 90% more influential potentially on your brain than the old brainio itself. So what's going on in the gut, and those gut microbes are very important. So as I said, these gut microbes are the building blocks for our neurotransmitters. And I'm going to give you an example of two. Now, obviously, there are many neurotransmitters that influence our brains. And most of the time, when we're thinking about ADHD, we're thinking about dopamine and norepinephrine, because that's what the drugs do, right? But actually, there are other very important neurotransmitters that are key for the neurodivergent brain, full stop, whether it's ADHD or not. And the two that I'm going to talk about are acetylcholine and GABA. So acetylcholine is a very key neurotransmitter. It's important for learning. It's important for memory. It's important for working memory and processing. It's important for self-regulation and emotional regulation. Now, we all, even if you're super bright in terms of ADHD, there's often difficulties with the regulation. There are a lot of ADHDers who find working memory very hard. They find processing very hard. But equally, we're worried about our short-term memory as well. I think we can often be very forgetful. I had an uncle who very sadly passed away with dementia, and there is a very high number of ADHDers who do go on to develop dementia. So I think it's very important to be invested in supporting your acetylcholine. The second really important neurotransmitter is something called GABA. And GABA keeps us cool, calm, and relaxed. Now, what was Joseph talking about? He was talking about cold plunges. He was talking about meditation. He was talking about mindfulness. And all of those can induce more GABA. So GABA, as I said, keeps us cool, calm, and relaxed. It helps us sleep. It helps with that risk taking that so many young people, us as ADHDers, many have gone down the route of taking narcotics, drinking too much, being reliant on on stimulants like coffee, caffeine, and so forth to try and survive. And GABA can make you feel very cool and relaxed, as if you've just been in a meditation session. And so we all need more GABA. The trouble is these high glutamate foods, the ultra-processed foods, tend to create more glutamate and not enough GABA, and they're meant to work in harmony. So there's meant to be more GABA and less glutamate most of the time. But anyway, basically, we want to get that balance better. And again, when you look at the genetics, we do a lot of genetic profiling at Nature Doc, you see that people find it very hard to make this GABA, as equally, almost more so, it's harder for them to make the GABA than it is the dopamine, or to reuptake the dopamine. So working on GABA is really important too. So going back to the gut microbiome is lactobacillus. Many people have heard of lactobacillus. It's in most yogurts, in most kefirs, it's in sauerkraut, kimchi, all these cultured foods that we've all been told to consume because they're so good for our overall health. And so these all actually contain some GABA themselves, but also help to, the cultures, the lactobacillus also helps to make the GABA. And then lactobacillus also is a key building block for acetylcholine. So if you've been on antibiotics, and which tends to carpet bomb the whole gut microbiome temporarily, sometimes it takes a little while for things to catch up. And we run stool tests. And as I said, we've been doing this for 25 years. We run stool tests on several thousand people. And I would say the common bacteria that tends to be low is the lactobacillus. So we sort of have identified that it is a very fragile one, and it's quite difficult to build up. And if you need it so much for making GABA and acetylcholine, then we can see why some people can go really out of sync, especially if they've got a very sensitive brain. And ADHDers do have a sensitive brain, so that going out of balance can be more easy than someone with, who doesn't have those challenges. So obviously diet is really important here. So adding in lots of kefir, yogurt. If you do like the sauerkrauts and kimchis and things like that, there's miso. So miso soup, very popular. So whether people are off to, I know not everyone's in the UK, but Wagamamas or whatever, you'll be getting a kimchi and your miso soup all in one. Apple cider vinegar. So lots of people like salad dressings. You could use vinegar, for instance. So all of these things do contain some lactobacillus. Then the cousin is called bifidobacterium. And bifidobacterium, again, you find in many different of these cultured foods. And again, it's very key for making GABA. But it's also very anti-inflammatory. So, and it also protects you from like significant infections and things like that. So those two are the usual ones that you find in live bacteria supplements. Sometimes people call them probiotics, but they're now mainly called live bacteria. And this is why there are certain strains that people have found that are better, those scientists have found that are better for the brain and the mood. But generally, I would say go food first if you can, unless you're dairy free for whatever reason, or you can't tolerate the high histamine foods, which are things like the miso and the sauerkraut and the kimchi. But sometimes you just say, hey, I've just cut those kind of foods. I just don't like them. And that's okay, because actually you can rebuild the gut microbiome. It's a bit slower, but you can, through eating lots of fruits and vegetables, especially different colors. So the different pigments in all the different fruits and vegetables and berries and so forth, all contain these things called polyphenols, and polyphenols contribute to a healthy gut microbiome. Also, very interestingly enough, those pigments and polyphenols, also there's been research to find that these also can help ADHDers. And it's difficult to establish exactly why, but it's thought that these antioxidants help to bring down the inflammation. And those are in cocoa, they're in nuts, and they're in fruits and vegetables, especially berries like blueberries. So I am 100% chocolate. I have chocolate for breakfast every day, and that has changed my life since. So I will have eggs and feta, then 3 or 4 squares of dark chocolate, and I'm flying for hours. I used to not be able to. I literally had a scattered mind all morning, and now I am super concentrated.
Okay, well, based on that, I will be going downstairs and getting some dark. Passion for dark chocolate. We've got lots of questions, and we're running out of time. So, I think we need to enter a quick fire sort of round, if that works for you.
Yeah, absolutely, go for it.
Because I think your depth of knowledge is just it's so incredible. Right. And if people still want to submit questions, go to globaladhd.com and click on the schedule and listen to his name, and you can submit a question there. We've also seen some over the chat, which I will pop up one of those now. I don't know if you can read that. So does a basic multivitamin contain enough extra zinc, or do I need to look at a particular zinc supplement?
Okay, jokes. So first of all, if it's a multivitamin, then it won't contain zinc necessarily, because zinc is a mineral. So that's just one of those basic things. So they often do contain a little bit of zinc, because often these multis are taken because they're for immunity, but there's usually not quite enough. And most people do well on about 15 milligrams of zinc. So to look for that as a separate.
And is that more or less than the sort of?
So the RDA is 12 plus. So for an adult, 15 is usually, you just need a little bit more for ADHD for about 3 months.
I was told that not to take those magnesium and zinc are going to cancel each other out. Any ideas on that?
I haven't seen that to be the case, Hannah.
Fair enough. And one on seafood. If it's frozen, does it lose all its goodness?
Freezing doesn't freeze out any of the nutrients at all. So frozen food is great. And that's what's fantastic. When you're ADHD, you need things in the freezer. You need instant food. And actually things like prawns defrost pretty quickly, for instance. So it's a really good way of doing a zinc-rich and omega-3 rich sort of, last minute supper. So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, please, I discovered, and please don't tell the people who get very annoyed about plastic. I discovered that if you got tuna or other fish, which is each one encloses its own plastic and frozen, if you put it in hot water, it defrosts in like 10 minutes, and it ends up being a really fast way to get quite good food. But obviously, it's plastic every time. It's plastic, therefore not good. But, okay, we've got a lot of questions in the chat. A lovely one just saying, wow, you describe my breakfast struggle every single morning, and not a big eater, chewing clothes and hair, very selective, not diagnosed, highly suspected 9-year-old girl. Someone, the first question in, forgetting to eat is a huge problem for me. What are the quick grab healthy calorie dense snacks that you found really help ADHDers?
Yeah, so I think we can all relate to that, forgetting to eat. I would say chunks of cheese, nuts, seeds, handfuls of seeds. And actually in the book, there's a very simple thing that my husband and I have lived off for at least the last 10 to 12 years, is we have a big jar of pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, cocoa nibs, and goji berries, and a few chocolate, like dark chocolate drops. And that together is a brilliant, you just grab and eat. And we will have that, if we just haven't had time to have a proper lunch, etc. And that's brilliant. Just hummus and crackers or apple and almond butter is a really good one too.
Oh, great, thank you. You talked to this a little bit earlier. I think someone's talking more directly to it. I find fermented foods cause me to have hives.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any alternatives? I find also too many probiotics make my IBS play up.
Yes, so that sounds like you're probably a high histaminer. So there's something called histamine intolerance. And I've written a blog on that on h.com. So have a read of that and see if that sort of fits with your profile. There are some supplements that you can take, things like quercetin and vitamin C, which can really calm that down. And actually, I find really helps my brain to calm down. Also, Epsom salts, you can put, get a bucket of water with Epsom salts and put your feet in, and that again can stabilize the mast cells. So I would keep away from those fermented foods for now, and work with someone to get the right levels in for you.
So that was actually a really interesting answer, because it went beyond. So it went beyond and was like, if this is happening, then this might mean you're this category of person, i.e. a higher histamine, and you need to understand that, and that could unlock a lot else for you, which is actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah, there's a story about, so I saw this lovely medical doctor, and she'd been hospitalized for 6 weeks with anaphylaxis. And she had so sensitive to, if a nurse had been smoking a cigarette and walked past her, she would have anaphylaxis. I mean, she was reacting to everything. She was determined to come and see me. She's very hypermobile, mast cell activation, POTS, chronic fatigue, the full Monty. And anyway, she got her mum to bring a bucket and some Epsom salts, and she put her feet in the bucket of water and Epsom salts, I don't know, half an hour or something like that. And she was able to get to me, to my clinic, do the consult with me, and she didn't need to go back to hospital. It seems stable. I mean, it's remarkable. It's absolutely remarkable what it can do.
Interesting. I don't want to make this question, so I just thought I'd ask it. I know what my answer is, question. Whenever I read about suggested extra vitamins and minerals, zinc, etc., the supplements often say seek medical advice first, but that is not always possible. What do you recommend? What do you think?
Well, the reality is that if you train as a doctor, you still might only get 4 hours of nutrition training in the whole of your medical training, unless you're part of something amazing called NutriTank, which is being rolled out to the UK medical schools as an add-on. And that's a sort of almost like a CPD that you do, and then you learn more about nutrition. But if you don't cling on to that, there's not much to do. So this is where the doctor really doesn't understand. And so the only blood test that can actually assess your nutrition properly through a GP is iron, which is very important. So iron is the most abundant mineral in your central nervous system and helps to convert dopamine into, converts tyrosine into dopamine. So it's very, very important. So you can do iron, you can do B12, you can do folate. The NHS do not offer vitamin D. They do not offer zinc anymore. So they will do calcium, but basically you will have normal calcium unless you're super sick. And they obviously do potassium and sodium, but again, those are electrolytes. So again, it's whether you're super sick. So really, there's very, very little nutrition testing or understanding. So they probably won't know. But what has come up over and over again in my training and also, clinical work over 25 years is that if you stick to, there's something called the RDA, which is the recommended daily amount, and there's something called the UTL, which is the upper tolerable level. Okay, everything is written in the NIH website, which is part of PubMed. So you can Google it. You can type in NIH Zinc professional sheet and it will come up, or whatever. And in there, if you stick to somewhere between the RDA and the UTL and take it for no longer than 3 months, that should be totally and utterly safe.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Thank you for that comprehensive answer, covering actually. I thought it very interesting, covering the reality that if you really want to ask that nutrition question, it's a personal question. You need to test, and that's not going to be very accessible. And then some sound advice. It does. Yeah, I was thinking about it. It sounds to me like it's one of those things that people, just not realistic in our current NHS. I literally can't imagine what would happen if I went to my GP and said, "I'm thinking of taking more zinc. What's your view?"
Just quickly though, Henry, very many psychiatrists now in the UK, and I don't know whether this is the same globally or in Australia, whatever, are now embracing the nutrition aspect because they know that you need a dual approach to really help to stabilize someone. And so many of the psychiatrists that we work with are giving, the basic recommendations like a high protein breakfast, lots of omega-3, good quality multivitamin and mineral, just to cover most bases. And it is helping a lot of people. It's not everybody, and that's where personal advice, can be sought through clinics like myself.
Yeah, and I think obviously if people are particularly if they're complex or if they're worried, then obviously they do need to go and talk to their GP and or talk to their professional. I think that's probably why that disclaimer sits there most of the time. Lucinda, you're amazing. I've really enjoyed listening to you and learning from you. Thank you so much. And I look forward to delving into your book, which I'll plug again because I like it.
Well, I hope your kids love it too, Henry.
So,
yeah. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
Kids are a bit young. Hopefully they'll enjoy the results of it. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for doing all that you do. You are an extraordinary person with extraordinary knowledge and coming here and sharing it. All of our presenters, no one gets paid. It's all done as essentially as a donation of time and expertise to support getting that knowledge out there. Lucinda's done that. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Lucinda.
All right. Take care. Bye, everyone.
All right. Thank you. I thought that was absolutely wonderful. She's an extraordinary expert. You can tell in the depth of the answers. They tend to go sort of 3-4 deep almost immediately, and providing great insight. If there's one takeaway I'm going to take away, it's that I should eat more dark chocolate. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the main takeaway I'm supposed to take. It is definitely, I think we call that enabling. She's just absolutely fantastic. Right, onward and upward. So we've got waiting in the wings. We have Tanya Martin, who is, we're going to a different tack now. And Tanya is absolutely extraordinary. Her experience is absolutely extraordinary. So we are talking about the neurodiverse workplace, and particularly neurodivergent recruiting and adjustments. This often gets a lot of flap, like in terms of people talking about it and not really doing anything of particular significance. And Tanya is, I think all of us and many of us have experienced workplaces which are not inclusive. Tanya is one of the driving forces of E&Y's neurodiverse centres of excellence. And our first question is, what exactly is that? So we'll get on to, but it is a special part of E&Y recruiting exclusively neurodivergent people and giving them an environment in which to thrive. So this is really creating something for people to allow them to succeed and for E&Y to benefit from it. So she knows about hiring neurodivergent people. She knows about the adjustments that are needed. She has now started her own consultancy, Peg Squared, which advises organisations on how they can build their own neurodiverse and neuro-inclusive workplaces, leveraging her knowledge from running the neurodiversity programme there. This is a fireside chat format again, so into questions from me, and the point at which I like, and this time I have got them up ahead of time. Right, I am going to bring in Tanya. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me and for that lovely introduction.
Well, like just literally saying what you did, like you're quite extraordinary, and I think so many of us have conversations with their workplace and trying to look to make changes, and you are the absolute depth of knowledge on that at a completely different level.
Thank you.
We did have a kick-off question, which was, what is an E&Y Neurodiversity Centre of Excellence? What the hell is it?
Yeah, it's a brilliant question. And one I probably 3 years ago.
Okay, wrong button.
So 9 years ago, EY set up it was an autism at work hiring program initially. And the global leader who leads the Neurodiverse Centres of Excellence globally, a person called Hiran Shukla, he recognised that actually it wasn't just those that were autistic that potentially needed some support within the workplace. So broadened it out to neurodiversity, and it grew globally to over 500 plus people throughout the globe in those 9 years. And I was responsible for building EY's UK Manchester Neurodiverse Centre of Excellence. What it is basically about opportunity creation. So how can you support those that wouldn't get through that traditional recruitment process to come into EY? And then once they are in the organisation, how do you make sure that they have the support that they need in order to thrive within the organisation? So it was all about creating a safe space. So if you think about it, if you're neurodivergent, it is incredibly challenging to talk about or to disclose to a potential employer that you are neurodivergent, and it takes that barrier away. So you don't need to disclose because you are being recruited into this neurodiverse centre of excellence. It was unique in the fact that we talk about, I guess, extended support. That doesn't mean that everybody that joined the NCOE required an element of extended support. They absolutely did not. But what this team had that other teams didn't was a dedicated line manager who really understood neurodiversity, who had experience of managing those that were neurodivergent in the past and how to set up that environment for those individuals to thrive. There was a business reason we were doing this. It wasn't simply a case of doing the right thing. It absolutely is doing the right thing. But there still will be, and there will continue to be, a shortage of talent in the tech space. And we were specifically recruiting into data analytics and data science roles within the UK. What was really interesting was that the team that we did bring in, they all had incredibly different skill sets. So you would have those that were brilliant at visualizing data. You could have those in the team that were really happy to spend time in deep code, doing machine learning, things that my brain will never understand. And then there were others within that team who were absolutely exceptional at understanding the business context, so the why as to what we were doing and why that was important to the business. So despite the fact we were recruiting for technology roles, the breadth of experience and skills those individuals brought into the team were very different.
You said, and initial hiring was very much focused on individuals with autism, and we're an ADHD conference, where we're both noting that it's roughly 40% of people with autism have ADHD, so we have a large cohort. But how did that change? Because I believe that changed, and how was then ADHD individuals involved?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is why the Neurodiverse Centre of Excellence was different, is because a lot of people, when you talk about employability programs, you talk about autism at work programs. And there is an ADHD at work program or a dyslexia at work program, but EY actually genuinely broadened it out. And if I look back at the team that we hired, there wasn't anybody in the team that just had autism. So you had those that were severely dyslexic, you had those that had multiple co-occurrences, late diagnosed individuals, so females, males. It was a real range in terms of the both the neurotypes that they brought to the team, but also the skill sets that they brought to that team as well.
Yeah, and the actual term neurodiversity and neurodivergence coming initially from the autistic community and widening out, and it sounds like Ian White took that same path. And I've actually always did a sort of deep dive into understanding that word and sort of learning that the sort of main genesis was the idea that neurodivergent people are people who experience the world in a different way than people who are not, and that then meaning that they do things differently, expect and have challenges, but they are experiencing the world fundamentally differently. I have to say that when I learned that, it really, little cog went for me. It was like, that makes sense. It makes sense. It also makes sense why so much advice doesn't work for me, because like my world is different. I think it's nice. Yeah, it's important to know that we are talking about neurodivergence and more widely in ADHD. And I think you talked to me previously saying there was a pretty high percentage of ADHD individuals. You know, when we met previously, you spoke that alongside neurodivergence, you had to deal with a lot of significant prior workplace trauma. Could you talk to that a bit?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let's be really honest about this. There's no way to sugarcoat it, that if employers do not understand neurodiversity and someone behaves in a way that is different to the norm, it's really challenging. It's challenging for the individual. It's challenging for the line manager to deal with that as well. And as a result, it came as no surprise that those that had roles previously had challenges in relation to how they were perceived in the workplace. And as you said, it's a neurotypical workplace. It's like, I have an ADHD brain myself. Sometimes that workplace that has been built not for my brain can be quite challenging, and there are ways that I might react or behave that people might go, well, that's a bit strange. And I'm sure I'll come on to a little bit more about that a bit later. But when you have experienced prior workplace trauma and you're coming into an environment, and I've said from the outset here, this was about actually, you don't need to disclose because you're coming into a neurodiverse centre of excellence. but people still need to rebuild trust with organisations, and that can be incredibly challenging for some people, depending on the environments that they come from. So even when we were saying we will support you, we will do everything we possibly can, there was still a misbelief that we would as an organisation, and people genuinely didn't believe we meant it. And at times they challenged us and they pushed us to a point to say, actually, do you mean this? Are you going to give us what we need? Because they had come through it from environments that they genuinely had not had the best time. So building trust, rebuilding confidence in workplaces is an absolute necessity. And I think, yeah, I think anybody that's hiring anybody that's neurodivergent into the workplace needs to bear that in mind, that somebody might come in going, yeah, do you really mean this?
I thought when you said like one of the most common issues we have was that the challenge of dealing with prior workplace trauma and reactions that you're not expecting in workplace situations related to what's happened to them in the past. It was one of those moments where I was like, that is both really sad and completely not a surprise. Like, but I think having that awareness so that you can then help someone manage it is a big deal. And you did very good. You also cued very credit, because we are going to talk about the impact of emotional dysregulation and outbursts, which a workplace can be extremely intolerant of. And the fact that you I weren't, and not, and how you talk to that. Whilst you were talking about hiring and hiring confidently, and it pops into my head the Disability Confident Program. And I think it's worth telling people that organisations that do that, if you have a disability and you meet the base criteria for the job, you are guaranteed an interview. And it's well worth being aware of that, so where you see that if you're an individual with ADHD, you have a qualifying condition in your ADHD. So it's something to think about. But obviously, at the same time, you are working out that discussion. Am I going to disclose or not? Which do I think? But hopefully, with a disability confident. But you do get that interview, and that might be worth it. Right, back to you and questions. Okay, this is probably a pretty big one for most people watching. Like, how do you go setting up adjustments? Like most people, they go to their boss, they go, hey, look, I've recently got a diagnosis of ADHD. Like, can we talk about it? Like, I'd like, talk about what can be done to support me. And they look back at you really nicely and they go, oh, wow, okay, how can I help? Like, I don't know why you're looking at me, or I don't know why you're looking at me. Like, why do you think I know? I'm like, I don't know, this is new to me too. Like, I hope you know. So how do you do it? Like, how do you go about setting up adjustments?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it is often the blind leading the blind when it comes to the adjustment process, particularly if you're late diagnosed, when you genuinely have survived for a number of years without any adjustments in place. So adjustments for me, what was really interesting with my team is that not all of them wanted any adjustments, and that's absolutely fine. But I was really keen that people were empowered to be able to really clearly articulate not only the challenges that they might have in the workplace, but also the strengths that they brought to the workplace. Because actually that's really useful information for me as an employer in terms of what are the things that you love to do. Because by knowing what you love to do, I'm able to think about, okay, what tasks do we have in the team that mean that you can be aligned to those. And also, let's remember having that ability to almost balance it, saying I find this challenging, but actually these are things I can do really well, makes that conversation slightly easier. So it's really hard to ask for help. It's like, who turns up on the first day of their job and sits there and goes, oh, by the way, can I just give you a list of all the things I can't do very well? It's like, it's just so hard to be able to sit down and ask for help. So I was super keen that we gave some support to the team to help them navigate that. So what are the challenges that they might face in the workplace? particularly if you're brand new out of university, which some of ours weren't, not everybody was, but at the same time, what are the strengths? So we actually ran a group coaching program, which had some success. I'm not going to say it was a complete success, but you learn from these things. But one of the things we did ask people to do was a strengths finder tool, a neurodiversity specific one. For some, it reaffirmed what they already knew, which is fantastic. But for others, it gave them some suggestions as to how they might want to navigate the workplace. And I think this is really important, is actually one of the biggest, when you're thinking about adjustments, one of the biggest challenges you have is being able to articulate what are the things you actually need help with. It's also really important to note that when you're talking about adjustments, some of them don't work consistently all of the time. So with my ADHD, it is impacted by the amount of stress I'm under, what else is going on in my life. And some days, one thing that works might not work the next day. So when you are thinking about adjustments, it's about thinking about a toolkit of adjustments that might potentially support. So being able to put something up and pick something up and put it down again, as opposed to just having, right, you are going to get a piece of technology, that's it, done, line in the sand, we're not going to talk about this again. That's super important. Iterating. Is this working? Is it not working? If it's not working, what else can we try? So being able to have that conversation with a line manager until you get to a point where you're like, actually, do you know, I now feel like I have this toolkit of adjustments that can help me within the workplace. So yeah, it's about not expecting to have all of the answers on day one, but having a really trusting relationship with a manager where you can work through it.
That answer encapsulates a lot of, like, there's a lot of hurdles that need, I think it'd be useful to talk to positively, which is like a lot of people when they're talking about adjustments, the perspective of the boss and perhaps themselves is this is a one-hit wonder. We go in, we chat, we're done, boom. Yeah. And it's just not realistic. And you talked about so eloquently when you just like went straight to something. It's very unlikely something's always going to work. Like, and so like that, you know, some things don't work every day, and that you need this sort of toolkit approach. But you also just then talked about the need to evolve it.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. I think it's just it's an important takeaway for people to, if they're thinking about their own adjustments, to go. And the way we sometimes talk about it is just to say, look, people, you know, everyone's a unique individual plus ADHD. We're complex beings, as human beings, so, you know, we'll put in some adjustments, but that will make differences elsewhere, and you'll then be able to go, right, well, with that working there and doing, then this actually is something where I need to do work, and that's going to help you evolve and continue. I also thought it was wonderful when you talk to, like, not only the weaknesses, because it's awful. Everyone else goes to their boss, goes, I just want to remind you, like, and I just want to tell you, I am great. Like, I just want to tell you about this and this. I did these great things and like super. And you're having to go up and go, right, like, okay, we need to talk about this and this and this, where I am having huge trouble at. And like, there's, you know, person over there just happily swanning off, having told their best bits, and you're swanning up, having to tell your worst bits. It's just it's a terrible disparity. Yeah, it is really tough. You talked about a few sort of particular physical adjustments and technology. Do you want to talk to some of the things you found were often in that toolkit?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think when people think about adjustments, they instantly go to physical adjustments and technology related adjustments. So a piece of, I don't know, read-write software or noise cancelling headphones, having a desk that is yours within the office space. But actually, when you're talking about neurodiversity, it is broader than that. It is the ways of working that help more so than actually having a piece of equipment, not necessarily more so, but do help as well as having a piece of equipment, or having a physical space that you can go to, or a quiet room that is there in the office. So thinking about like the way you organize your time or the way you communicate. So there are a couple of things that we did, or that I do now even. So if you think about having an agenda up front, so one of the things that people might find challenging about looking at it, if they get an agenda in the first place before a meeting, they may not do, but then if you look at an agenda, it's like, what is the expectation of me as a result of seeing all of these words on a piece of paper? Am I coming to listen? Are you wanting me to input? So is there a way that you can expand your agendas out to say, actually, these are the items that you're going to be listening to, and this is what is expected as a result from each of the topics. So I did a piece of training recently, and I split the agenda up, and it was like, for this piece you need to listen, for this piece you need to participate if you want to, and that participation will look like this. So what you're doing is you're giving people the opportunity to prepare and not be surprised within meetings or training, etc. The other example I can think of is that sometimes, and we had this situation, I had a really important meeting where I needed to get everybody back on the same page. So people were disappearing off in different directions, and that's fine, that happens in organisations sometimes. And what we wanted to do was go, right, I want everybody in the room to feel heard. So I want everybody to have the opportunity to speak. So what I did is I prepared a set of questions, and I asked a question, and then I literally paused for 60 seconds, and I told everybody this was what was going to happen. They were all going to get 60 seconds to think about how they might want to respond to that question. And then I went round the room, and then I in turn and saying, right, would you now like to respond to the question that's just been asked? And what was happening as a result of doing it that way is people genuinely felt like they were being heard, and they had the time to think before they had to react as well. And it worked really well. I think people can sometimes be afraid of silence. I've spent most of my life interviewing people. Ask a question, you often sit there if the other person's thinking, I know I've done it in the past, hopefully I don't do it anymore, but I'll feel that pause that they need in order to collect their thoughts by reframing the question or asking a slightly different question that was the same question, because silence feels awkward. But actually, when you're dealing with somebody who's neurodivergent, silence is sometimes the best thing that you can give that person in order for them to collect their thoughts.
Yeah, I was so tempted just to like leave you quietly. It was going to be a happy accident actually, because I couldn't find the button. I give the absolute fear of God to. I do some radio stuff, and there's it's noticeable. I do it every time. Really long pause between they first talk and when I start talking, and I need to train myself just to get some filler words out. Like, thank you for that great question. I'm always in great admiration of people who have like this. Thank you for that great question. Very interesting, and really, they're just buying themselves time.
Yes.
I can't do that. I find that distract. Like, if you want to see me really trying to answer a question, like I shut my eyes and look like I'm asleep. Like it doesn't.
They're not there. They're not there. They're not there.
Yeah. But because I find it all too distracting, so I'm like, okay, I'm just going to really think hard. And to my view, they get a much better answer, but they do obviously think that I'm quite odd. But I'm pretty out on being different. That was so interesting. I thought, bloody hell, like the setting expectations in the agenda. I mean, you just want it because you want the boss to go, actually, there's no reason for them to be here. The expectation is they learn nothing, waste time. You know what? Because all those waste, like let's just promote it as an efficiency goal. So I go to less pointless meetings. But I thought that was, setting the expectations. Something, in the 60 seconds to respond, particularly when things tends to saying, like, I thought amazing, a very, very interesting, different thing. You also have spoken before about removing the unwritten rules. Like,
Yeah.
could you talk to that a bit?
Yeah. So I think this comes back to the agendas and providing really clear expectations of what's expected within a meeting. So it's like, can I stand up or do I have to sit down? Do I have to turn my camera on or can I leave my camera off? Can I go to the bathroom? Is that okay for me just to stand up and get out? How do you want me to interact? Do I need to put my hand up or do I need to actually just interject? When can I ask questions? So you're asking, am I allowed to ask them throughout the meeting or do you want me to leave them to the end? These are really, really simple things that actually can, if you lay them out up front, and you kick off your training or whatever it is by taking those things and highlighting them, people just feel a little less anxious about certain situations. I often say to people, please get up and move around in meetings. I know what it's like as an ADHDer to sit and fidget and feel like I'm stuck to my chair when all I want to do is just run around the room. By giving people permission to stand up and listen, or escape from the room if they need to and come back, giving that permission is really helpful, so it just makes people feel a little less self-conscious. But for those who sometimes struggle with unwritten rules, it just makes it super clear as to what is expected of them.
Yeah, it's a big deal, but also, like, people just lie. You're like, is it okay to, like, how do we do questions? Anytime they look at you, go, oh yeah, anytime, whenever you want. Turns out that's just not the case, right? Like, they really don't want you to interrupt, really want you to do it at the end.
Yes.
And needing to have that proper, they need that self-awareness too. And so when they're talking about unwritten rules, to actually know the answer, like, be truthful in the answer, not the polite answer of, oh yeah, you can talk anytime and you can get up, but actually if you get up, we're all going to think you're, it's going to be very bad. So you're just talking about the chair. Like, if you want to torture me, presentate, like, some kind of presentation environment, put me in the front on a squeaky chair. Oh my god, like, just like, I can't move. And everyone can see.
And that's all you think about then, isn't it? You're not listening.
It needs all my attention, because otherwise I'm going to move and I'm going to squeak. Like, it's to anyone organising in-person conferences where there are ADHDers, can we have a bit at the back where we can walk around, where the exit doors out, so we can actually, like, swan in and out and be super easy. I did. There's a big debate about ADHD waitlists at Parliament. You had this small area, and you had to sit there. And if you went out, then the next person in the queue went in, and you're only allowed in and out at certain times. And, like, there were a few people there who really struggled, and they're just coming in and out all the time. You did just feel like it was set up particularly badly.
Yeah, but if you think about our classrooms, our children in classrooms are stuck on chairs all of the day. When you said about standing room only, like standing room at the back, you get it at the theatre sometimes, you get it at concerts that you go to, you've got the standing area in the middle. They should start to do that at conferences going forward. Standing room only.
Yes, well, yeah, but particularly at the back where you're looking like get away with
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah,
Obviously,
okay.
at a pop concert like Lydia, well, you seem to be afraid with the mosh pit, like you're in. Yeah. We talked about some other, back to topic. We talked about some other common adaptations for ADHD people. And to give you a reminder, you talked about color blocking, timers, reminders, Pomodoro, which I think needs some caveating, and not beating up around consistency. So it'd just be interesting to hear you talk on those, whichever ones of those you can remember.
So so these, I guess, are some of the things that I've tried. Some of them, as I said, some work consistently, some do not. Color blocking absolutely does. So if I look in my diary, I make sure that I color block all of the meetings that I have. So who is it I'm meeting? I might not prioritize, but color block like a client meeting, a different color to just having a general chat with somebody. I also use time blocking in my diary as well. So if I have a specific task to do, I will block out time in order to get that task done within my diary. So it's almost like using focus time. And what I'm not always good at, so this is where I say these are things that help sometimes but don't always help, is I will put things in my diary, I'll block out time to do something, and I'll get distracted and I'll do something else. If I don't have a deadline on something, it won't get done, which is a real challenge that I have to work with. So if somebody doesn't give me a deadline, it's a real struggle for me to actually get that piece of work done. So deadlines are super important. But yeah, color blocking is very, very useful. Particularly, I've got a very visual brain. So seeing things in color is super helpful. Timers and reminders. I wouldn't be at this meeting if my calendar didn't tell me to be here. I use that all of the time. I also use timers. So using this Pomodoro technique, if there's a piece of work that I'm really struggling to get started with, and it feels like it's going to take me a long time to do, what I will do is I'll set a timer for 25 minutes and I will give myself 25 minutes to basically do that task. And at the end of those 25 minutes, I can then make a decision as to whether or not I'm going to continue with that task or put it down for a little while and come back to it. But what I'll always do after 25 minutes is look away, do something else, go get some water, whatever it is, and then come back and reset the timer for another 25 minutes. And I actually find that helps me. I think that the ability for something to ping at me at the end of 25 minutes almost gives me that dopamine hit in order to keep going. To-do lists are, I find them, I'm so inconsistent with to-do lists. I am the typical ADHDer that has every single diary or planner. I've tried them all. I've tried online. I've tried scraps of paper. I've tried Post-its. I've tried written planners. I actually took to buying planners that don't have a date in them anymore because I used to feel really guilty about the fact I would start them 1 month and I'd be consistent for 2 weeks, and then about 3 months later there's nothing in it, I'd pick it up again. I have got a lot better about not beating myself up about the fact that I don't write a to-do list or I'm not consistent with this. I know that if I'm particularly stressed or overwhelmed with the amount of work that I've got going on, that I actually do need to sit down and write that to-do list, and then it does help me, but I don't have to do it every single day. The other thing that I will just mention on this is, and I've recently started using AI. AI for me is just the most amazing invention ever, particularly for providing structure and breaking down tasks. So if there's a piece of work that I need to do that I can chuck into AI, and it will literally go, right, you need to do this, 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 and this. It will even put timescales on it for me in terms of, this is if I go, I need to deliver this by this deadline. What do I need to do? And it will literally break it up. So there are lots of things that exist. None of these things are expensive. Most of these are just simple ways of working that help my brain function in the workplace.
Thank you for sharing on that. You talked about and I thought it was just interesting for people to hear about the adjustments that you've used personally, but you've also used for others. You talked about creating a toolkit and it going very badly. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I think when we're talking about neurodiversity in the workplace, it's okay not to get it completely right first time. And there is a real balance when we're talking around neurodiversity in the workplace, because you've got to balance the challenges and the support for those challenges, but the strengths as well. Because the only way we are going to normalize neurodiversity in the workplace is to talk about why it is good for business and why organizations need to harness neurodiversity. And sometimes we don't get it right. So there was a scenario at EY. They produced this most amazing toolkit. It was brilliant. So if you think about all of the different ways of working, so communication skills, organizational skills, how to behave in meetings, all of those sorts of different ways of working, they built out a toolkit that basically said, these are some of the things that might help you when you have these challenges. And they sent it both to line managers and also to those that are neurodivergent. So it was accessible by everybody. But one of the big challenges around it is actually, if you think about this is a toolkit that of all the things that might help you, what it is actually missing in that narrative is, oh, by the way, these aren't just these individuals don't just bring challenges to the organization. So it's about, how do you communicate that? How do you phrase it so that what you're not doing is putting out something that's massively useful, and it genuinely is massively useful to a number of different people, but how do you balance the narrative around that? So one of the things EY did fantastically is, when we started talking about neurodiversity, we talked about it from a strengths perspective. We didn't deny challenges existed, but the narrative was very much focused on the strengths individuals brought to the organisation, and how do we highlight those strengths. And we don't shy away from the spiky profiles, so the fact that there are challenges individuals are going to have, but actually, if you're an organisation, you want to harness the strengths that your employees have. So the biggest piece of learning from that is, get the balance right. If you're going to send something out to an organisation, make sure the narrative around it balances both the strengths and the challenges. Otherwise, it just lands as here's a whole heap of stuff that somebody can't do, and there's some tools that potentially might support them. Don't be afraid to get it wrong. Nobody has got all of the answers around neurodiversity in work at the moment.
But you talked to it earlier too, that balance of talking about strengths and positives. There's a very nice document from one of the big music companies around neurodivergence, and they called where they recognised that they were supporting their artists in being different, but not their staff in the same way. And they created a booklet called Creative Differences, which was even in the title, a balance on talking to some of that strengths on creativity it's now quite some time ago, it's still lauded as quite a thing. Thank you for talking to that. And I think I met someone who ran the technology division of one of the very large Russell Group universities, and we were talking about neurodivergent hiring, and they said, well, we hire neurodivergents because, and they were completely blunt about it. They just said we couldn't afford this talent, otherwise we wouldn't get this level of great people if we didn't do it. And they all were, if we're talking about the blunt part, we're like, and because we are a place where those people can work and thrive and have we get to pay them less. We don't want to be in a place where we're selling our services for a discount because we can't work in all in environments that are closed off to us. But it was, what do you think when you hear that? I
actually genuinely have no words. Not okay. It's a simple response to that. It's actually Not less than, I think, is a phrase I heard recently. Different, difference. It's not about being. I have ADHD. I have had an incredibly successful career. It's about getting finding a role that really does harness my talents, and I've been lucky in that at EY. I did. I would never have stood for being paid less just because I had an ADHD title, and I think that's not a great narrative at all.
Yeah, to be fair, they were paying people less across the board in a very academic way.
Yeah.
But their feeling was that because they were neurodivergent friendly, they were getting people who were otherwise excluded from other workplaces. They were coming to them, and that then allowed them to get much better talent. But so it wasn't singled out, but it sort of was in terms of the entire. If we look at it at a more macro level.
Yeah.
Okay, we said we'd talk about this, and I need to. I know there are some questions too, so I need to interweave those. But we said we'd talk about emotional dysregulation, and like this is like it's a big deal because a lot of people find their entire career it stops at the point they have an emotional outburst at work, yeah. Would you talk to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've talked to it personally, actually. So I remember crying in the office. I must have been in my early 20s. And the director who I was crying at the time basically said to me, I let you get away with this last week, but this does not happen in my office, and I do not want to see tears from you ever again. And it was horrendous. I obviously didn't know I had ADHD at the time, and I do absolutely feel emotion in a different level to often those around me within the workplace. It meant I masked my emotion for a huge amount of time until I felt safe enough where I was allowed to actually react to that. Safe spaces are so important. It is about finding somebody you trust within an organization where you genuinely can just go and have that emotional outburst. I know I had it. I know at times my line manager probably got very frustrated with me when I would literally rant and just get frustrated and angry, and everything that needed to come out would come out. But it is about finding that safe person where you can have that conversation with no judgment, with no repercussions as a result of what you're saying. So I work with somebody who found transition really hard. And there were times where actually creating a safe space where that individual could cry and threaten to leave and all sorts of other things. But know at the end of that hour that unless she came back to me 2 days later and said, do you know what, actually I do want to leave, none of that was going to go anywhere other than have that safe space held for her. So yeah, it is really challenging to manage emotions in the workplace when you do react. People do genuinely think, oh, why are they reacting in that way? So yeah, so for me it's about finding that safe person where you can have that meltdown and know that you will be okay as a result of doing that. I can't always say I did it brilliantly. My face often tells people what I'm thinking. So it like in a meeting, if I don't agree, I think you probably read it on my face. So I do have to try quite hard to hide that.
Jess has sent in a question on Facebook. It's great to see you talking about strengths perspective. Do you have any positive examples you could share, please?
Yes, so we everything when I do an awareness session about neurodiversity, strengths are included as standard. So if you take ADHD as the example, the ability to connect dots, the ability to think creatively, these are the things that I highlight. I don't sit there and go, oh, by the way, they might be really bad at managing time. They might be not so great at organising themselves or prioritising. But it is to focus on the things that individual can bring to an organisation. Big picture thinking, understanding the broader context of something, connecting issues that other people might not have done, excellent problem solving. These are all skills that organisations want. So if we focus organisations' attention on the skills that organisations want through neurodiversity, then that is a much more positive conversation.
Yeah, thank you. It's we've had quite a few questions into the onto Global ADHD .com, and if you click on the schedule, you'll find you can click through to find where to put questions in. I do need to do the please donate, people. So as charities, this is hard. We do not have any surplus. We don't have any reserves. Every month is tough. We are here absolutely trying to make change. And as I said before, everyone's donating. All the speakers are donating their time. And we're very grateful for it. And, thank you, Tanya. Well, I'm going to give you a proper thank you in a second. But please donate, globaladhd.com, and donate. It covers the cost of the conference, and then any surplus goes to organising charities, ourselves, and ADHD Australia. Right, let's see on questions. So a number of people have talked about bullying. Like, it is a big deal. Do you have any comments on on managing that in a workplace outside of?
I've not had experience in the neurodiversity space of bullying. Obviously, my intention was to create something where that didn't exist. But I think there is.
I think that the centre of excellence is a bubble, right?
Yeah, it's a lack of awareness. It's an education issue. It is a how do you that is absolutely a re-education piece. So one of the things that EY did really well was when we started talking about neurodiversity, we started talking about it to as many people that would listen. Actually, our community did a fantastic job of going out and talking about what neurodiversity is, as I said, strengths focused, and re-educating. But we've got to remember that where we are with neurodiversity, we are still in the infancy. 3 years ago, I wasn't talking about this. This wasn't something that was on my radar. And here I am now talking to you about it in terms of the work that we've done. So this is still a relatively new concept that organisations are trying to get their heads around. I know it's existed forever. I get that. But they are actually now starting to pay attention. But the only way that they can pay attention is to understand it and raise that awareness. And as they start to get it and they're better educated, then hopefully the bullying will go down.
And have proper processes to deal with bullying. I think one of the themes that's coming out in both the questions in the schedule and on social media is, the processes don't come to.
But that's not a neurodiversity thing. That is an organisation should have those in process for bullying, full stop. But
we've had some questions around recruitment, and you have won awards. So can you talk to about why recruiting for neurodivergent people, how it's different? And maybe tell us a bit about your award.
Yeah, so we won 2 RAD awards, which are the Recruitment Advertising Agency, I believe, awards. I think that's what they stand for innovation and candidate experience. They're not a neurodiversity specific award, they are a general recruitment award, and it was amazing to get neurodiversity on the agenda and talked about those awards. The Why did we win them in the first place? So I had the amazing opportunity to sit down with my team and basically tear apart the recruitment process that they had been through. And I say this to anybody: if you have a community, the best people to tell you what is working and what is not working within an organisation is that community. So me and the team sat down and we literally went, right, what would be useful, what didn't work, and we rebuilt it. And it was very simple things that were put in place. It was everything from the way we communicated. So how do you receive the information? Is it by video? Is it by email? Is it by podcast or soundbite? Is it an infographic? If you think about it, recruitment, this is the biggest barrier to entry for those that are neurodivergent. It's also life-changing for people, some people, to have, for everybody, to have a job. So why do we not give people the information in a way that they can actually digest it? We built safety from the start. So from that very first second that you landed on an NCOE job description or website, you knew that adjustments were part and parcel of everything we were going to do, and you knew that what the process was going to look like. We were really clear. It's like, this bit is going to take 2 weeks, this bit is going to take a week, this is the expectation, here are the interview questions up front. We stuck to deadlines. So if we said we were going to do something, if I said I'm going to call you in 24 hours, I would call them in 24 hours. It's anxiety inducing if you don't stick to it. And then, yeah, absolutely really clear as to what was expected every single step of the way. So the recruitment process was laid out and it was very visible from day one. And information was passed to the candidate the whole way through the process in terms of the culture, the team they were joining, the people they were meeting, why it was important to us. And then when it came to the actual recruitment process, skills-based. I know we're talking about skills-based recruitment quite a lot at the moment, but genuinely skills-based. And when we were looking, we weren't thinking about well-rounded individuals. We genuinely were looking for, have you got the technology mindset we need in order to do this job? How are you engaging with us, whether that is verbally or written? So it wasn't a case of you have to be the most brilliant verbal communicator. If you're engaging with the process in the chat, that was enough. And how can you problem solve? Because if you think about technology roles, things are moving so incredibly fast. We need people that are going to be able to go, I know how to figure this out. I know how to approach something I don't know the answer to. So yeah, it was eye-opening. I started my corporate career in recruitment, and I've been a hiring manager for years, and it turned everything I knew about recruitment on its head. And I will never look at it in the same way again. And I think if this is the one thing that I rant about this continuously, it's the one thing I leave behind. It's about getting people to think differently about how they hire people into organisations.
Thank you. The clock's got ahead of us, so
oh goodness,
yeah, we're out of time. And I'm doing a good job. Like, very first, it's our third conference, everyone. First conference, 3,000 people registered from 54 countries. Second conference, 6,000 people registered from 94 countries. This year, more, and 104 countries. And I know that our number of people are higher. Like, it's quite something, because we continue to grow and grow and grow, and it's thanks to people like Tanya donating her time and sharing her knowledge and making it somewhere where you really properly learn something interesting and new and have your perspective changed by an award winner multiple award winner in recruitment, talking about neurodiverse recruitment. And it is, I think that phrase that we talk about as a charity, essential for some, good for everyone. Like, the idea of having it communicated in different ways that people can understand, having a clear program and meeting those expectations. So saying, if I'm going to contact them, then you do. Like, these are things that everyone benefits from.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not hard. It's not difficult.
Well, yeah, you'd say that. Yeah, well, some people seem to find it very difficult, like the calling and doing. You've been amazing. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed that, and I've learned a lot, and I imagine others have too. And certainly things that are very new. And your perspective is so good. And obviously now you have your own consultancy, Peg Squared, taking that experience of inclusivity for neurodivergent people and spreading the word into other corporations and supporting them in that, which is wonderful. It is very, very nice when you've got a career that both is incredible and does good at the same time as being an important, successful role. So kudos to you. We have to say goodbye.
Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, thank you. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you very much. Bye, Tanya. I thought she was amazing. And I think the number of people who've run actual neurodiversity, neurodivergent centres of excellence, places where entirely focused on people with neurodivergence and done that successfully. I don't know if there's anyone else on the list, but it's a very, very short list, and it's wonderful to have Tanya here and her insights. Obviously, second to none, and so thank you to her. We're running to time. This is because on the first conference, I thought it was sort of quirky ADHD that, it didn't really matter if we didn't run totally to time. And then I discovered what happens when you suddenly hit loads of recordings or have famous people expecting to turn up on time. You're like, and there's no way to catch up. You've ruined it all. So people are being very kind, and we've been doing a good job of staying to time. Daley Jones has spoken before. He is absolutely exceptional. He's done something. He is exceptional. And he's done something exceptional. So he has ADHD, and he's founded and runs London Met Police's ADHD Workplace Support Group. It's the largest workplace support group in the country, and it has 600 police officers in it, and it is now catalysing groups across into other Met Police. Only one Met Police, other police forces across the country, and I believe in total numbering around 1,000 individuals in them. Now, the other thing about being in the police is because of the failure in education, we see a lot of people, and we have a talk specifically talking to it about the pipeline from education into crime by author of a book of the same name, and it's just been published. We have massive problems of people falling out of education into crime. We know that 40% of people in youth offending institutions have ADHD. We have a number of saying that 25% of people in prisons have ADHD, although you're going to be hearing later from ADHD Liberty, a prisons-focused ADHD charity, that they think that number is much, much higher. So the other thing Daley and his Met Police colleagues do is meet a lot of ADHD people and try to promote that. So he's going to talk to that as well. He is waiting in the wings. So without further ado, I'm going to bring him in. Hello, Daley.
Hello, Emmy. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. Great to see you.
And you. Tanya was brilliant, wasn't she? Absolutely fantastic. I talk a lot about reasonable adjustments and stuff within the workplace. So hearing her speaking was absolutely amazing. And thank you for having us, and thank you for everything that ADHD UK does. I think your website and certainly the guide around diagnosis and right to choose is probably the most shared link that we give out, because it's very, very informative. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And obviously we are in the business of trying to make that a completely pointless page, because you shouldn't need to do it, right? You should have a good local ADHD service that you can go to reliably, not like here where I sit today, where I can't even join the waitlist, or in Oxfordshire where people, the GPs, because they don't have support for annual reviews, are about to cliff drop all their patients who have ADHD medication. As soon as you hit your annual point, you're going to be medication is going to be taken as an option, going to be removed from you. And obviously what we're telling people is, look at right to choose and move so that you're being supported, but it has to be outside of your area.
Absolutely.
Right to Choose was invented to erase the postcode lottery. It was to say you can see other parts of the NHS regardless of where you are. But thank you for talking to that. And actually, that does remind me. Someone put into the chat, and I did a good job of pinning it. So, question to Henry: would he be advocating for ADHD more publicly? I do not know how I could do it more publicly. Just saying, but like, I'm fine with change. Many people are really struggling. Done news into. I do not feel enough is being done. I can tell you, like, I do every single, regardless if it's like the tiniest blog to the biggest BBC news show. Like, we do them all, like, and every single thing we're invited to do, we do it on purpose because we want to make change. We also work with organisations, particularly news, to do research to prove a point where we're seeing an issue. We will go out and do research, and actually thank you to everyone who does that research, because we mostly do it online, particularly on Facebook. The research itself is done on our site, which is promoted on Facebook, because those become numbers which are then used to prove a point where we're talking about people struggling to get medication, we're talking about waitlist times in different areas, like when we're talking about being dropped off a cliff between CAMS and adult services, where we know that lots of children get dropped for 2 years. Like, it's not a story unless we can do two things, which is show some numbers that prove it's a bigger problem than just one person talking. And actually, talking one person talking, we also do need one person talking. They want to talk to a case study who hasn't talked to another news service before, often, or particularly not on that story. And so those people who aren't saying, yeah, I'm up for talking, it's a big deal, do it. And it really genuinely is. We'll find that some stories won't happen because they don't have a case for it. They don't have a case study. Often it's local. So just this week, we're doing one for the Surrey area, talking about issues around medication and CAMS. But so so honestly, we're doing everything we possibly can think of to do. If you see other things, let me know. Right. Daly, I thought I ruthlessly stole some of your time, of which I should be outrageously putting. Unfortunately, he's literally someone who could arrest me. So, like, I should really play nice. You've got slides.
Yeah, are they present? I think I've clicked the sharing link. And
there they are. I'm going to put you and I to one side. So I'm going to hand over to Daly. He is absolutely incredible. So not only has he found the Metropolitan Police, the largest, he both founded it and runs it. This is a big deal, so I'm really looking forward to hearing what he's got to say. Over to you.
Thank you, Henry. Hello, everybody. Happy ADHD Awareness Month. Good morning tomorrow, Australia. Hopefully some of you are joining us. As Henry said, I am DC Daly Jones, and I'm a detective in the Metropolitan Police. And when Henry, so I had no idea that we were the country's largest ADHD workforce group until me and Henry were talking about the presentation I was going to do. And I talked about the numbers we had, and Henry said it. And I think Henry probably attests to the fact I was quite shocked. It's
I attest to this fact. We're happy to be corrected in the chat too. So if you know of a bigger one, do. But I don't know one even close. And obviously we do talk to those groups. So,
if anyone pops up in the chat, I'll fight them because I want that title now. But anyway, just a little bit about me. First of all, I joined the police back in 2007, and that's me looking vaguely fresh-faced there with hair and dreams. It was a bit of a culture shock. I'm from a small town called Hemel Hempstead, which is, at the time, wasn't particularly diverse. So it was a real culture shock for me, meeting people from different cultures and the like. But it shaped the person I am now, and hopefully it's shaped the way that I treat people as well. I've actually spent the majority of my career working in safeguarding. So that's anything from sort of child abuse to domestic abuse and things like that. My job now is I currently review and audit public protection reports in the Met. And that, I'll come back to that later because that does give me a bit of an insight around some of the sort of challenges. Forgive me, I just realised this next bit's slightly on the wonk. ADHD. Outside of work, I love history. I did a degree in history at university. I probably like history a little bit too much. I'm in a Civil War reenactment group. That's me and my gear there. And yeah, I'm a big fan of collecting weird and wonderful football shirts with my brother. And it started because we didn't know what to buy each other, and it's sort of sparked a bit of a tradition. So much so the BBC actually wrote an article about it once. I think it was a very ADHD thing to do. Yeah, me and my brother are both diagnosed ADHD, and yeah, with the hereditary link in it, doesn't shock me at all. I'm immensely proud of him and his journey through neurodivergence. My own personal journey to getting diagnosed. I was seeking counselling way back in 2014 after the breakup of a relationship. And if anyone here watching has ever been to counselling at all, you think you're going to go in and talk about one subject. And what actually happens is you talk about everything. And it was as I was there, sat there talking about everything, and certainly some of the sort of challenges I have around my emotional dysregulation, organisational skills, challenges at school, university, and in work. But the counsellor turned around to me and said, "Has anyone ever told you you've probably got ADHD?" It was a real light bulb moment. It meant a lot to me. But because I've got ADHD, I procrastinated and didn't do anything with that information. I actually left policing back in 2017. I had a job opportunity to go and do something else, and it went quite badly wrong. And one of the theories I have about ADHD, obviously it being present, it's hereditary, it's always there, is that often the traits of the condition and some of maybe the more challenging traits of the condition can be quite well managed if you're in a sort of stable role. But when I left policing and the sort of structure and the sort of knowledge I had of doing that into something different, I really, really struggled. It's also fair to say that employer wasn't particularly inclusive. I'll say no more. I was eventually got around to getting diagnosed via the Right to Choose scheme, and I probably went on Henry's website on ADHD UK to get it. We've combined ADHD at the age of 36. I'm 40 now. I know it's incredibly hard to believe with my Hollywood good looks. It made a lot of sense to me, my ADHD diagnosis. Obviously, I'd already been told. But what I found is I kept meeting people who are really creative, really good at doing things with their hands, really, really good at sort of artists and drawers. And I've got none of those things at all. These things are effectively useless. So it was a great relief to be diagnosed with dyspraxia a year later. It makes complete sense to me. As a police officer, I have to do officer safety training every year. I'm more a desk jockey these days. Desk jockey, not disc jockey. I want to make that quite clear. My initials are DJ. Anyway, ADHD. If an officer safety trainer is trying to demonstrate like a handcuff technique or some sort of restraint technique in front of me, I cannot mirror what they are doing. So I have to go and stand behind them. If they don't know what I'm doing, or if I've not explained it, that gets very, very confusing for them. Long time before I got anywhere near an ADHD diagnosis, I was medicated for anxiety. I still take anxiety medication now. I talk about that because I think it's, it does not something that bothers me particularly, and I see it as my job to try and break down stigmas around mental health. Henry's mentioned ADHD Liberty, and I know Sarah's going to be coming to talk about their work. I'm a trustee of their charity, and I take medication for my ADHD as well. I take Elvance, so had the same fun as a lot of people did around the sort of recent shortages. I know they've not been resolved. I know for our membership that caused an incredible amount of stress, and yeah, it was not been a fun time. So what happened, and this is sort of explaining how we came to sort of set up an ADHD support group, is after I was diagnosed, I went and spoke to my sergeant, my detective sergeant, about it, a lovely lady called Sarah. I can't speak highly enough of Sarah. She's just a wonderful, kind, compassionate human being. The challenge was, though, that she had no knowledge about neurodiversity at all. And there wasn't a lot of information as to sort of where I could get support within work. Now, one of the first conversations I had was with occupational health. And they said to me, and we had a conversation, and they turned around and said, "What reasonable adjustments would you like?" Now, I won't tell you what my exact response was because it involves a swear word that begins with F. But it was along the lines of, "You tell me. I haven't got a clue. I'm 36 years old. I've lived my life this way. And yeah, I'm just sort of been muddling on through. Could you tell me what reasonable adjustments that exist?" No one had a list of sort of things that were available. So yeah, I was absolutely clueless. I was directed to the Met's Autism Support Group. Now they are wonderful. They've been around a little bit longer than we have. Brilliant people, and to this day they do incredible advocacy work for the autistic membership and the autistic community. But I sat in their sort of meetings and talking to people, and it didn't resonate with me. Autism, of course, there's lots of overlap in the neurodivergent conditions. We know that they don't fit into neat little boxes, but what was being talked about and the sort of adjustments and this sort of thing did not make any sense to me. So I left a little bit sort of disappointed. As I said before, I could not find any resources within our sort of intranet system or anything like that. But what I did quickly realize is I kept finding and speaking to other people that are in a very similar boat to me. So ADHD, obviously, spark of, intuition and impulsivity. We just sort of said, well, we'll make our own support group. And back in February 2022, me and my colleague Alex, who deserves a lot of credit because he is the creative one, I am the doer, we created the ADHD Alliance. And very, very quickly what we realized was that there wasn't really anything like us. So these very crude pictures here are from our very first meetings that we had. And I've actually got a little bit of a funny story around this first one. So we hosted a coffee morning there. You see on the right of your screen, Scotland Yard. Pretty cool place to host a coffee morning to try and actually sort of, get some people along, join our group. And I was so focused on this going well and being good that I used to always take my medication in the morning before leaving for work. So got ready, had my coffee and stuff, got in the car and was just pulling off the driveway where I thought to myself, you've not taken your medication. Ran back inside, took my medication, drove off. Coffee morning went really, really well. Did a little presentation. It's fair to say I felt brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Probably a bit too brilliant. Got to about lunchtime and I started to not feel so good. Couldn't really work it out. Thought I might have eaten something a bit dodgy. Resulted in me starting to get quite cold and shivery. I decided to leave work slightly early. And by the time I got home, I could sort of barely walk. It then dawned on me I had taken my medication and I'd gone jumped from 60 milligrams of my medication to 120 milligrams of my medication. When I eventually got around to speaking to my doctor said to me, if you told us this at the time, we would have probably sent you to hospital. I was fine, other than some very achy kidneys, but it did lead to a purchase of one of these. It's not going to happen again because I've got my little windows and I can see. If in doubt, don't take your medication daily. So we started to recruit. And what we found was sort of the following, really. We found that a lot of people come to our group had quite poor mental health. And the reason I mentioned my anxiety medication and the fact I have anxiety earlier on is because we found an incredibly large amount of people that were coming to our group had previously been diagnosed with depression or anxiety. There was incredible fear of stigma around telling anyone at work about their ADHD. I think this is a societal issue. It's nothing really to do with policing. I think there's still a lot of misunderstanding. Henry was talking earlier on about the media work he does, and I can attest to the fact that Henry does a lot. But the problem is you will get one negative story about something like ADHD or one misconception by a celebrity, and it will unfortunately travel considerably further than people like Henry or some of the other experts out there. And that's the battle we're facing on a daily basis. ADHD is a fad. You can catch ADHD by taking too much sugar. These are all things I'm sure you guys here have all heard before. And also, it was certainly fair to say, it was prevalent in my early years in policing that it was often seen as an excuse for bad behaviour. I think that's still very much the case now in certain parts of society. I wish I knew now what I knew. I wish I knew then what I knew now. But there is still this massive fear of stigma. Now, part of that fear is driven by some genuine cases of misunderstanding. Officers who had come forward and said that they had ADHD or had been diagnosed were immediately stopped from driving. Now, what the DVLA legislation, DVLA is our driving standards authority over my friends in Australia there, says that you should only really stop driving if your ADHD medication affects you. There's also officers restricted from doing their normal duties, like things like carrying taser, but with no real substance behind that. It was because of a lack of understanding and people just making knee-jerk risk decisions. Now, I'd be the first to admit that if someone takes a brand new medication or starts a new treatment plan, there should be maybe a period, but not a blanket, just do it automatically. And that came from misunderstanding, I believe. No one knew how to get diagnosed, which is funny, actually, because when I spoke to my GP way back when and told him that I'd like a right to choose diagnosis, his exact words were, "What's that? I'll call you back, let me go and Google it," and came back and said, "Oh, actually, that's legitimate." So if that's a GP, you can imagine what it's like in policing, and the amount of people I still meet who are still on waiting lists for 3 to 5 years. And we go, hang on a minute, have you seen ADHD UK's website about page about right to choose? Oh my God, I can get diagnosed considerably quicker. What's a reasonable adjustment? I hear that from managers. We've heard that from managers and lots of people, staff and police officers. There seems to be a lack of understanding of what the Equalities Act is. And that's a concern, obviously, because the Equalities Act is what protects us from discrimination. And it very clearly says that, people with conditions like ADHD and the other neurodivergent conditions should be afforded reasonable adjustments, diagnosis or no diagnosis. The amount of times I've had to point that out to people in policing is quite scary. Another thing we've found as well is that a lot of people get pushed down a performance management pathway. People who have come forward and said, I have ADHD, I need to be diagnosed, and at no point were they actually afforded any reasonable adjustments at all. And they're pushed down this pathway. When what often happens is, in good scenarios, and funny enough, I had a conversation with a manager today about this, about a colleague that was having a struggle, is that when they realise that there are reasonable adjustments and things that can be done to just aid people in the workplace, we've had amazing success stories of that person's performance magically being transformed. And as sort of Tanya was saying, a lot of these adjustments are actually quite minor little things. This is also true of promotion and job interviews in policing, people not being aware of the adjustments that they could have. So I'll give you an example. In policing, to get promoted, you need to do certainly as a sergeant inspector, a multiple choice law exam. It's awful. It's genuinely awful, especially for someone who's an overthinker. The only way I was able to pass that exam was by having a break in the middle of it. Literally did half the exam online. It went away. I went, had an hour's break, got my focus back, and was able to then continue. And that's the only reason I passed the exam. Again, there's so many people who are unaware of these adjustments. And also often what we find is people who are not afforded adjustments because they cannot prove their diagnosis. I cannot think of any single other protected characteristic where you have to prove your protected characteristic other than disability and neurodivergence. Challenging work environments. It's fair to say a lot of the police estate was not built with neurodivergence in mind. Open plan offices, crowded spaces, terrible lighting, often something that people have to find as well. And another thing, and I will allude to this a bit more, is problematic language. Now, my team at work are currently doing a piece of work around victim blaming language that is used that puts an emphasis of blame on the victim. Well, I also see quite a lot of language around neurodiversity and disability in general, which is problematic at best, discriminatory at worst. And I'll talk a little bit about a survey we ran with our membership recently. The biggest discovery, though, and I'm a massive Freddie Mercury fan, so any opportunity to get him into a presentation, here we are, was that neurodivergent people in policing and indeed the wider emergency services are absolutely rife. They are legion. They are everywhere. I have an interview for a new role. What accommodations can I ask for? How do I get diagnosed? I think I have ADHD. I'm trying to support one of my staff members with ADHD. These are some of the inquiries we get on a daily basis. And we couldn't believe the amount of people that we were coming across who are neurodivergent within our job. I'll move on to that a little bit more in a minute. I always like to use this slide around some of the things that a lot of people don't know about ADHD, and this is certainly very true around the training that we've done and the awareness sessions that we've run. Now, obviously, you've got the 3 things there at the top of the iceberg, which most people know about. The one I always point out to people here in particular is, first of all, the self-esteem. For 36 years of my life, I genuinely believed I was stupid, lazy, and incapable of doing what other people were doing. At university, my housemate was doing the same course. A piece of coursework would come in. We'd both go and get all the books, and he would be able to sit there and just work on it. Whereas I would sit there and my brain would kick in and say, you've got 2 weeks to do this, Daly. Why do you need to do it now? 2 weeks go by, and there's me running down the road to the history department with my essay on a floppy disk. Shows how long ago it was, trying to get it in because I've done it so last minute. It has led to some pretty bad low self-esteem issues, and that is something I've seen with the people we supported as well. And the other one I'm going to point out, certainly the biggest lesson for me, was the emotional reactiveness of people with ADHD, and it's very true for me. I go from 0 to 60 at the drop of a hat. What's frustrating for people, I've got them ready for an argument, is I also go from 60 to 0 again just as quickly. Certainly understanding that, and then when we think about how that applies to people we might meet, is a massive lesson. Certainly in my personal relationships, understanding that side of things, and the rejective sensitive dysphoria as well. The fact that I read or hear something and I will perceive it critically. My good lady wife, who is the most patient human being on planet Earth, will say something innocuous like, the dishwasher didn't go on last night, and I hear, you didn't put the dishwasher on last night. In a professional sense, that has been an absolute nightmare for me, and learning about that has been an absolute game changer. And again, this sort of awareness sort of talk situation around this sort of thing has massive repercussions in policing. Oh, is this video going to play? It might play. This is a video I always like to show. Fingers crossed it will play. It's the best version, I think, of what I think ADHD looks like. I'm also conscious that it's got very dark in this room, so I'm just going to put a light on if this will play for us.
It started raining in the pool, and I immediately thought, what a beautiful example of ADHD. You give me a task, and the task is that leaf. All right, focus on the leaf, not the dots. Just the leaf. Just the leaf. Just the leaf. Why is it taking you so long to complete that task? Well, because there's dots all around my little task that are constantly pulling my attention, and I don't have any control over that. Can you just watch the leaf?
The reason I like this video is because it works both for the people we support within the workplace, but also the people who are out there we meet on a daily basis on the street who might have ADHD. So a workplace and scenario example here is that leaf is a case file that I have to work on. I have ADHD. The idea of doing paperwork is not my idea of a fun time. I have been asked to do it. So that's my leaf. I'm focusing on the leaf, but I'm sat in an open plan office. The phone is ringing. Emails are going off. My personal phone is there. Someone's playing a radio. The police radio is turned up. There's a TV on for some strange reason. They're the raindrops. I'm not concentrating on that leaf at all. Taking it out to the street. If it was me who's the witness of a car crash, I'm still on a busy high street and a police officer is trying to talk to me about what I've seen. Again, that police radio, if that's turned up, oh, that sounds like an interesting call. Cars passing, music blaring from a local bar. I'm not focused on what is going on. This is why reasonable adjustments come in. And reasonable adjustments for that person on the street might be turning the police radio down and speaking to the person in a slightly quieter place. And this is why when I tell you later on about mandatory training with policing, these little changes and how big a difference they make, it makes all of stranger that, you know, it's not always the case around training. Sorry, I was jumping ahead of myself slightly there. I always include a slide about ADHD in women and girls because one of the things we found running a group is the amount of women who've been completely missed down that sort of neurodivergent pathway, especially around ADHD. I think stereotypically, because it doesn't present as obviously as it does in men and boys. I'm told the ratio of diagnosis is 1 to 3. And, you know, without that external or hyperactivity, ADHD is often completely mistaken for hormones, anxiety and mood disorders and learning disabilities. One of the other very interesting things, and that we have had a lot of people come for support from us around this, is ADHD and the menopause. It's fair to say, there you go, changes in hormones during the menopause can exacerbate the traits of ADHD in women. It's so relevant that we actually have got a range of talks coming up for ADHD Awareness Month. We've already started, and one of them is literally going to be about ADHD and the menopause, from a lovely inspector from Derbyshire called Claire, because it's massive, and it's something people should know a lot more about. Now, why are there so many people in policing and emergency services work with ADHD? Well, here's a few little sort of examples of why, and the traits of ADHD. Thrill seeking. We are out there seeking dopamine, however it might be. I can't think of many other jobs better equipped to give you that thrill than emergency services work. Blatting around in police cars or ambulances, for me it was always the 24 hours and on the pace clock, you know, the amount of time I had to deal with someone in custody for a big case, that was what gave me my thrill. The ability to change roles. I know so many people with ADHD outside of policing who have had about 25 jobs. I've had 25 jobs within policing. It's very good for that. Structure as well. Special interests. I know that's obviously often more an autistic trait, but, you know, as I said, things don't fit into neat boxes, and policing is definitely a career where you can have special interests. And then I think you've got that compassion and that desire to help others very much comes from often the challenges that we faced ourselves. A strong sense of justice in there as well, ideally suited. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why you see so many neurodivergent people in emergency services work. Yeah, there you go. Love of the chase. I think Tanya mentioned it when she earlier on. We're trying to get away from the challenges and the negatives. I did briefly mention some earlier on, but these are some of the strengths, I think. You know, the ability to see the world differently, the ability to make quick decisions, hypervigilance, problem solving. Certainly one with true for me, an endless, boundless amount of enthusiasm, relating to the people we meet, because we do meet a lot of neurodivergent people. And it's fair to say, if we support people with ADHD, they can be incredible assets to the team. And this is something I'm trying to get the people who I work for to fully understand and embrace, because we should be actively seeking out neurodivergent people. So any idea of how many neurodivergent people and people with ADHD there are in policing? Unfortunately not, no, because we don't record that information. It's often recorded in recruiting, but then it's discarded. And in performance management and employment tribunals, it just gets put under disability. And I think we're missing a bit of a trick here, because I can't sit here and tell you how many neurodivergent people there are in policing. I genuinely believe it's considerably higher than what the average would be in the general public, but I can only say that anecdotally. Henry's talked about the amount of members we have, and it certainly has been quite meteoric as a rise. I meet a lot of neurodivergent people on a daily basis, and I say a lot of them are undiagnosed and a lot of them are unwilling to come forward. I genuinely believe there is incredibly large amounts of neurodivergent and ADHD people in policing. I did mention that I would be talking a little bit about the people that we meet. So the statistic that's often quoted is that currently in prison in UK, 25% of the people in prison have ADHD. However, as Sarah will obviously point out later on, and much to my belief, that figure is probably a low estimate. But even if we were to say that that was the figure, 1 in 4, that's huge. Most people I've spoken to would put it at 60% and higher. But there's evidence here that suggests that ADHD is linked to an early increase in early age criminality. I know Neil Alexander Pass, and we'll talk about that when he's talking about his book. Certainly an increased likelihood of reoffending, an increased link to aggressive incidents. I talked about that emotional dysregulation earlier on, you know, up to 8 times more prevalent. And then this is an obvious one. I talked about anxiety and depression earlier on, a significant association with suicide and self-harm. that's the sort of offender side. I said earlier on that my job and the work I do is mostly around safeguarding and auditing. And recently we've been doing an audit around child exploitation cases. I cannot begin to tell you the amount of children who I have seen in reports who are being exploited in London who are ADHD and neurodivergent. We're people pleasers. We like to please. We love the thrill. We love, thrill seeking. Yeah, I think there's a multitude of reasons. And here's some quotes from a study that was recently published, published in February by the Centre for Social Justice, and it's called Criminal Exploitation, Modern Slavery by Another Name. And it's very much pointing out that things like learning disabilities and neurodiversity are a big factor. Yeah, there you go. Young people with some form of neurodiversity can find it harder to navigate relationships, understanding social cues and communication, recognizing worrying behavior by others, and identifying risk. And certainly that identifying risk point is something I see, this complete willingness to ignore obvious risks. And that is what can get young people into an incredibly large amount of trouble. Yeah, so I've talked a little bit about this already, but why do people with ADHD get into trouble? Well, thrill seeking. Now, there's plenty of nice legal ways where you can go out and seek dopamine and a thrill. Unfortunately, there's lots of nice criminal ways as well. A need for structure. Now, it doesn't surprise me that there's this notion of the school to prison pipeline. I think a lot of people with ADHD will massively struggle when they leave the structure and discipline of a school system. And the rates of people who have been excluded from school getting into trouble with the law is quite incredible. Yeah, that need for structure. A strong sense of justice. Well, I mentioned that one earlier on, didn't I? Actually, I mentioned all of these ones earlier on. What an interesting juxtaposition. What I mean with this, though, is that if I don't get the justice in the way that I see it, and I feel I've been wronged, I will seek my own form of justice. Again, that will get people into trouble. Poor impulse control. Yep, that ability to sort of say no, or that ability to want that thing and take it. Dysregulated emotions. People pleasing. And special interests. And I think this is particularly true around autism and stuff that's online. I was doing a talk for my dear colleagues at Counterterrorism Wales, and the person speaking after me was talking, who is a professor that works with offenders, was talking about how there are so many people with autism that are falling down this path of special interests around right-wing related material. It's not that they have any political views in it, but they just find themselves, getting sucked into it. And the more information they find, algorithms and things like Facebook and Twitter and that sort of thing, it can really sort of grab hold of them and lead them down bad paths. I always think it's worth pointing out at this point that I'm definitely not saying that ADHD is going to get you into trouble. However, the way I like to think about it is it's the socio-economic lottery. Now, I am sat here before you, a detective constable in the Metropolitan Police. I grew up pretty much afforded all of the luxuries of a secure family home, constant education. And even though I had my struggles, I had a stable time. For people from less affluent backgrounds who have a far more dysregulated and disrupted childhood and upbringing, for children in care, it's the traits of ADHD that if you had all those other factors in, that can lead people down the wrong path. And I think the statistical information proves that. But I always get someone saying, are you saying that everyone with ADHD is a criminal? Absolutely not. But that's just to the point I am trying to make there. So what can we do to support those in custody? Well, a little bit of a sort of prompt here. I was lucky enough to have co-authored a guide with some wonderful people from a group called Neurodiversity. They are a group of people who are really interested in the legal sector and making the legal sector more friendly for neurodivergent people. Now, when I talk about a lack of training around ADHD and neurodiversity within policing, unfortunately, that's also true for the rest of the criminal justice system, probation and the courts. And sometimes a lot of people's needs aren't met. And the reason this guide came into being is that we kept hearing stories of people with ADHD who'd been come into custody and they weren't having their needs met. And this booklet is literally designed to be a resource available in custody for someone with ADHD, diagnosed or undiagnosed, to pick it up, have a bit more of a better understanding of ADHD, but also understand what their legal rights are. And that's particularly important when it comes to reasonable adjustments and appropriate adults. Now, remember earlier on I was talking about my sergeant's exam and how having a break made all the difference. You think of your classic police interview scenario with intense questioning, often very difficult subjects, the fact that there's going to be a lot of anxiety, going on because of the crime in question. I'd certainly want to have a break every now and again. Little things like that can make a world of difference. Also, how we put information across to people, potentially being able to break it down into slightly more manageable chunks, that kind of thing. Yeah, this is the sort of thing that policing should know about. But also people should know to be able to potentially advocate for themselves. Because if these things aren't afforded the person with ADHD and they were asked for, well, potentially you've got a miscarriage of justice on your hands there. And that is what we want to avoid, because believe it or not, what I want is a fair and equitable criminal justice system that benefits everybody. Just a bit of a big up to Sarah. She's going to be talking later on. I just urge you to stay around. She is the founder of ADHD Liberty. ADHD Liberty have been doing a lot of work in trying to get screening into police stations. When I first met Sarah, she pointed out the amount of people in prison with ADHD, and I sort of said, yeah, but what we kind of need to do is capture these people, certainly the undiagnosed, prior to them getting to prison. So that's why ADHD Liberty has worked on ADHD screening pilots. There has been a very successful one within the City of London. The figures of people likely to have ADHD from that pilot are around the 63% mark. The 2 probation screening pilots have also been taking place recently, and that's hitting a rate of about 85%. So again, that 25% figure starts to get a bit more distant now, doesn't it? So this is the problem, and I'm using my favorite Star Wars meme here. I do a lot of training around neurodiversity within policing, but it's not mandatory. And that terrifies me, because I've already told you that there's a lot of people that work for the police who are neurodivergent, and a lot of people that we're coming into contact with who are neurodivergent. And this causes a tremendous amount of problems, both internally and externally. If I could sit down with the commissioner right now of the Met, I'd say the one thing that we need is mandatory awareness around neurodiversity, because it will be a benefit to our staff and it'll be a benefit to the people we meet. So one of the biggest achievements of the ADHD Alliance has been trying to fill that knowledge gap. We've probably done over hundreds of hours now of neurodiversity awareness training sessions around the Met. I could not begin to tell you. You name a command, you name a type of police within the Met, we have probably delivered to them. But beyond that, we've also delivered to people outside of policing. I had the pleasure to present at the Disability in Policing Conference both last year and this year. Heathrow's Disability Network, again, how we treat people. National Appropriate Adult Network, important for them because they are often the people that we need to be protecting these people in custody. Home Office Police Powers Unit, the PCS Union, Royal College of Paramedics, and Bounce Back, who are brilliant charity who do a lot of youth diversion work around, in the Met and Met custodies. They're meeting young people and trying to put things in place to divert them away from criminality. I mentioned earlier on, didn't I, problematic language around neurodiversity. So we decided to run a study for my support group. It's only been running since August. And unfortunately, these examples are real anonymous examples that people have given around problematic language that they hear around neurodiversity. Now, this is one I've read on 1,000 different police reports. Suffers from. Who are we to say that that person suffers from their condition? We could just say they have ADHD. We could just say they are autistic. Yep, that was a viral quote from a supervisor. This one, I'm sure people watching have all heard. We're all a little bit ADHD. We're all a little bit autistic. I think people are trying to be empathetic, but doing a terrible job of it because it diminishes the experience that we have. You don't look neurodiverse. supervisor used the term apparent diagnosis. And again, this goes back to that stigma, doesn't it, about ADHD not existing. This is probably the worst one. Stop throwing a tantrum when the person was having an autistic meltdown. And again, this is why this training is so important. Now, this isn't me dissing policing, because I think a lot of these stigmas and these things are exist in society. So one of the biggest achievements that the ADHD Alliance has had, I mentioned earlier on the lack of guidance out there. This is a list of all of the different guidance documents that we have created that are accessible for other police officers. I won't go through them all now because I've just had a clock of the time, and I'm sure you've got some questions. I'm lucky enough to be able to represent the ADHD Alliance in a few national forums. I'm a proud committee member of the National Disabled Police Association. With the Disabled Police Association is one of the only associations that's recognised by the National Police Chiefs Council. I also get to sit on a Neurodiversity working group with the NPCC, and I sit on the Met's Neurodiversity steering group as well to try and get some of these changes put in place. We've engaged with learning and development to try and include some of these lessons within leadership programs. We recently managed to get a pilot of trainee ADHD coaches to come and speak to some of our members for free, give their time for free. And me and my group have attended hundreds of different welfare events across the Met and nationally, just sort of spreading that message about ADHD awareness. We have an online support group accessible for people within the policing. That's every other Thursday. It is quite possibly the most beautiful space I've ever existed in. Just people helping people, and the amount I've learned from my peers in particular is more than I've ever learned from any document or any lecture, because the lived experience of our membership has been absolutely everything. We're running some talks for ADHD Awareness Month, and I'm actually quite lucky that the Met have actually decided to promote them on the national site. On the right, there's a blog I wrote about ADHD and why it's important we know more in policing, and also, they posted our blog, and I'll link to the speakers that we've got. And I'm going to be a bit quicker. We've got a absolute myriad of speakers from internally and externally. If anyone's interested, unfortunately, is only available and open to police officers or people who work for the police. I'll leave some details at the end if anyone wants to get in contact about that. And as Henry sort of said, from very small beginnings, we now have over 650 members in the Met, and we have over 1,000 members nationwide. And our goal down the long run is to continue to recruit national ambassadors to come and sort of set up their own satellite networks and continue to grow. We also have got a national site and hoping to get that working properly so we can actually share some of our guides and documents. It's also worth pointing out that we've never had access to any funding, not a single penny. The roller banner behind my colleague's head there that says ADHD Alliance on it, we had to buy ourselves. So yeah, it's quite remarkable that we managed to do what we've done. Just want to talk about a few inspirations here as well. This guy is called Detective Superintendent Dion Brown. He's in the Metropolitan Police. He co-authored the guide that you see there on stop and search around autism. Now that guide is available to anyone, and it is, even though it's based on autism, and I think sometimes there is a bit of an autistic bias around guidance and awareness, a lot of what is in it is very relevant to people with ADHD. He's also set up an autism alert card scheme. Again, that's something I would personally like to see expanded to other people, people with ADHD. And he is also behind an ADHD screening pilot in the Met, which is also sort of taken off. So he's a bit of an inspiration to me. This guy is David Breakspear. Again, I recommend you follow some of these people online. David basically has had a life coming in inside and out of prison. He is one of these people that is a testament to how you can turn your life around when you've got a diagnosis and you understand your neurodivergence. He now works for the charity Revolving Doors and is heavily involved in prison reform. And after being failed by the education system, he's going to soon be doing a master's degree at Buckinghamshire New University. Revolving Doors are a charity that support people leaving prison. And finally, Carl did work in the Met with me, and is now working for a company called Crease Puddle. It's fair to say that Carl was one of the people that had pushed the ADHD Alliance forward. We've done a lot of presentations together. He raises a lot of money for charity. I think he's just come down from Mount Kilimanjaro. But yeah, he's a wonderful human being. I'm very lucky to have met him as a neurodiverse advocate. And Caroline, who runs this company, Crease Puddle, who do a lot of training around neurodiversity. She was formerly a police officer herself and set up Crease Puddle, and we're lucky that they actually came and did some training for the Met. It wasn't mandatory training though, and yeah, as great as it was, and it was great training, we need it to be mandatory. So that's something me and the Met steering group are looking at. And I just want to take an opportunity to celebrate all of the volunteers that work with me and our group. I hope some of them are watching here today, because no one gets much time to do this work. I have a full-time job as well as running this group, and that's also the case of a lot of our ambassadors and volunteers. And it's fair to say a lot of the charitable sector and support groups for any industry are volunteers. So my opportunity to say thank you for the work you do, because none of these things would ever happen without you. Just a very quick idle boast. As I said earlier on, I talked at the Disability in Policing Conference. Well, the 2024 edition was Monday and Tuesday this week, and I was very lucky to have been awarded the Disability Advocate of the Year in Policing. So, no idle boast there. It was nice to get recognition. The person presenting me with the award there is Caroline on the left, but the girl on the right of the picture there is called Tilly Lockie, who is called the Bionic Girl. She has robotic arms, so she's the coolest person I've ever met in my entire life. And I believe that slide on the screen, because, well, I can circulate that information later on, because I've realised the time has very quickly sped up. But if anyone would like to, policing would like to get in contact with us, there's our policing email address there to come along to, join in. And if anyone would like to contact me personally, that is my email address there. And I'm now going to stop talking and wonder if anyone has any questions at all.
You have so many questions. That was amazing. Congrats on the award.
Oh,
I didn't know about this. Like, absolutely.
It was. I think it was. It was literally Monday night. Yeah. So very recent.
Yeah, spectacular. Yeah, big congrats. Right, you've got a lot of questions, so this is going to be quick fire round because we don't have much time. We've got a wonderful Dr. Samantha Hugh queued up, ready to roll. So yeah, we are running to time. I learned the lesson from prior conference. We have to be very firm on this ADHD rabble that turn up and have terrible time management, run by my rabble, who also has terrible time management. So,
cats herding cats.
Right, yeah, we are doing this quick fire. Right, from Claire, it's on globaladhd.com. She's put in these questions. Our NHS Trust as Neurodiversity Support Group, we're struggling to get the basic information across regarding reasonable adjustments and access work process. Do you have any advice for us?
Reasonable adjustments and access to work process. Yeah, I do actually, because we wrote a guide for police officers explaining what the access to work program and process is, which I'm happy to share and be more than willing to share, Claire. I'm sure we can get my email address out to you. I don't know quite how we do that,
yeah,
but yes.
If you didn't get it, or email hello@adhduk.co.uk and we will forward it to you. I presume you're giving us the okay for that. This is not one to you, but Elaine, these sessions are fantastic. I can't stay awake for 24 hours. Don't worry, we don't expect you to. The recordings stay stay on. We'll put them up on YouTube as we have for 2023 and 2022, where they will live ad infinitum. How do they contact other groups? Someone wants to know, like, how do you have a contact for the police ADHD or neurodiversity group in York? How do we get there? Like, how does someone go about contacting that kind of group?
Well, see, a lot of the groups will be internal working groups. So if you work within the policing, I'd be able to give find out someone who works within there, because we have representation in every single force. In terms of people externally, I don't think it's quite that simple, obviously, because these are we're mostly talking about internal groups. But yeah, again, I'm sure I could put you into contact with someone in Yorkshire if anyone's, not a problem.
Okay, so, well, that's very kind to do the direct contact. Otherwise, I think the point is these are internal groups, and you then need to talk to. I was going to say HR. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so I mean, we have got to be careful with the information we give out, obviously, but these are internal groups.
But essentially, you need to go to the management structure within the police and go ask. And if you're internal, that would be much easier. And for external, then different. This is a good question. They're all good questions. I don't want you to think that we value some questions less than others. Just saying, although we value this one a bit more. With the benefit of hindsight, what would your top 3 tips for setting up an ADHD workplace group? Someone read the title. Good job.
Excellent. Because I've got ADHD, we just did. There was no time to sit down and actually have a plan. People started to, so what kind of happened, we were meant to be just a Met group, and then what we found is that there wasn't anything that existed like us nationwide. So people said, can we come along, can we join in? And we just said yes, which is great. And I don't regret it in a way, because we wouldn't have expanded as quickly as we did, but have a plan, get help. Early doors, it was just me and Alex, and even now we don't have enough help, but definitely get help. And if you can find a senior sponsor, someone who is sympathetic to your needs and the wants of your tribe, your support group, that means everything. Because unfortunately, in a ranking organisation like the police, it still is the case that I am at the bottom tier of the ladder, and sometimes people feel they don't have to listen to me. So that was 3 tips, wasn't it, Henry? I think I just about managed that one.
No, honestly, was not counting. I was reading new questions. I thought that was quite interesting, though, what you jumped to, which I think is an example of your situation, is that you were like, jump to, how do we set this up? You need an advocate. This is what it was, the sort of the real fundamentals. And I do think that sort of internal advocate to help you do it, someone in a leadership position, ideally, can make a huge difference in terms of helping.
I think it's also role models
have impact.
Yeah, I think it's also role models as well, Henry, because I talked about that stigma and fear about ADHD neurodiverse conditions, and I'm lucky that I have met a few now senior officers who are willing to talk about their ADHD. But that means everything. That means the world. Look, I was recently at a talk, and I think Chief Superintendent Sarah Johnson, I think she leads the race action plan nationally, and she was doing a presentation about something else, and she started talking about her ADHD and how it benefits her at work. And I'm sitting there going, wow, a senior officer is talking not just about neurodiversity, but talking about the benefits of her neurodiversity. And that again, that meant everything to me. And yeah, just more of that, please.
It's a big deal, people coming out and talking about it. And obviously when celebrities come out, you normally just get this constant of, they're just jumping on the bandwagon. It's just like, and you're like, it's a big deal. Like, there's no benefit from coming out. Like, if you think people give us like nice presents, that's not how it works. Like, we do not. Right, we had a few on the chat. Whenever you're still on fast rounds, we've got just a few minutes. What are your thoughts on the police and neurodiversity, in particular professional standards? The struggles of ADHD in policing, from my personal perception, do not work. Like, I lost my job with GMP due to an emotional dysregulation incident a few years ago.
That's a fantastic question, and I wasn't obviously able to cover everything within my presentation, but we have engaged with professional standard units, certainly the Met's one, about the fact that you need to have neurodiversity awareness training, because if you don't understand that things like undiagnosed ADHD can potentially get people into trouble, then you're not taking that into mitigation. So excellent question. It's something we have raised, and I've raised at a national level as well.
Okay, on screen, Claire Preston Davis, I agree with mandatory training. If you don't understand ADHD, we don't understand our public. Also, hi.
Yes, Claire is the one who's going to be doing the talk about ADHD the menopause for my group, and she's wonderful. And another example of a fantastic police officer with ADHD. So hi, Claire.
ADHD Voice UK have been putting in a lot of good comments, and if they want to get in touch, do go through hello@. mentioning another quick thing. Hello at ADHDuk.co.uk. Question for Daly: how do you feel about ADHD and ASD being put on an individual's PNC reports as a warning signal?
Right, there's a difference here. On PNC, so if anyone doesn't know, PNC is the Police National Computer. It's the national database.
Great, I did not know, so that's good.
Yeah, it's a national database. So yeah, but very quickly, there's two different markers, sort of markers you can have. You can have a warning signal, which is things like weapons, or we often see neurodivergent conditions stuck on there as ailments. I think that's problematic. Having on there as an information marker, however, I think that is good, because you want to be able to, I'd like to know that someone's potentially got ADHD or autism. Now, I don't think it's because I would know that I might have to have some consideration for reasonable adjustments, but that's nothing if you don't have the training to back it up.
Okay, last question, and then we do sadly have to say goodbye. I've managed to get rid of the question by mistake. Someone was saying, talking about the problems in school, like how do you suggest we protect young people in school?
Well, very, very quickly, I've talked about mandatory neurodiversity awareness training in police. It's not mandatory for all teachers. So I think that's a good starting point. Understanding that people learn differently, and, trying our best to not kick people out of mainstream schooling, or giving them the specialist help they need to keep them within education and give them the best chance and start at life. I hope that's a good answer.
That's great. Thank you. That was amazing. Dave, congrats on your award. Very well deserved. It is a testament to
Thank you very much.
Years of work and doing something extremely important and special. We've got to move on, sadly, so I need to say goodbye to you. But thank you so much for being a part of this, for sharing your knowledge and what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. All the best. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, Daly. Thank you very much indeed. It's obviously it's two award winners in a row. For this one, Daly obviously just won it this week. It's a testament to years of work. It's done extraordinary things, and talking to both the police force and people encountering the criminal justice system, it's really, really, really impressive. We are streaming, and I don't know if it just dropped or it's still there, but we're streaming on multiple social media platforms. Two of them will only last to stream for 4 hours. So that's Facebook and Instagram. So if that stream hasn't dropped now, I'm about to drop it. And it will come back again. So you might just need to refresh the page to bring the new stream up. X and YouTube allows essentially now infinite. So we'll just continue to watch. And obviously the main platform, which is on global-ADHD.com, just continues. And so if you want to watch there, also a great place. So I'm just going to do that. So I'm going to show the ident, and then we're going to bring in Dr. Samantha Hugh. That's exciting. That's exciting, because we had a little bit of a flutter with our technology at the same time. Everything paused for a moment, which now we actually have a backup, so we have two computers running at the same time to allow us to try and make sure we don't have any massive problems. Okay, that should be Facebook and Instagram brought back. Hello. Right. So Dr. Samantha Hugh is amazing. So she runs diagnosed with ADHD at age 40, and founded ADHD Girls to find out what's happening as a collective, and being so many people being missed in the system. And I talked in our introduction, particularly around girls in schools. We see 21% only as the ratio of boys to girls. It's wildly beneath the number that there should be. And there's huge systemic problems around the pickup of girls in schools. There just are. If you talk to a lot of women being diagnosed later in life, missed in schools, it's just such a common story. Sam has a PhD in cancer research, masters and degrees in genetics, molecular biology, and biochemistry, and she is presenting on what lies beneath the ADHD traits, with a focus on emotional regulation, to enable ADHDs to better understand the root causes. It's a 30 minutes with 50 minutes for questions. Welcome, Dr. Samantha Hugh.
Hello, Henry. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Wonderful, thank you. I can hear you loud and clear. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you very much for doing this and sharing your knowledge. Thank you for all your work you're doing in ADHD Girls. It's a big deal, and it's absolutely wonderful. And I'm very excited about what you're going to talk about. And I need to just hand straight over to you. So I'm bringing your slides now, and say goodbye.
Thanks so much, Henry. And I totally get it. You've been on since 1 o'clock. You probably don't want to talk very much anymore. So, and
I don't want you to think I'm leaving. Like, I'm just interested. Look, I'm here for the long haul. I've got 26 hours. We're still in the first flush of youth of this.
All right. Okay.
Wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to continue this conversation. So thanks, everyone. And so, yeah, I'm going to share my slides now. Can everyone see it? And you give me like a thumbs up or something, in the chat, because technology always gets me. I've been known to be on LinkedIn Live and the whole entire stream drops, and I find myself.
Okay, well, I'm in charge of the stream. You're okay. So it's all up. They can see your slides. Okay. Everything's working. Any problems, I will jump on and go, we've got a problem.
Thanks so much, Henry. Okay, sit back now. Thanks so much. So today I'm going to talk to you about what lies underneath our ADHD traits, and mainly focusing on emotional regulation, just because I find this is an aspect of our being that is so challenging for us, despite starting medication, learning all the tools in therapy, and just trying to show up as a better human being, a more regulated human being, and yet sometimes we still revert back to automatic patterns. So I looked into this and really try and understand what happened to us as a collective. So a little bit about me. I am a social entrepreneur. I founded a company called ADHD Girls when I was diagnosed at the age of 40 with ADHD, and has since self-identified as being autistic. Still don't fulfill the clinical threshold for diagnosis for autism. And I think, part of the reason is that I come from a cross-cultural background of having grown up in an Asian country and lived half of my life in the UK. So I'm a bit of a mystery to a lot of the healthcare professionals here, because they don't know where to look, but I know myself, and I self-validate about being an ADHD. My career started in cancer research, where I finished with a PhD and swiftly kind of fell out of love with academia, because of how difficult it was to stay consistent with my undiagnosed ADHD throughout, my career. And so after that, I explored across 16 different industries to figure out where in the world of work I belong. So today I do a lot of trainings in neurodiversity in the workplace. It's because I know what it's like to not belong, and also how a lot of society's work and education system isn't really fully accessible for our way of being and our way of thinking and learning and processing information. I'm also a mother of 2 neurodivergent children, who is a very interesting experiment in itself, because you get to see how neurodivergence start, and manifest in children, all the way throughout their childhood. So and also learn a lot as well in the process about how to, be a more present parent for them, in a way that perhaps I've never really received from my own parents. And so my journey since I was diagnosed has really been focused on to become well, rather than, to figure out where my purpose or, or etc. It was really to figure out how I can dismantle all the conditioning that I have acquired and then rebuild, to be an authentic person going forward in my journey. So, there's a little bit about my history. So I had a bit of an existential crisis that lasted a whole decade before I was diagnosed. And in that time, I scanned really for belonging, but I constantly felt like I was walking against, the stream of where everyone was going. And so that led to challenges with my mental health. And in that time, I also, explored across different careers in what turned out to be a squiggly career. And that which further led me to not fully believing in myself, despite knowing that there was a time, when I was so interested in science that there was a place for me. But then it was difficult when I came into the world of work to find that one thing, when I had so many interests in so many places. And so from not fitting in, when I got diagnosed with ADHD, I found other people like me, and I started talking to a lot of women with ADHD around the world, as well as experts that specialize in the field of ADHD, to see what our common experiences are. And I found that despite being united by a common condition called ADHD, the way we experience it, was also different across different cultures, race, class, communities, and geographical locations. And I do a lot of work on that. And I have created a campaign called Utopia, where I uncovered these hidden stories, that are experienced for ADHDers from diverse backgrounds. It's called Utopia. It's a podcast on iTunes. And so the work that I do now is very much about retelling our human stories and bridging the empathy gap between the neuro-labeled and neuro-not yet labeled. And I do this in the community, giving talks to public at large, as well as to companies. To date, I've spoken to over 80 companies on neurodiversity. And so today, I'm going to talk to you about ADHD and emotional regulation. So I'm going to start with taking you through what is ADHD. This is going to be quite a condensed session because full disclosure, I only prepared the slides today. It's a very typical last minute switch on. So I also want to touch on the diversity of our experiences. So what is really behind the heterogeneity, or the differences that you see in ADHD, because that when you meet one person with ADHD, there's this one person, and the way it manifests for everyone is so different across different contexts, and it's situationally variable. And what is the trigger behind emotional regulation? Because it always has a trigger with ADHD. And the traits, what you can see on the surface and what lies underneath that, and what is actually involved underneath that, in our internal world that causes this state of flux where it changes every moment and every day and every week or every few weeks within the month for women. And how we can maybe build some emotional resilience with in ADHD and the road forward. So let's get stuck in. So what is ADHD? Our understanding has evolved. Okay, it used to be known as an hyperactivity and impulsivity. It's basically how you would describe a naughty child in school. But then, women got diagnosed, adults got diagnosed, and now people everywhere around the world is wondering, what is our experience? Why don't we all present the same way? But then there are some very similar pillars that we all experience around executive functioning or emotional dysregulation, although whether or not you see it depends on the context you live in, whether it's the presence of more support in your system, where you live in a culture of interdependence, or that your context just works for you or not, and it is a lifelong experience that can look different across different ages and stages. So the diversity of our experiences is because it is a sum of nature versus nurture, where the genes you inherit from your parents together with whether your ADHD manifests as co-occurring conditions. Autism, I think the co-occurrence is up to 80 or 90%, for ADHD and autism. And ADHD can also co-occur with dyspraxia quite often, dyslexia, and other mental health challenges. Okay, so from the moment you were born, the genes you inherit, whether you're a girl or a boy, whether you live in a culture where your families were well supported and you had nurture from your parents, and if you're born a certain social class, and if you used education as a ticket to your social mobility, and if you encountered mental health challenges, and if you cross cultures, when you migrated across the world, and if you're also a parent to another child with special needs, and to other life stages in life, how ADHD manifests really looks different across different stages. And so because we have lived with a neurodivergence that I guess we have been missed, if you've been late diagnosed in life, that you have been missed, that has a cost, and that cost shows up as mental health challenges in our lives, and that is from our experiences and our life in motion, and a combination of how our body affects our mind and our feelings, to impact how we show up. So as our focus is on emotional regulation, I wanted to bring you back to what are the typical characteristics of ADHD. Over the last decade, researchers have been trying to redefine what ADHD means, and they have come up with 6 different characteristics, and the ones that we want to focus on today is emotional dysregulation, behavioral self-regulation, executive functioning, okay, because they are related. And emotional dysregulation always has a trigger with ADHD, whether this is something, someone, someplace, some sensory inputs or memories that trigger, the way we act, whether we go into fight or flight or freeze or fib or fawn. These are all the stress response, that is governed by our nervous system. And so the ADHD way of being is very much heavily strong from the position of the inputs that you get from your environment, where you're receiving cues from your environment, what you see, what you feel, what you hear, and what you taste, that is a stronger input in your system than your top-down signal, where you have your goal-directed thinking. So as a result, we kind of navigate the world through what we feel first before we know what to think about it. And so sometimes when a trigger, or a stimuli happens in your environment, where someone says something or a place reminds you of something that's happened, or a sensory cue, whether it's a smell or a song or something that reminds you of something, it kind of triggers back the memory, and it might give you an automatic response. And so some of the traits that you do see in our emotional lives on the very surface of it, because really behavior that you can see on the surface is a form of communication of what lies underneath. And so some of the common challenges around the emotional regulation bit of ADHD is that we might show up with anxiety, and sometimes when we're so happy and excited, we might look over the top. We might have trouble regulating that too. It's not just the strong negative emotions, it's also the positive emotions can be also overboard. We can be easily frustrated, might have anger outbursts, might look like crying, depression, and hard to soothe or calm down from that trigger. We may look inconsiderate, you know, when people think that we might not be thinking about what they're feeling because you're so wrapped up in your own thing. And also when we're in that place where we cannot think clearly and we're all like feeling and all red, you know, we might be focusing more on the negatives. And for women as well, you know, we may have different moods and emotional states at different times of the month. And for many who have been missed and perhaps, you know, have gone to healthcare professionals wondering what is going on, you know, they might get misdiagnosed with a mood disorder. And, you know, all these labels and the personality disorder, you know, that people get slapped with, if only we can look at what lies underneath and really see the challenges as what they are, rather than a label that, you know, stigmatizes and actually closes the door on someone to try and understand themselves, you know, because actually there are so many things that could, you know, potentially lead us to, you know, be dysregulated, and whether that is a state of being in chronic stress or overwhelmed because you might naturally have that low threshold to stress and it doesn't take you very much, you know, to flip, or maybe you have some stress in your relationship or perceived rejection, RSD, that can, you know, make you act out of proportion to what, you know, the stimuli actually is. Or maybe you have an unhealthy lifestyle that is causing you to show up with less energy than you need, you know, to tap into your brain, you know, to kind of to work on a conflict, you know, that is in front of you. And they might be an underlying learned helplessness, which is often used to characterize depression, where you feel powerless and helpless in the face of a traumatic event. Or PTSD, intrusive thoughts, you know, maybe the communication difference. And sometimes you can also process things at a different rate. So people who, you know, may trigger that emotional dysregulation. And as a result, you can't really tell them in the moment what you would be able to think, you know, if you had more time to calm down and think rationally. So there is also potentially a challenge, you know, with your biology, where some of us might have, rather than a low level of dopamine, we might have a high level of dopamine and norepinephrine because of the lifestyle that we lead, and also the ADHD medication that we take can sometimes not be the right one for us. You know, might give us more neurotransmitters that we need, you know, at certain times, you know, especially for women who, you know, estrogen itself is the master regulator of women's brain health. So estrogen can impact dopamine levels too. So when estrogen goes up, dopamine also goes up. And in the body of a woman who is going through a hormonal transition, whether this is in pregnancy, childbirth, or perimenopause, this can potentially, you know, cause some, you know, really large spikes in the highs and lows of hormones that you are unaware of. So when you take ADHD medication at this time, then your levels of neurotransmitters might shoot up or dive at different times. So a very big part of this journey, you know, moving forward with your diagnosis, is to understand if you can tune into yourself and understand what is going on with you. But often, so many of us are so busy with our lives. We're juggling so much, because that is the, you know, this is very on brand, isn't it? Being overwhelmed by demands with ADHD, that you feel like, you know, even when you're bored, you look for something to stimulate you. And then when you're stimulated, you get overstimulated, and the rest is history. So I love what Joseph talking about today when he started a session about creating that space between stimuli and response. And you can do that by learning all these tools, you know, to bring in a state of calm, you know, and I found that really helpful in my own journey as well. And so to sum it up, you know, the layers underneath what behaviors you see on the surface could be the conflict or increased demands in your life with very little support. Maybe you're burnout, or maybe you feel like you're being misunderstood, and that is naturally creating a stress response, you know, out of you. Maybe your social conditioning has created a certain default reaction to stress, because your ADHD might lead you more sensitive to stress, but it doesn't tell you how to react. And how do you react? Do you do a meltdown, or do you go into a shutdown? That can look like rage, where having an anger outburst, or you might be retreating and detaching. And so apart from that, also that's the emotional needs, that your sensory needs that are not being met. Maybe you're in an environment where there's too much sound or too much touch, and that's the case for parents of young children. Despite your best efforts, you couldn't help yourself when you get overstimulated by your young children, who also have challenges around neurodivergence, so there needs to be some sort of awareness of what you're going into, and sort of how to help yourself as a result. And also maybe our physical needs are not being met, because we may not be mindful of what we need to show up in our optimal state every day. Because especially now, I find with so many of us starting medication, we can kind of almost shift our energy towards more in the brain rather than in our body. And so we are more kind of focused on what we give mentally rather than what we need within, because your brain is very energy needy. It needs a lot of energy to power up. And when you've been sat there all day, focus on something, and you're not realizing that task in itself, takes so much out of you. And so when you don't have the energy, that can very easily lead to you feeling dysregulated, if you're encountering a trigger. And also the root of this all, really, because all trauma is relational, and it starts from a place of attachment injury. So the way you show up may have a traumatic imprint. And then underlying that is our neurobiology, the way our brain, is structured, and our neurotransmitter balance that I talked about before. And it's very important for you to understand what your ADHD look like, because the medication that you take, it might work for some people, but it might not work for others. And I'll talk about this a bit more afterwards. And I wanted to give an example of one of the biggest challenges that we all face as ADHDers, is rejection sensitivity dysphoria, what this can look like, and the aftermath, what happens when it leaves a scene of devastation. So RSD could come from perceived social rejection or perceived psychological rejection, whether it's someone teasing you, or when you're being criticized, even when it's supposed to be constructive. So when you get feedback at work, no one likes feedback. And ADHDers feel this more because we're more sensitive to it. And also there might be already like a negative self-talk or inner critic that can add to that story, and leading to us to externalize. When you externalize RSD, it can look like rage, and you may withdraw socially, and that causes relationship problems, as you can imagine. Or it can be internalized, and when your RSD becomes internalized as negative self-talk, then people may struggle with major depression, suicide ideation, and negative self-talk. So it's really important that we know what we're dealing with, so we can reframe it in our heads. And so really just what is going on underneath this state when we are feeling dysregulated. On the very surface, yes, there might be conflict, there might be misunderstanding or burnout, or maybe there are really issues, that surface. Maybe inside you, there's so many parts that are at war. Okay, the parts psychiatrist, the psychologist who came up with that internal family system, Dick Schwartz, has called those parts, rather than, in psychiatry, some people like to call it the ego or the voice or the subpersonality. But really, these are parts within us. I think we all have them. I've not been in another person's body, but then I'm pretty sure that no one's one-dimensional. I'm pretty sure that we all have messages that we got from different parts of our lives, and I don't think we are unique in that. But that, we are expected to be one-dimensional when we appear in society and be this very reliable, predictable person that gives people what they need from us. And I think that was the challenge, because the way that we had to be to fit that mold, had caused a problem within us. And also inside us, these parts are at war, and they are also shifting and changing, depending on what environment we encounter. And maybe you have sensory overwhelm because anything that comes in through your sensory input is also linked to your emotions. And so because of that, then, what we thought as a problem that we had with somebody was actually just, a sensory overwhelm that we mistook as, an emotional trauma. But really, it is sensory overload. And stress can do that. Stress, chronic stress or acute stress. So if you're in prolonged burnout, then you're more susceptible to feeling emotionally dysregulated. Or if you're in acute stress, and sometimes when we have hormonal changes that are going on, that is also going to cause challenges with managing our states. And maybe there is a traumatic imprint, as I mentioned before. There is a relational injury that started a long time ago. But underneath all that, your ADHD is different from another person because of the genes that you inherit. And that then gets expressed as what your biology looks like, what the metabolites that are happening, that are being expressed inside you. Lucinda Miller talked about some of them. I think she does genetic profiling, but this can be done, with any providers. And your genetic profile will show you some of the usual suspects that underlie the ADHD experience. And it's really interesting because I've dove into a few variation of ADHD types, and I find that the ADHD experience is so different to the ADHD experience, because as an ADHDer, and you would know this if you are, when you have both autistic and ADHD traits, when you actually at certain times, of the day, you are able to tap into your executive functioning. And this is a mystery to a lot of us who are diagnosed later in life, because at some point in your life, you were able to do some of the things, your executive functioning wasn't as bad as it is now. But then something happened, whether it's age or, something else in your life change. And now you feel like you no longer have the same abilities, right? And this is because of, for example, for women, then when you enter perimenopause, your estrogen levels will go down. And estrogen would have been what propped you up, for a really long time, for decades, because estrogen has an indirect effect on dopamine, acetylcholine, and serotonin. And so when you encounter perimenopause, your estrogen levels will go down, your progesterone levels also start to go down, which leads to you feeling less calm than you were before. And so when you then start ADHD medication at this state in your life, then you are potentially, you're potentially correcting the deficiencies, from that lower level of estrogen, and not exactly, what you truly need as an ADHDer. And maybe part of this journey is to work out how to manage, the different states and adjust the strategies to suit. And I have to stress how important it is, because I mentor so many women with ADHD who then come to me and say, why do I feel so intense at different times of the month? So I dove into their stories and found out that they've been on the same ADHD medication, and in certain times of the month they felt like they needed more. And then when they start on that higher dose, then it becomes too much when they're also in that state going towards ovulation where estrogens are really higher. So that adds, to the level of dopamine that they're facing. And why this is important, because our medication doesn't even just have dopamine, right? A lot of the ADHD medication caters for the levels of norepinephrine as well. So what norepinephrine does is that it gives you the state of like mobilization, your sympathetic nervous system. It makes you want to like go do the things and, have the rush and have the motivation. But too much of that, guess what happens? Too much of that, and we might have challenges with sleep because we're trying to go to sleep at night and our body think that we don't need to sleep because we are cool. So I'm just wondering if my computer switched to the Bluetooth. You can still hear me, right? You're still there, right? Okay, great.
Yes, we
So
still hear you,
what do
don't
you
worry.
do then? So what you should do is to look at your current life. What is going on? Your life stage. Don't look at anyone else because you're going to be different to other people in terms of what demands you have in your daily life. Are you a working parent with both the juggle of work and the juggle of childcare and getting everyone out the door? Or, are you free and easy, which is a better way for you to manage your stress levels? What are the stresses in your life? This could be physical stress, could be social stress, could be relationship stress. Okay, and what are the joys? What are the things that protect you in your environment? Are you spending time with self-care, or are you not having the time to do that? And what support system do you have? What the quality of a significant relationship around you, because that will determine whether an environment is stressful in itself. How are you communicating? And the gender differences that I mentioned around hormones, and this is quite significant because we're literally an entirely different human being when you add the sex hormones into it. So to build emotional resilience is very much about widening your window of tolerance. And this is going to be different depending on the state of your emotional trigger. If you are feeling a mild emotional reaction, whether that's someone saying something and then you don't really like it, but it doesn't cause you to like fully flip out, then tap into mindfulness strategies. Breathe, breath works really good, right? I heard. And meditation, great. But what if you have complete batshit crazy intense experience? Then you're going to need stronger tools, more immediate tools for distress tolerance. And from my research, it looks as if people who coach neurodivergence on relationships, they advise actually one of the first skill that couples should learn is distress tolerance. It's a tool that you can tap into that they also use in dialectical behavioral therapy, where you're dealing with very intense emotions in a moment. And this can look like diving your face in cold water and biting into coal flavored ice shards, or I don't know what else. What do people do when they need to calm down from intense moods? I've done a lot in my time, and probably not safe to use here or to reveal. And so these are short-term strategies, right? Some of the longer-term strategies is to understand, what your patterns of behavior is. And I just very loosely created this just now, is to figure out how to tap into a state of equanimity where you can feel calm and measured in your response. And there might be some longer term work here in terms of finding out what your traumatic imprints were that caused you to show up in the same patterns of behavior every time. and understand what kind of support you need, because really we shouldn't really have to do this alone. And in terms of understanding what our energy needs are, you need to be aware of what you need to show up in an optimal state. And if it's to exercise in the morning and have healthy diet, to ensure that we can show up in a state that at least we know that we have a level of control, because the problem with our emotional dysregulation is that it can happen in a way that makes us feel like we're not at the center seat of our lives. And to get our autonomy back, we need to be aware of our state of being. This requires you to understand what your ADHD looks like, for you to tune into your internal states and what is too much and what is not enough, inside you. And so the balance as well is ultimately about balance, because the way ADHD manifests in all of us is so different. But really, they have done genetic studies on ADHD, and it's shown us that it's not 1 or 2 or 3 genes that are responsible. And as a result of that, a lot of people have kind of rubbished ADHD as a genetic link. But then they have found around 76 genes and counting, and known ADHD as a polygenic, where multiple genes come together to exert effect on how it shows up, right? But then there are some common suspects. And it will tell you, if you know what your gene profiles are, it will tell you how you metabolize the neurotransmitters like dopamine, norepinephrine, and even estrogen. Because it is not so much about increasing our levels of dopamine and norepinephrine through medication, which is the standard, like a way of treating anyone with ADHD. It is more to do also with some of us, it is more about making sure that level is balanced. It is also getting rid of those neurotransmitters, and that is the function of metabolite called COMD. And if you work in functional medicine, then you know what I'm talking about, because this gene mutation is responsible for different types of ADHD. And it will also determine what kind of treatment is more suitable for you going forward. But without knowing this, you might be adding, treatment that you may not need. And so it's really important that we're aware of what we're dealing with. And also the balance of hormones and metabolites in our body as well. I think Lucinda mentioned some of the inflammatory markers that can also affect our moods. And in the face of psychological stress, some of those inflammatory markers also increases. It can have neurotoxic effect. And some of our behaviors are actually biologically determined, but we can do so much to understand it, and then help ourselves, instead of being confused about what's going on, because that's been me for most of my life. I don't know about you. So to move forward, ADHD and emotional regulation, to sum it up, really is to honor your needs, whether it is physical, emotional needs, or your sensory needs, or your social needs. And to learn to regulate, tap into those short-term strategies, tap into those tools to allow yourself to calm down, or maybe co-regulate, to do it alone. It'd be great if you have people to do it with, because it's so lovely to co-regulate with each other, whether it's a parent or a partner or a friend, because sometimes you can borrow people's regulation if you don't have it yourself, or maybe sometimes you prefer to be alone. It's very personal choice, personal strategies. So one of the way forward also for relational repair is to learn to communicate your needs. And this could be in the workplace, in your home, in your life, in your friendships, and learn to communicate that in a way that isn't from a defensive place or hurt place. You could communicate that so we can all facilitate repair in the long run. Second to last is to reframe the stories that you tell yourself, because how many times have we been through an episode where the tidal wave of tsunami has hit and we feel completely blindsided by the stimulus, and it's happened. We have lost our shit, and then we deal with the shame afterwards, and we tell ourselves the stories that, you know, we are not good enough or we're not worthy. But then it isn't true, because what you're dealing with is so much more than, you know, those stories. You know, it's also your biology and the people you interact with and the things you come across. But knowing what you're dealing with is the first step to understanding yourself, being aware, and then you know what to do when you go into different situations. In the long term, though, and I mentioned it a lot today, and I think one of the most useful tool for me in my journey is to understand what my ADHD look like and how it's different from other people. You know, and just to share with you, I started my journey with ADHD actually resisting medication, and then realizing that 8 months on that I do need it. But then after I started medication, I had side effects from it that I, you know, had been trying to do various things in the past 2 to 3 years. And then that includes lowering my medication, taking that off, you know, and replacing with other things. And then, like, you know, kind of playing yo-yo with myself just to experiment, you know, what that looks like. And I'm currently on a lower dose, the lowest dose that I can imagine, because and I realized that my ADHD doesn't actually need so much help with the neurotransmitters. It's more about balance and detox. And so for me, it's a very different focus than it would be for you, and we're all different. And ultimately, really, because all our reactions, when it's touch a nerve or a wound, it has a place, you know, from a long time ago, and it wasn't a wound you got today. Really, the way forward for you long term is to heal the wounds of your soul. So thank you so much for listening. This is me. I am running another workshop called Activate Your Life next week, and that will dive deeper into what I meant by personalized ADHD and neurodivergence. I also have some tools here where I help women navigate the way forward with ADHD after the diagnosis. I also give a lot of talks to organizations, so feel free to recommend me. Thank you.
Sadly, that was amazing. So interesting. Do you have time for a few questions?
Oh yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, I've done 45 minutes. Didn't even realize.
Yes, we have a new, like, I've been talking to people about timing issues.
I know.
And, you've just thrown I'm about to break something. So because we've had so many questions come in and really passionately delivered that well, we're already running slightly late without questions. So we have our next section is what to do when you're first diagnosed with ADHD. We're going to, it was something that was actually recorded yesterday. So we're going to cut it slightly short, and we will play the whole of it at the end of the conference as well. But so that's how we're going to make up a bit of time. So that's as a heads up for people. So we will still have that segment, but we will just slightly shorten it. It has been very interesting watching questions come in and comments come up on social media. A lot of people just saying you are talking to them so in such a direct way and to their situation that they've just not heard that before, and it's so important. And so I'm very grateful for you to be part of the conference and talking to that. Someone has asked if they're able, like, are we going to be able to have copies of the slides? Is that?
Oh gosh, yeah. It's going out into the world.
That's okay.
Well,
it's already gone out to like. Thank you. Well, we'll put them on the either a link to your site if you put them on your site, or we can upload them to the scheduled page, so you'll be able to get those later, people. Okay, from Fiona. I have a recently diagnosed ADHD daughter who is about to enter puberty. How can I best support her in dealing with this phase of her life?
Yeah, so this is really interesting, because I find usually when people are supporting their children going into hormonal transitions like puberty, they are also going through a transition themselves, you know, being the age that we are at now. You know, we are some of the women that I've spoken to, they're also dealing with perimenopause themselves whilst their children are going into puberty. And I guess really, you know, it is going to increase some ADHD traits, but it doesn't mean that it will happen. And I would say, like, really first place that you should go to is to be mindful of what they need biologically, you know, whether that is something that you can get from nutrition, to ensure that they are perhaps, you know, able to show up in a way that, you know, isn't as detrimental as if you didn't, you know, investigate that bit. So I think always starts from their lifestyle and their diet, right? Because there's a lot you can do to support the hormonal changes. And secondly, I think it's to really be open to understanding what the experience would look like. You know, teenagers with or without ADHD will have challenges going through puberty, and they would test you and press your buttons, right? And you need to be aware of that when you're going into it, what your state is, because you need to put the oxygen mask on yourself first before you support, you know, your daughter, because that's the only way that it will work, right? I hope that answers it.
Thank you. That was great. It's very insightful, and I think talking to the parent as well, and their situation. Obviously, ADHD, huge genetic component. 75% of ADHD is genetically described. We both live in this world, so when you meet someone young, you often, or at any age, often like, you know, where do you think it came from?
Yeah.
Yeah. That can lead to some interesting conversations. Someone's just sort of reached out and just said, I definitely relate to what you're saying. We miss out on friendships, sometimes due to the stigma or being labelled as weird. It can be doubly difficult when you have multiple disabilities and or different diversities.
Sorry, was that a question?
It's really a statement, but I wondered if you had anything further to say on it. You don't have to.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I forgot what you said. Can you say it again?
It's more about the compounding. What do you think about the compounding impact of ADHD plus multiple disabilities plus different diversities?
Yeah, well, on friendships and relationships. Yeah, so it's tough, isn't it? Yeah, because if it was straight ADHD, then, you know, the challenges that we're dealing with, yeah, it's one prong. But then when you don't know what other things you're dealing with, like, you know, I didn't know until I was diagnosed with ADHD that I'm also potentially autistic, although I still don't have the validation for it, because I never received the diagnosis, despite, you know, rehashing all my traumas twice. And so what you're dealing with is, you know, a state of being that is unique to you and requires you to be compassionate to your own experience. And it's so important that we are, you know, developing a form of self-compassion, because otherwise it's so easy to just submit ourselves to feelings of shame and doubt, you know. But yeah, there are a lot of compounding challenges with being not just ADHD, but, you know, potentially ADHD. You know, outside of that as well, it's not just neurodivergence, is it? I mean, it's the mental health challenges from just living in a world, you know, and having to adapt. You know, so yeah, what was your background like? You know, where did you come from? What place did you start in society? And that all plays a role, isn't it, in how you're perceived when you show up in nanny groups, you know, not just your friendship groups, but also your work and your study. And so there are different levels of privilege and oppression, right, that changes your experience.
There are, and actually talking to that, there's and I apologise to the person who's written it, because I've had to read it very quickly. There's a long question, which is someone who's diagnosed when they were in their 60s, with ADHD, and now feels a lot of guilt about how they were with their children, and had a lot of things happen in their life which they've talked to.
Yeah.
Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah.
Dealing with that
Yeah.
regret in life?
Yeah, I mean, it's never too late to repair, you know, and I would say that as long as you're showing a form of repentance, because it very likely wasn't just your ADHD that led you to, you know, have that challenge with parenting, because we also started somewhere, right? The way we were parented, even though we didn't want to become the parent that we dislike, we end up modeling their behavior subconsciously. Because when you go through childhood trauma, whether it's through abuse or neglect, you're not just watching things that are happening to you, you're also modeling it. You know, you're seeing what you can use, you know, in your toolbox going forward. So you can see sometimes that children end up modeling their parents' behavior despite not wanting to. And your journey forward from here is to repair the rupture, and maybe let go of the identity that you have acquired without knowing, because you don't like that identity, did you?
I think they I definitely apologize sometimes butchering their question, because I'm just trying to process it very quickly. It's a lot there. I think they're also just very worried about their children. They had a really tough time. We know that people with ADHD often find themselves at the target of frankly bad people exploiting the fact that they're outsiders, that they're different.
Yeah.
We had another question. Which, congratulations on all your research and achievements. I'm keen to understand more about late diagnosis in women and menopause. Could you speak to your understanding and findings?
Yeah.
ADHD and menopause.
Yeah. So I'm in perimenopause. I don't even know if it is perimenopause, but I guess it's the 10 years before menopause. So I guess I am in it because I'm 43. And I've been told that when it comes to the actual menopause, it's way worse. So, you know, it's like, okay, so this feels like I've been diagnosed with ADHD and I fell off the cliff because there was no help, you know, and the help that they gave me was very tailored to one experience. So I was very angry, and I don't mean to be, but, you know, I've gone through a lot of therapy now, and, you know, I've had a lot of consultations with naturopaths. And I understand that, yes, you know, there are differences to our experience. And as I said before, estrogen is the master regulator of a woman's brain health, not dopamine. You know, that might be someone else's master regulator. But estrogen had helped us, you know, when it was reliable. Maybe not all of us had reliable sex hormones, you know, but some of us did. And that's why so many women find that later in life, whether, you know, in their late 30s, mid 30s, late 30s, and their 40s, suddenly, you know, their executive functioning wasn't where it is. They couldn't regulate their emotions as well as they did before. But a lot of these also, you know, we don't live in a vacuum. It isn't in our body and then manifesting as ADHD. We live in a relational context where there are people in our environment also who brings up, you know, certain reactions in us, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, you know, there are known biological differences and you should be aware of that. But then there are also things in your environment, you know, that perhaps you can change, you know, and that includes a lot of lifestyle factors, but also the quality of the relationships that you have around you.
Thank you. And we had a lovely comment. Thank you a billion times, Dr. Hugh. A billion thank yous. I'm in such desperate straits right now, and you're helping me so much. Finally hearing words of wisdom. I'm female, just been diagnosed AUDHD at 55, new on ADHD meds. Sometimes feeling that it's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
I think just someone sharing, but like obviously a big deal. You're speaking and speaking so passionately. Piers just has commented, I've noticed my ADHD manifests differently during different times of the monthly cycle, but also excessive stress periods.
Mm-hmm.
But would, her question is, to your understanding, would hormone therapy help ADHD regulation during menopause? And she also, again, asked what can help during puberty?
Yeah, so for menopause, though, I think I answered that first. It really depends, you know. For some people it works, for some people it doesn't. And I go back to your actual ADHD, what that consists of, because there are, you know, genetic mutations that some people might have, whilst others won't in the ADHD population. And if you have that mutation, you know, I'm not saying one gene affects everything, but there is this gene that I've been going on about called COMT, where COMT, where if you have that mutation, it is responsible for around 60% of the dopamine in your frontal lobe. And when you have a lower activity of this enzyme, then you are less efficient in removing not just dopamine or norepinephrine, but also estrogen. And as a result, estrogen can build up in your body at a time when estrogen is going up, causing what is potentially an estrogen imbalance rather than an estrogen decrease. So that we know as what is going on at the moment in the ADHD body of a woman, right? But all I'm saying is that it is different, you know, depending on your experience, what your profile is. So yeah, it might help some people, it might not. So just, yeah, I think we should all do our part in having this caveat whenever we give out HRT, when, you know, it comes to ADHD and neurodivergence and other mental health that has a genetic link behind it. And for puberty, I have heard that contraceptive pill helps some people, but I'm not an expert in that. And personally, I would always try the natural strategies first, the natural remedies like lifestyle, before you even attempt to add or, you know, change the levels of the hormones, you know, because a lot of what we go through can be mitigated with more understanding.
Thank you. Look, you've been amazing. Look, you've it's been a little bit longer than planned. You've stayed later. Thank you very much. Thank you for answering. There was a lot of passionate questions. I thought it was important.
Yeah.
So I just need to really say thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you do. Obviously, ADHD Girls is a wonderful thing. You talk to some of your work. Thank you very much for being part of this. It's a big deal, and I have to say goodbye. So
thanks so much, Henry. Thanks so much for your attention too. Bye. Bye, everyone.
You very much.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Just wonderful, really, really interesting, and previously scheduled. I've talked earlier that we're very passionate about the timekeeping. Can't let it get out of control. Oh, it's out of control. So I think it was previously planned to be 30 minutes or 50 minutes of questions, and it ended up being I think 48 minutes of presentation, like, and a lot of really passionate questions, which I thought were important. We're going to have a quick. Lauren is our lead ambassador, so she's ambassador for ADHD UK. She's an incredible person. We have a number of ambassadors, both celebrities and non-celebrities, looking to. Our aim is to help raise their voice to advocate for change, and we're grateful for what they do. And if you want to learn more about the ambassador program, go to adhduk.co.uk and click the Get Involved button. It allows you to become an insider into the charity, learn about what we're doing, what we plan to do. Raise your hand on a really as you want basis to get involved and look to campaign. I mean, we've got big things to talk about. A lot of them are going to be coming up later at 8 p.m. When we meet Catherine Hinwood of the NHS England, who's wonderfully going to be here to talk about what NHS England are looking to do around ADHD. She's the director with that responsibility, a newly created position, created after really raising profile and the challenges that we're having with ADHD. Raising a hand, to quick hand over to Lauren. This is a pre-recorded video.
Hi everyone, my name's Lauren and I'm the lead ambassador here at ADHD UK. We have had many ambassadors join ADHD UK over the past year, and each and every single ambassador is dedicated to raising understanding of ADHD within their local communities. From speaking to politicians, to attending council meetings, to holding talks, to raising funds by running marathons, each and every single ambassador brings their individual personality, spirit and passion for change to the role. Ambassadors really are at the heart of ADHD UK, and they strive to create better understanding and acceptance for ADHD with everything that they do. I'm very grateful and proud to be a part of such an incredible, inspiring group of individuals. As being the lead ambassador at ADHD UK, I also have something else that I'd like to share. I was crowned Miss Essex in June this year, and in 2 weeks I'll be competing for the title of Miss Great Britain. Throughout my time competing for the Miss Great Britain title, one thing has always been at the forefront of my mind, and that is to make my voice heard as a neurodivergent woman striving for acceptance and change. Being a representative of the ADHD community is really important to me. I want to ensure that people know how and where to gain support, to end stigmas surrounding ADHD and neurodiversity. The more I speak loud, the more people will hear me and the more people that I will support. And that's exactly why I do what I do. So I'm going to keep winning crowns and breaking stereotypes.
Right. I have the slightly exciting thing that I don't get to see the videos playing, so I can only see it on the playback and hope that when I click back, I haven't either left a huge gap or cut it off. So, and as this next piece is a pre-record, good luck to me. So we've got ADHD coaches, Kay Hayes and Natalia Johnson, talking about what to do when you're first diagnosed. It's a really interesting piece. They very generously, because of the previous understanding on timings, actually kindly did this as a recording yesterday, which is very kind of them. And then to be in this position, so we actually, as a part of the conference, we have a post-conference period, which are workshops talking about how to well, fundamental things on how to improve and change your life. So where the conference is knowledge, I suppose this is more and deeper understanding. This is more about like specifics and coaching help. So we've got how to do your to-dos, and we've got conquering overwhelm. I think two major things, and we've got this section, which is what to do when you're first diagnosed with ADHD. So we will play it out in that post-credit section. So it'll be tomorrow afternoon. We are going to watch the first half of it now, and I'll bring it in. We'll see how this goes, because it's going to be quite exciting. Because, as I said, like I have not been able to watch and know. It's just being brought in now. Slightly exciting. So that's just coming in now. I can notice that, which it didn't do before. So hopefully this is a good thing, and that it's going to. I'll do it very quickly. It just does not look like it's going to do. What I'm going to do is there is one of the big issues we have with ADHD is that it's very hard to explain, and that we don't know being able to talk to what it is. And that actually we don't have a lot of materials that describe ADHD, so we don't have a lot of media. So when trying to communicate it, we had a wonderful group make a dedicated video, a cartoon to describe ADHD. It's called A Day with Hannah and Doodle. It's describing a young girl. In this case, it's the sister of the cartoon's author, talking about what it means to have ADHD, and just talking about what it means to have ADHD. And it's absolutely wonderful, and it's fairly short. I'm going to play it now, possibly whilst I wait to see what happens with the other video. our videos, the cartoon is wonderful. It's a wonderful description of what it means to be a child with ADHD, and actually matters quite a lot, and something that we were very grateful to have, and also fantastically saves my bum when we have problems, not something not happening at all. It's both a wonderful thing and also 6 minutes of something happening whilst we try and work out what the hell I just went wrong. So for some reason we were able to play the videos earlier, and they've now taken to processing, which is just great. So they will be due shortly. So I think that means we're definitely not going to be able to bring what to do when your first diagnosis. That will definitely play at the end. And we will be shortly bringing an update from ADHD Liberty, which is, I do need to give you an alert that segment will include reference to suicide. I'm going to talk to you, we've got a few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about what's coming up. We've got some tips from some coaches, and then we'll get into the updates. And Sarah Thompson is wonderful. So she's a force of nature, and in making change in the prison system. We have a huge problem. We've got a section later talking about the pipeline from schools into the from schools into prison. It's completely wrong, and there are so many failings along the way. And Sarah's incredibly focused on removing those failings and changing things. After Sarah, we've got race ADHD in the justice system with Atif Chowdhury. He is an absolute phenomenal advocate and thinker. When I think of, he's been working in diversity and inclusion for 25 years, and particularly around the intersection of ADHD and disability, and ADHD and other disabilities, and ADHD and ethnicity. He, if you've ever watched Devil Wears Prada, there's a rather snooty phrase where the assistant person is clearly doesn't care about the fashion, and the person goes, you're wearing cerise, and that was picked by the people in this room 5 years ago, and it's then trickled down from the catwalk to the higher fashions to mainstream fashion, and then to whatever bargain bin you pulled it out of. And Atif is the thought leader informing on what will be mainstream in 5 years' time. I came out with new ways of thinking when I first spoke to him, which genuinely changed my perspective, and they're brand new to me, and I think brand new to many people. And he is an absolute thought leader, and I'm so looking forward to that. We then have the exclusive first update from the NHS, the director of ADHD for NHS England. It's a huge deal. I do not believe she's spoken at all before. She's going to speak for 30 minutes and then it's taking 30 minutes for questions. We've already got a lot of questions in. Do put more in. She's given a chunk of time, and they're important, and we'll try very hard to do as many of them as possible. Go to globaladhd.com, click on the schedule, and then on her thing you'll see the opportunity to put in questions. I mean, there's so much going wrong in our system. She speaks for NHS England. We have waits in Sheffield. The BBC uncovered over 6,000 people waiting, and that only 3 people had been seen in the prior year, an effective wait time of 2,000 years. In Oxfordshire, GPs are no longer getting support for annual reviews, and they're saying we cannot prescribe past the next annual review for any of our patients, and so patients are looking at an absolute cliff edge for their treatment. And that's because the ICB hasn't funded support for the GPs, and NICE guidelines require it. It's just a terrible situation, and is entirely bureaucratic. We have problems with supply chains and with medications. Now, supply chain problems happen. It's an unfortunate fact of life, and the fact of bringing in a global environment where we don't have the level of controls that these things happen. But it's only in the UK that you can't go and get a change to your prescription easily. So if we talk about glasses, if my glasses broke, I'd go to the optician, try and get the replacement. If they didn't have that my prescription in for some time, then I'd get the nearest one to muddle through. But right now, like I went, asked for a medication review, and I was told the wait list is 2 years. Oh, and you can't actually join it. We've closed the wait list in this area. You can't see. So in 2 years, we're hoping to reopen it, and then you can go to the back of the queue. Now, how's that going to help me with this month's prescription? I can't see anyone. And that's uniquely UK. So other countries where there's medication out of stock, you talk to your prescriber and get a change. But for many, that's not possible. And that is an NHS and regional, local issue. We see, so some areas will have a good service, some areas will have awful. It's entirely decided locally, and it's very, very wrong. We've then got an incredible section on the positives of ADHD. Dr. Tom Nicholson has reviewed over 10,000 pieces of research on ADHD. So this is not an anecdotal, like nice discussion on what's great about ADHD. It's the full facts, the research-backed facts. So things you can take away to think about in your own life. He has 7 core themes that he's identified and can prove. And it's going to be fascinating to learn about them and explore that. And then we have Dr. Neil Alexander Pass, who's neurodivergent and who has done recently, as in the last few weeks, published a book on ADHD and crime, investigating the school to prison pipeline. Then it's at 10:30 p.m. and we hand over to Australia. So this is a 24-hour global conference. We have people registered from 104 different countries, and we have people from Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, UK, and wider. Australia, the charities ADHD UK and ADHD Australia take the lead. So we essentially run the daytime in the UK, nighttime we hand over to Australia, their daytime, and they take over. And as a part of this, we've built a coalition of ADHD charities to advocate for change, to learn from each other, to do the best we can. And that's something that has been working extremely well. And we have shared top tips and ideas, including from the UK side. We have an adult ADHD, we call it the welfare pack, but it's for when you, as an individual with ADHD, go and talk to your boss. And that can be a tough, difficult conversation, and it can be very uninformed. And this pack describes ADHD from the perspective of the workplace. It has a structured conversation. And that is because often that conversation, both parties want to shut it down. For the individual with ADHD, man, this is tough. Like, I'm having to go to my boss and talk about the things I'm worst at. Like, Fred over here just went up and went, hey, I just remind you, like, I'm just excellent. I'm just super duper duper. And I did this and this. I'm just super. Anyway, we'll talk about my bonus next month. And you're going up going, right. Like, I'm having real trouble with this, this, and this. And I can stop, Fred. And you have to have a completely different conversation. And it's incredibly tough. And often, sometimes we have a real problem where they go, oh, okay, like, how can I help? What do you want? And you look back at them going, oh, why do you think I know? I was hoping you'd know. And so we have that structured conversation, and then your line manager, often very worried that this is going to go wrong. HR is going to upset someone, HR is going to get involved, and so they often want to shut it, make it as short as possible. So we have a structured, safe conversation to make it a positive one. And then we have ideas for adjustments. And we downplay it to ideas that actually come out of primary research of our own. We downplay it to ideas because we don't want to shut down the ideas in the room. And we are in the process of replacing that. We have a new platform called the Discovery Platform. It is ideas, strategies that designed, it is essentially a review platform for ADHD strategies and products and ideas. And what you see there is people with ADHD telling you how it worked for them, giving it a star rating and giving it and so you can then look at something and not only just see the idea, see the product, but go, oh, I see how that works for them. And that would make a big difference to me. I could see how that could work. Our next stage of that is launch. That's there. Go to ADHD UK, go to the front page, hit Discovery Platform. That's launched and available to you. Our next stage is we want to get recommendations. So we've got a lot of data now. And so based on people's reviews, we can sort of Netflix style go, right, you need to tell us about your job and other aspects of you. Like, because a recommendation for a 12-year-old looks pretty different to that for like a 50-year-old doing this. So basic information, look at star ratings, get you to review a few things, Netflix style, and then go, these are the things we think are most likely to have a positive impact on you. And that has a virtuous cycle to it, because not only are we presenting to you things that genuinely are likely to have more likely to be positive for you, but also because you know that, you're able to give it a bit more, you can give it a bit more value, you can invest in it. It's not like, the strategies that have been given to you in the past, particularly pre-knowledge of your ADHD, which just didn't work, added to that pile of awfulness, like I'm struggling with organization there. Oh, have you tried a list? It comes as a surprise. I have in fact tried a list. Or the timing one where, you're struggling with time, and people make the false assumption it's because there's trouble between A and B and you're not leaving enough time, which may also be the case. But what's often happened, what happens for me is, my alert goes off and I see I've got 10 minutes. I start to do something, I get lost in it, and now I'm late. And so that recommendation, well, set your alarm and alert earlier. So I said, you set it 20 minutes earlier. All you've got now is more time to get lost in something and be late. So my actual alarms now go off 3 minutes before, and that's how that I get no time to get lost in it. Yeah, in an ideal world, I'd be able to go and get a water and stop what I'm doing. But the reality is I don't live in that world. Like, it's not something, but it's a system that works for me. So that's what the Discovery platform is all about, finding strategies and products. And we're just in the process of expanding it out. So we're now providing advice, we're just about to segment out into advice for parents with ADHD, parents of ADHD, teachers, what to do in the classroom, and to find those interventions that actually truly make a difference. And we are very excited about it. It is both, as far as we're aware, a complete global first. So it's crowd-informed mental health care. We're not aware of it being done anywhere else. It's also completely done before. So if you go to the App Store, that's what you see. That's what the rest of the world gets. But if we go and look at the reviews for, say, organizational apps, those reviews are other people. We need to know what it is for us, and that's what we're aiming to do as ADHD UK. Honestly, that's for me, like, he's called it a gravestone project, but I've started an obit project, like, it's whatever it is when you're buried. These are the things that are so big they get talked about, that they are define your life. And I think getting that done, helping people get personalized strategies that revolutionize their life, that's the game changing. We are also, the next step after that one will be to incorporate other neurodivergent conditions, so that we have strategies actually for ADHD AU, and our primary research already shows that some of those strategies do look a bit different. So something looks emergent in the data is that, for example, time blocking, if you're ADHD AU, it has a higher probability of working, and you've got a higher probability of being able to time block slightly smaller chunks of time and it be successful. And if you're ADHD alone, it's more variable and usually work better if it's a longer amount of time, where we're talking sort of 2-3 hours as a time block, and saying, like, I'm blocking this time, focus time, to work. But we're just starting to see the data on that. I hope I've done an absolutely cracking job of filling in some time whilst the video decided it needed to reprocess. Thank you, Restream. Although otherwise, very good platform. It should be ready to play. So this is the update from ADHD Liberty. This is Sarah Templeton. She's CEO and founder of the charity. It's the #1 charity focused on ADHD in the criminal justice system, and by number one by some country mile. I'm not aware of any individual organisation doing anything near. She is an absolute force of nature, as you will see shortly, and looking to change the prison system for individuals with ADHD. She's going to provide an updated insight into today's work, and she's going to talk about her latest book, which is her 4th in a series, with gradually less rude titles. The first being How Not to Murder Your ADHD Child, and they've toned down, I think, I think, honestly, I suspect it's a publisher. I have no doubt that her primary choice is wild. Okay, wish everyone luck, and that this will play now. Hello, it's absolutely thrilled to have Sarah Templeton here. She's been at prior conferences. She's an absolute stalwart of the ADHD community. She's doing extraordinary work at ADHD Liberty, which is the #1 ADHD charity in the UK working in the criminal justice system, and is like, there's working in, there's the next level, which is pioneering work in, which is her, and it's she is breaking our holiday to speak to us, and for which we are, as ever, eternally grateful. And welcome, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Hello from sunny Tenerife.
I mean, the big question is, like, which is always a pretty big answer, what have you been up to? Like, what's been happening?
Oh, Henry, what have you been up to? Okay, I'll bullet point it, and then we can go into more detail of what you'd like to know. We're now arranging ADHD assessments direct into prisons. We're doing that a lot. We're doing it for parents. We're doing it for probation. Actually, have even paid us to do assessments. We're doing it for partners, and all sorts of people. And some of the clients actually in prison themselves are paying for their own ADHD and very often ASD assessments as well, because they're so fed up waiting for the prisons who are basically misdiagnosing them, or worse, not diagnosing them. I don't know what's worse, actually, miss or not, but they're either getting diagnosed with personality disorders or nothing. So we now have several psychiatrists. They're all ex-prison service, and they are now doing assessments direct into prisons. That's a large amount of my job now. What I do is arrange these assessments. A lot of them are before court. So these people inside know they've got these conditions, but they can't get them diagnosed, and they need them diagnosed before they go to court. So we're doing a lot of that. The other thing we're doing tons of is work with the police. Full credit to the police here in the UK and also Australia. I'll talk to you about that as well. But we're now working with, I think it's about 36 police forces who are all going to start screening for ADHD in their police stations, and ideally catching people the first time rather than the 30th time they go into a police station. So we're working with people like Greater Manchester Police, West Midlands Police, Police Scotland, really, really big forces, and they're all going to start screening. So we're screening in different ways. Some people are screening through their L&D, liaison and diversion teams. Some are screening children. Police Scotland are screening everybody. Police Scotland have got the highest suicide rate in Europe, and they think that is largely down to undiagnosed ADHD. So that's why they're starting to screen everybody in Police Scotland. So we're working with the police, setting up pilots. We're also setting up pilots with homeless organisations. I will tell you the two, the Big Issue and Crisis, which thrills me because I used to work for both of them, or volunteer for both of them. I was years and years I worked with Crisis, doing I was hairdressing services manager first, then I was entertainment services manager, did all sorts of things for Crisis at Christmas. So Crisis are going to do a homeless pilot for us, which is amazing. And also the Big Issue. The Big Issue is where I started my helping career nearly 30 years ago. So the homeless world are starting to do pilots, and the addiction world. When I say pilots, I'm talking ADHD screening pilots, because in the criminal justice system, the addiction world and the homeless world, there's a huge crossover. Most of the people in there have experienced 1, 2 or 3 of those sort of areas, i.e. most prisoners come out and are homeless. A lot of prisoners come out and have got addiction issues. So we're doing pilots in all these different areas to try and prove to the government one thing. And that one thing is that ADHD screening needs to be mandatory in all these services, particularly in the criminal justice system, because people are going back to prison time after time after time after time because they've got undiagnosed ADHD, and they are costing the government a fortune. Whereas the people that we are getting screened through the charity and diagnosed and medicated, they never offend again. There's a surprise. They're all out, they're working, they're earning money, and they're doing brilliantly. So that's primarily what I've been up to. I'm also just writing my 4th book, which is going to be about my experience in the prisons and how much ADHD was in the prisons, which is off the scale. And the one thing I will say before I shut up is that the 1 in 4 figure really needs to be put in the dustbin now. The 1 in 4 figure is utterly irrelevant. It is not 1 in 4 people in prison who have ADHD. It is more like 85%. All our pilots, trials, screening, everything is coming out either at 85% or slightly over. I missed out probation in there, by the way. Sorry, we're working with several probations and they are starting to screen as well. And they are all, well, the ADHD probation officers themselves are not surprised that it's coming out so high because they recognize it in all their clients. But the people who are not ADHD probation officers, when they're screening, they're saying, we can't believe this. It's nearly all of them. And we're like, yeah, we've been telling you this for years, but nobody's been listening. But now, thankfully, people are listening. So probation is another organisation that we're passionate about working with. So if there's any probation officers listening to this, please get in touch with us. We can set you up screening. Doesn't cost a penny. And it's not only going to stop the offender offending again, it's going to make the probation officer's job easy. Because they're not then constantly worrying, oh God, is he going to get recalled? Is he going to go and punch a police officer again? No, because once they're diagnosed and medicated, the vast majority don't commit crime ever again. So we're trying to make probation officers' lives easier by offering them screening. And the ones we're working with are all wonderful, but they are all very shocked because the probation screening pilots are coming out at well over 85%. As I have said since I left the prison system in 2016, it's pretty much all of them. And it is pretty much all of them. So that's what I'm doing, Henry.
And as I said, it's always a lot. And writing the book as well, the 4th. Yeah, look, we talk about ADHD and we see people falling out of education, falling into crime. We have a massive problem about the lack of monitoring. So the fact that we don't in schools, we don't know how many ADHD kids there are. We don't know their outcomes. We don't know that they're falling out. We don't, have the numbers saying that this higher proportion is being excluded, but we know it from our own.
Well, can I just add into that list of things that we're doing? We go into schools a lot and train teachers. So I'm very passionate about training teachers, and we do it all over the place. In the UK, abroad, I went to Scotland, Aberdeen last year, training teachers. So training teachers is something we're very, very passionate about because we too are massively keen on stopping this school to prison pipeline, because the school to prison pipeline is chock-a-block with neurodiversity, primarily ADHD, but there are other things in there as well. There's definitely autism in there as well and other things. But yes, teachers is an area that we're massively passionate about. We go into a lot of schools, and I'll tell you the very interesting thing about that is I have had several Senko teachers who've come up to me at the end of the 2.5 hours it is usually training. One of them said these actual words. She said, Sarah, I've been a Senko for 20 years and I've had Senko training for 20 years. And everything that you've just told me in there in that 2.5 hours, she said, I didn't know any of that. And I said, dear God, what have they been teaching you in Senko training for 20 years that you didn't know any of what I've just told you? And she said, all they teach us about is hyperactivity and distraction and lack of focus and how to manage it. And that's all they teach. They don't teach anything about emotional dysregulation, the higher self-harm rates, the higher suicide rates. They don't teach any of the important stuff to these Senko teachers. So when we go and train Senko teachers, they love it because they find out really what ADHD is. And they all of them, I mean, we've had them in tears, some of them. We've had them actually in tears who've said, I now can see years ago all the kids that I've missed, that I've told off for daydreaming, told off for doodling, told off for one child I know of used to have his legs tied to the chair because he was so hyperactive. This is back in the 70s, 80s, but he used to have his legs tied with rope to the chair to keep him sitting down in school, and some of these teachers, well, all of them, all the ones that we train, once we've shown them exactly what ADHD is and how to manage it and how to speak to an ADHD person. And it's not difficult once you understand how an ADHD brain works, and we teach them how to interact with it to get the best out of an ADHD child. They're all like, it's not rocket science, is it? It's not hard, but nobody's told us this stuff. So yes, teaching teachers is a big passion of ours, and we're doing a lot of it.
It's obviously critically important, and there's a horrifying story about the tying the chair, and it reminded me of the counsellors who were on camera debating the costs to that council for special educational provision and complaining that they didn't have these problems previously. Perhaps it was something in the water that I think it was little Willie it just needs to be told off, and it's,
just needs to be parented properly and brought up properly.
Yeah, and the reasons that clear reason, the reason that weren't these problems before was because you were tying people to chairs, like you weren't understanding their true issue, and you in fact
sending them out of the classroom. Or in my junior school, everybody that I now know was ADHD, when I look back to the 11 and 12-year-olds, they were all carted off to the special needs school, because of their behaviour. Had anybody understood that behaviour was, from what I can tell, all of them were ADHD, the ones I remember being carted off. One of them was a girl, and she told the deputy head to F off once in library. That was her gone off to the special school, And I, to be honest, I always say to people, I don't blame people for being ignorant, genuinely ignorant about ADHD, because at the time when that girl was carted off to the special school, I sat there thinking, oh, I would never tell the deputy head to F off, because I've been brought up properly. She obviously hasn't, and yet there was I sitting there with my moderate to severe ADHD, but just because I could manage mine and she couldn't manage hers, she gets carted off and I didn't. But I was as judgmental as the rest. I used to think, oh, these kids, for heaven's sake, don't they know how to behave? My mother, I always say I was more frightened of my mother than I was of any school. So I behaved at school because I knew if a message got sent home that I'd misbehaved at school, I would be in for it when I got home. So that's why I behaved. But yes, the ignorance, and I use the word in the proper sense of the sense of it, the ignorance has been shocking over the years. And tragically, I always say this to people, I failed my 12 plus 1975 because of undiagnosed dyscalculia, because of undiagnosed ADHD. Now, wouldn't it be great to say, but everything's changed now, we're recognizing ADHD, we're recognizing dyscalculia, no, we're not. Nothing's changed since 1975. Nothing. So teachers aren't being trained to spot ADHD. I was always told, you're really good at English, you're just not trying in maths. Just try harder, concentrate, focus, But it wasn't. It was because I had dyscalculia, but nobody had worked that out. And that's why I failed the 12 plus as well, because people with dyscalculia like me, when somebody asked them how many grapes and bananas and strawberries has Rory got, because Rosie's got 3, 8 and 10 of each, my brain goes, I don't give a shit. I don't care. Not interested in Rosie and her apples. I don't care. So that's dyscalculia. I didn't realise until I was in my 50s. That was why I failed my 12 plus. Now, are kids being picked up for dyscalculia in schools now? No, not a chance.
Out of interest, what was your opinion on Rishi Sunak's plan that everyone take A-level maths?
I think that's absolutely fine unless you've got dyscalculia. So if you are going to lay down laws like that, fine, as long as you're screening kids for all these conditions and you've worked out which ones can easily do that. I mean, I got A's in my English O levels and U in my maths. There's a surprise. I mean, one of the indicators of ADHD is wildly differing grades. A for English, ungraded for maths, and nobody thought to look and think, hello, what's wrong there? But as I say, this was 1975. It's no different now. This is what drives us insane. It's no different.
You were talking about the Senkos earlier. I did a spot on LBC, and this in that case, which is quite common, the sort of presenter who doesn't believe, and I always know I've won when they go, oh, this is something I need to learn a lot more about. And
I've got it myself, usually.
Well,
yeah.
not for that one. But then the calls, I stayed on for the hour, and the calls were, the first 3 calls were all Senkos, all of whom had learnt they'd had ADHD, not through their Senko training, but through when their own child received a diagnosis. And then for the first time, they really learnt what it was. Yeah. And then they went, well, that's me.
That same Senko that said to me, I've just learned in 2.5 hours what I haven't learned in the last 20 years Senko training. She also said to me, she said, by the way, I've got dyslexia in 2 of my girls. Now, I say everybody with dyslexia has got ADHD. I have yet to meet somebody with dyslexia who doesn't. So I always say this in my presentations, bring me that person with dyslexia who doesn't have ADHD. There's a prize waiting when we find that.
I can't talk to that. I don't have the stats, but I do know that there was a recent study, I believe, from a university in Scotland showing that some genetic ties between dyslexia and ADHD.
Massive.
And so
And there's
the
also a
first part
massive
of that
connection.
exploration.
There's a massive connection between ADHD and the Celts, and I include the Irish and the Scots in that. Massive. So, but that lady, what she said to me at the end of the chat, she said, not only have I realized, you know, 2.5 hours later, I now know what I can go back to my school and actually interact with the ADHD kids, because I now know about it and I didn't before. But she also said, I've got dyslexia, so have my 2 daughters. Thank you very much. I've just realized we've all got ADHD as well. You know, so she was a Senko who knew she had dyslexia, but didn't know she had ADHD. And she's been a Senko for 20 years working with these kids, and she didn't even know she got ADHD herself. I mean, what hope is there? It's raising awareness. Yes, we all have to do it, and we have to keep doing it big time, because there's so much genuine ignorance around.
And this is obviously, this is ADHD Awareness Month. That's why we're doing this. And I have to say, like, you do sort of look at Awareness Month and go, you know, we do this every other month also.
Every day, Henry. I do it every single day.
Yeah. Me both, obviously.
I spend my life doing it, and I'm passionate about doing it. I've done it here in Tenerife. You know, the receptionist, he said, what are you here for? I said, I'm here to write my 4th book. He said, on what? ADHD? He went, oh, I think I've got that. I said, do you? 5 minutes later, yes, we know he's got that. You know, it's everywhere. Even coming in this is fascinating. On the taxi.
Well, we are a big group of people, right? Like,
massive.
In
But
the
wait
UK,
for
it's 2.6 million.
Taxi
one in
yesterday
20.
to Gatwick. Yeah. Lovely taxi man tells me that his daughter is diagnosed ADHD. I said, okay. I said, where did that come from then? You or a mum? He said, it's not me. I said, well, let me tell you some of the traits. Reeled off a load of the traits. It's his wife screaming. He said, she spends all my money. She's a shopaholic. The house is full of rubbish that we don't need. I said, it's your wife. And then he started to talk about his grandson. About his sensory issues. He won't hardly eat anything. He won't do this, won't do that. I said, it's your grandson as well. See, even him with a diagnosed daughter, who I think is about 30 now, he did not realize that it's hereditary. So he didn't even think to look at him or his wife or his grandson. You know, so there was 2 that I not diagnosed, but recognized, flagged up in the taxi on the way to the airport yesterday. And the receptionist as soon as I get here. But these people, they know they've got all these things going on in their heads and stuff, but they don't know what it is.
Now, look, you're obviously doing some good identification of ADHD in perception, taxi, but like the stuff you're doing in prisons is a big deal, and the screening is a big deal. And that's where you're looking to identify ADHD in people coming into the criminal justice system. They're being brought in by the police and doing the screening. And you've got the bottleneck of assessments. And so you are you said you're doing assessments in prisons. Who's paying for that?
As I say, lots of different people pay. So very often it's the partner. If it's an adult man, you know, we've got one lady who's paid for her partner to be diagnosed. Lots of parents, mostly it's parents paying, because they know that they're. Sorry. So
this is a private assessment being done in the prison service, because of the absolute failure of the prison service.
They actually pay the psychiatrist or psychologist or whoever to diagnose. We, as in the charity, we don't charge for arranging this. So it takes a lot. I spend all day, every day doing it, put it that way, but we don't charge for that bit. The only bit that gets charged for is the actual assessment. So largely it's parents who are paying. It's also partners. It's grandfathers. We've got a grandfather at the moment paying for one for his grandson. And also on occasion, very rarely, but it has happened, probation. Because if probation have realised that somebody has got ADHD and that is why they keep re-offending, they will actually put their hand in their pocket and pay for an assessment. So we've had probation pay as well.
Now, people have some pretty challenging, if they're opting for medication with shared care to their GP, like that must be at a whole nother level in the prison service. How does that work?
Where do we start with that?
So that is a challenge, though.
Meds, yes, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but it's not ungettable over. Meds in prison, any meds have 10 times the value they would on the street. Yeah. So your concerta that you might be able to flog for £3 a pill. I don't know how much people flog them for. I've no idea. But let's say you flog it for £3. In prison, that'll be £30. So they have very, very high value in prison. Yeah. Now, but
the core is that people can get that medication.
They
from
can.
The prison pharmacy,
the problem is, let me give you a brilliant example, though, Henry. I had 2 of my boys who went into the same prison. Now, I won't mention the prison. I shall be discreet, but it's a prison in England. One of them went in on his medication. So he had his medication in his pack, you know, his little suitcase thing with him. The other one didn't, but they were both diagnosed by the same psychiatrist, both paid for by our charity. The one that was on meds was allowed to be kept on meds. The one that wasn't on meds, he's still in there, he's still in this prison. They will not medicate him, despite him showing them his diagnosis letter, and despite the psychiatrist ringing up the prison and saying to them, I diagnosed him, he's severely ADHD, please put him on medication. They won't. That's the problem with what's going on in the prisons. It's very, very inconsistent. I will say I hear there are some prisons that are very, very good, that are assessing, they are diagnosing, they're not getting it wrong and saying they've all got personality disorders, which is a big problem. But some of them are getting it right. They're actually diagnosing them with ADHD and they are medicating. That is rare. The vast majority are either not being assessed and diagnosed. We've got numerous boys asking for assessments in prisons, and prisons are now just saying, we don't do it. We can't diagnose, you know, we can't do it. We haven't got the staff, we haven't got the expertise, which is why we're having to do it on the outside. And then a lot of them, who was it said to me this week? Somebody said to me this week, I think it was a probation officer or a neurodiversity manager in a prison, one of the two. One of them said to me, you do know in this prison, as soon as they arrive, we take them off their ADHD meds. And I said, well, no, I don't, because every prison operates independently. They don't all work the same. This is what people get very wrong. So some prisons, you know, you'll turn up like my one boy did, and they will keep him on his meds. And they did for the whole 3 months he was in there. The other boy has been in for the best part of a year, can't get them to put him on meds, despite the psychiatrist ringing and saying, I diagnosed them both. You've got one on meds and one not. Put them both on. And they won't.
And what does that make you feel like? Look, you're doing pioneering work in screening to help identify people who've been missed in their school system or earlier, to get them that intervention that can be life-changing. And you're hearing that in the prison service is just saying no. How do you feel?
How does it make you feel, Henry? I'll tell you how it makes me feel. This is how it makes me feel. 2 weeks ago, I was at an inquest in Nottingham for one of my young offenders from Aylesbury when I worked there 10 years ago. And they would not put him on his medication. 2 prisons, not just one. I put safeguarding risk letters into one prison and then safeguarding risk letters into the second prison. I'd done 5 in total for safeguarding risk letters. And each one on the top in bright red letters, it had safeguarding risk due to not being on the right ADHD medication. And 3 weeks ago, I was at his inquest, Henry, because he hung himself. And about 3 years before that, he'd set fire to himself because his emotional dysregulation was so bad. We had begged, we had pleaded, we had sent letters to the governors, to mental health, to psychologists, to psychiatrists, to the head of safer custody. Now, some people might not know what safer custody is. In a prison, safer custody are the people who are supposed to keep people in custody safe, i.e. alive. So we kept sending letters to safer custody saying he's a safeguarding risk, he's a safeguarding risk. Well, on March the 6th last year, he hung himself because he was so dysregulated. And if you ask me how it makes me feel 2 things in equal 50-50. One, extremely angry. And the other half of me is extremely sad because we are letting boys and girls, 5% of the prison population is girls. They're nearly all ADHD as well. But we are letting these people down and we are risking their lives by not medicating them in prison. Something I will just say, of the 2 boys I just talked about, the one that was kept on his meds in prison, this was his 16th visit to prison, age 29. And it was the only time he was put on enhanced. Now, that will only mean something to people who've worked in prisons. When you go into prison, you're on standard. If you're naughty, you get put down to basic. You lose your television, you lose visits, you lose canteen, you lose things. But if you're good, you get raised up and you get put onto enhanced. That means you get more visits, more time out of your cell, more minutes on your phone for phoning people. It means all sorts of little nice things. Well, the boy that was in there for the 16th time, and we'd got him diagnosed by our charity on the outside, so he was on his medication, he phoned me up one day and he went, Sarah, I'm on enhanced. I've never been on enhanced ever. Now, that was because every other time he wasn't diagnosed and medicated. So he was kicking off, punching people, thumping walls, you know, ripping sinks off the wall, all these things they do just to pass the time because they're so bored. And he was staggered, this boy, that he was on enhanced for the first time. And I said, that is because of the meds. It's the med. He didn't understand it. He was like, why am I on enhanced? I said, it's because of the meds. Because you're not kicking off, love, are you? You're not ripping things up. You're not punching people. You're not telling people to F off. You're not getting into fights. So this is the other thing the prisons don't realise. If you diagnose and medicate somebody, their behaviour improves. That makes prison officers safer. They are less likely to get stabbed or punched or kicked or whatever, because once we're on the meds and once these boys are on the meds, all the fight goes out of them. They're not bothered about fighting anymore. They're chill, they're happy, and they don't want to get into trouble. You know, they can stop the impulsivity, and the heightened sense of justice calms down. So by not diagnosing and medicating people for ADHD in prison, one of the things we're doing is putting officers more at risk, you know, of an unmedicated ADHD person. We're also costing the government in this country and Australia, I'll come on to Australia in a minute, tens of millions of pounds if we would just diagnose these people, get the right diagnosis, get them medicated, get them out. That boy who'd been in prison 16 times before the age of 29, he's now been out for 4 years. He's on his meds, he's working, he's got a relationship, he's got children, and he says, I will never go back to prison again. And I believe him because he's now diagnosed and medicated. So this is the message we've got to get through to the government, that you're wasting so much money and you're putting officers and other offenders in prison at risk by not diagnosing and medicating those that have got ADHD. Simple as that.
You can hear, like, in your answers, like, you're trying to work out what are the levers to pull, because you're seeing people devastating, obviously, that they're taking people you've known taking their own life, and you know, so I can hear you looking for everything you can to say, like, look, affecting prison officers, affecting the prisoners, like what are
it's also affecting the public, Henry. It's affecting the public, you know. It affects the public because if we don't diagnose and medicate people, they are going to be back out there getting drunk. This particular one, his problem was he was self-medicating his ADHD with alcohol. So when he was drunk, you know, he got accused of fighting, a fray, punching people, blah, blah, blah. Now he doesn't touch alcohol because he doesn't need to, because he's on the meds and he doesn't need that self-medication anymore. And the public are safer. So it's the public that benefit as well. Everybody benefits by diagnosing and medicating offenders. Everybody benefits.
I think that there's an important an important point of the impact of ADHD, and in the prison service you're going to be seeing those people who have had very, very significant impacts from their ADHD, and one of the things I do think about ADHD is that it is a poverty making condition, like that it can push you into poverty and keep you there, and because of the genetic aspects, it can keep your entire family there, like, and
100%.
And here we have, you know, reached the modern age where we have awareness of ADHD, we have tools that can make a difference, and yet we have, you know, in Sheffield, where they have over 6,000 people on the wait list, and last year they only saw 3 people. So they have an effective wait time of 2,000 plus years. And it's just, you know, here where I sit, you can't even join the ADHD list. They've closed it. Like, and you're having to intervene where, you know, we talk about massive failures in schools, in prisons, and the commonality they have is that those are government-run institutions who are just abjectly failing the community of people with ADHD. They're failing other communities also, but like they are failing us enormously, and they have the complete control. And we say, like, you know, an assessment can be life-changing, and who again controls the assessments? And it's them.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I'll tell you something that completely feeds into what you've just said. Nearly every boy I've worked with in prisons, I've got nothing against girls, it's just I've only worked in 4 male prisons. All of them come from what was very obviously undiagnosed ADHD parents. And now most of the boys in prisons have either come from the care system, they've been removed from chaotic living houses. A lot of the boys in prison are very short. because they've not been fed properly as children. One of them, 2 brothers I worked with, one was 5'7" and one was 5'4". And they were given injections in prison to strengthen their bones because their bones were so weak. Now, the reason for that, because I counselled the older one, was that the mother was an alcoholic and was dead by the time the one I was working with was 24. And the father had died before that. He was an alcoholic and a drug addict. Now, obviously, both ADHD undiagnosed. All the children from that family are all ADHD. So I can only assume that the parents are both ADHD as well. And then where did the 2 brothers end up? They end up in prison because their parents have gone. A lot of the people in prison, they don't have mums. That is the very, that's the commonality thing. Some of them have got dads, but that doesn't seem to matter. And a lot of them have got dads that have left years ago. They either don't know who their dad is or their dad's gone. But the mum, once the mum dies, and it's always from addiction, it's always from alcohol, it's nearly always alcohol. And these boys lose their parent around about 15, 16. That's a standard sort of age. And then after that, they don't think anybody cares about them. They don't think their life's worth living. So everything goes to pot. And then they end up in prison 17, 18. And then it's sadly the revolving door until they are diagnosed and medicated. Now, we are catching some of these in between. I'm having to force my way into some families who still don't believe in ADHD. And I'm like, excuse me, when you've been to prison 15 times, I think there might be ADHD there. So I force myself in. I meet these people in the most random places. A lot of people won't come to my therapy room, but they will meet me in the pub. So I meet people in pubs. And I have sessions in pubs trying to say, look, this is potentially where your offending behaviour is coming from. Have a chat with me and we'll work it out. So, yes, like you're saying, it is the big institutions that are failing people. The good news is, though, we're doing a lot of training in the care system, adoption services, fostering services. These sorts of people, they are starting to realise that they have a much higher ratio of ADHD than standardly. And that is, of course, because these children have been removed, usually from either chaotic living, neglect, alcoholic, drug addicts.
Yeah,
drug
and it's
dealers,
often it's ADHD and right, like so it's that
completely
co-occurrence of additional challenges and as well, like that can be. Now, look, we are overrunning on time, and you are in Tenerife. You are going to Australia. We've got a video that you've made to show people, so we're going to show that now. Then we'll talk briefly about what you're doing, and then we'll have to say goodbye. And we've managed to go over time, but because obviously what you're talking about is extraordinary.
Yeah. Well, can I just mention?
Hello. Okay. I have big news for our friends down under. More than any other country in the whole world, ever since I started writing books, this was the first one. This is the one that people got the hump about the title. Well, only certain people, boring people. Most people laughed and thought it was hysterical, including kids. So this one was the first book I wrote. Then I had loads of parents saying, please write one for teachers. So I did. This was the second book I wrote for teachers. And that one is selling all over the world, a little more gently, because obviously teachers they don't have the time, and a lot of them think they know about ADHD anyway, but parents are buying it for the teachers, which is fabulous. Then my final book has just come out. Well, I say final, no, this is the third of 7. I've got 7 that I want to write. This is the third one. So what I'm doing is I'm doing what the Australians have asked me to do. I'm coming to see you. I'm coming to Australia. I'm giving you plenty of notice. I'm coming in February and March 2025. I have a fabulous new American book publicist who is organising all this. So I will be coming to, wait for it, Adelaide, because I've had more requests from Adelaide than anywhere else, and Adelaide happens to be my favourite city in Australia. I'm also going to Melbourne, because again, love Melbourne and it's close. Then to good old Sydney, because one's got to go and see the Opera House again. And then I should be going up to the Gold Coast, not just to see Peter Andre, who might be hanging around, but because I love the Gold Coast. So I'm going to all those 4 places in Australia. So if you happen to be in any of those places and you have a school, your kids are at school or university or college or even work, if you want somebody to come and do training, somebody to come and do a presentation, I'm coming because you've asked me. You've begged. I've had people begging for about 4 years now. So I thought, sod it. I'm getting old. I'm going to come to Australia. So February and March 2025, I will be down under. And if you want me to come and talk at your school, or you've got teachers, or you've got parents, or you've got employers, or you've got anybody who doesn't understand about ADHD, and you want me to come and do a short, a long, a medium presentation with question and answer sessions, I will be doing it. I'll also be doing book signings in loads of shops, so there'll be loads of books to buy. And I really look forward to seeing you down in Australia, as they say it, in February and March 2025. See you.
There we go. We're back. Hello.
Okay.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I cut you off. But
That's okay.
tell us quickly. We have overrun on time. So tell us quickly about Australia, what you're doing.
Okay. Well, I'm going to Australia for 2 months, as you probably just saw. Largely because a lot of mums have asked me to. So a lot of mums who read my books, they say, if you think things are bad in the UK, Sarah, please God, come to Australia. Now in Australia,
obviously we've got this is in partnership with ADHD Australia, so
exactly. So they probably know all about it. So I've said, I've been for about 4 years, mums have been saying, please come to Australia, please come and talk to our teachers, please come and it started off as a book tour, but it's actually turning out really to be a criminal justice system tour, because we've had Queensland Police, we've had Melbourne Police, we've had several police forces contact us, and they're very, very interested in screening, because obviously they've got the same problem here. We've also had people in America contact us, but they've said it's going to be a much more difficult job in America because we're much tougher on crime. However, in Australia, they're very interested in starting to screen. So I want to go and talk to as many probations, as many police forces, anybody who will talk to me about why this is critical and how it will change their entire criminal justice system. So I'm going to be there for 2 months. And I just welcome anybody to get in touch, and please let me come and talk or give training presentations or Q&A sessions, whatever. But either teachers or the criminal justice system, that's what I'm going there to hopefully help the ADHD awareness along.
You're amazing. Look, and obviously everyone's seen the passion with which you talk. They know they're getting something very special if they get you in. So we've got to part company because we're out of time. We were out of time a little while ago. But hey, you are an absolute force of nature. Like, you are creating change in an area of such import. It's it is revolutionising.
Because I care about them, Henry. I care about them. They're the top of my list. Offenders, people stuck in prison because of their undiagnosed ADHD. They're the very, very top of my list, and they're not top of many people's list, but they're top of mine. And I won't stop until they're all getting screened, assessed, diagnosed, and medicated in prison. Then I'll stop, but I won't stop till then.
It's people getting the support they should be getting. Again, when we're talking about trying to change reoffending rates, we don't understand what went wrong before, and try. You have this sort of beacon of this is an intervention point that can make an enormous difference. And just
we're doing it, we're proving it. We're proving it with loads of police forces, probations. We're proving it. There's no question most offenders have got ADHD. There's no question. We've just got to sort that problem out now, which we are doing.
Right. You started this conversation by saying, come on, let's get on with this. I have a sunbed with my name on it that I need to go to.
I do. And a book to write. More importantly, a book to write about the amount of ADHD in prisons. That's what I'm doing now.
So we're going to let you get back to both. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, thank you for your work. You are incredible. What you're doing is something else so important.
Well, I don't feel incredible. I just feel it's a big job. And, if anybody's going to change it, it's going to be me, because I care about them. And I will do. I will change this system. I will.
You and I share the same, that we're here to make a difference. And
totally. I will. And thank you so much for having me.
No, well, thank you for being a part of it. It's a big deal, and absolutely wonderful. And right, we have to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. Bye.
And that's the end of this segment. I'm going to hand you over to the next one. Hello. So we're absolutely thrilled and excited. This is a segment on that first moment and what to do when you're first diagnosed with ADHD. Have trouble with the video. Wonderful. that was recorded yesterday. She broke her holiday to record it with us, and it's a big deal. Obviously, her work within the prison system. There's a huge amount of neurodivergent prisoners who aren't getting the support and help that would make a difference. When we talk about trying to change outcomes, try and reduce reoffending, and we commonly talk about the fact that for ADHD, like the interventions we need look different. We are different. They look different for us. And what you've got is an institution which is predominantly a literally one size fits all approach, and it just doesn't work. But it can, and that's the work she's doing, and it's something very, very special. We've now got Atif Chowdhury. I'm about to invite him in. I think, as I talked to you earlier, he is an absolute thought leader, and I'll talk to the story of. He reminded me when I came out of it of The Devil's Wear Prada, the episode where there were the part where the scene where the young assistant doesn't believe what they're doing is important or does anything, and the gentleman goes like, "That cerise jumper that you wore, was that colour was decided in this room 5 years ago. It's then trickled down until like whatever discount bin you found it in." And it's Atif's thinking is he's been a thought leader for 25 years. The framing, the way he thinks about the challenge of neurodivergence and ethnic diversity, other disabilities, of intersectionality across is something else. And I certainly, from our conversation, came out having learnt a lot and having my frame changed, which I frankly delighted in. It was really, really interesting. So without further ado, let me introduce Atif. Hello.
Hi, Henry.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm okay. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. It's all a bit dark. It's in that weird winter. We haven't reached winter, but we haven't sort of finished with summer. We're in kind of a weird discombobulation of things. But I'm generally all right. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm in the office.
Yeah. Well, I'm very, very excited to have you here. Yeah, really just thrilled about it. And I'm just happily waffling because I think I wasn't aware that your presentation was sent earlier. So rapid turnaround. Do you want to introduce what you're saying, and I'm going to bring your slides in?
Yeah, sure, I will. And I will say from the offset is just well done, everybody. Right? Just this is big stuff. Just before
it's a big thank you to everyone who's involved.
Yeah, but also those watching, listening from far away around the world, feeling things, right? Because I know the word is often triggered, and it's almost like triggering is a negative thing, so it's not a word I like using in this context. But we're feeling things, we're hearing conversations, we're recognizing, and in parts of some of the calls, I think the last one was a good example. The last chat, we're going to be visiting parts of our childhood that we've sort of buried or tried to bury. I'm going to hear conversations that are really going to like, wow, do you know, the jigsaw pieces that I want to find in my life to complete the puzzle, the feelings, the conversations I want to have with loved ones, the spaces I want to be seen in. These things are being said in this conference, and it's amazing. It's heartfelt, it's deep, but it's also it leaves us a little bit lost again as well, I'm sure, in different parts of it, and it's okay to feel those things. So I guess when I talk about this stuff, I'm just going to say to everybody listening, it's okay to feel these things, and I hope we feel them together.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to maximize you, let you start to speak. I've got the slides, they're just processing. You'll have them shortly.
Yeah, and then Henry, I'll probably just say next slide or as I go along. But I will do is make sure I will leave as much time for questions for those of you. Ask questions. I'm not sure what format you're going to do it in, but do you ask questions in the thing, or I'll come off live and people ask you questions or ask me questions, but I'll go with that.
People should ask, they can ask questions on social media. We pick up most of those. If they want to be sure, they should go to globaladhd.com, click on the schedule and your name, and post their question there. we will be going through this. There's already some there, so
Great. All right. Well, look, I'll just gently ease us into this. And thanks, Henry, for everybody and everyone. So my name's Atif Chowdhury. I'm reasonably out there. I've never really known how to express that, but I'm out there enough. And you can look up my work, I guess. We'll talk more about that. But today, I'm actually going to talk a bit more about ADHD and the justice system itself. But I probably have a slightly different take on it, maybe. But it will the same value as the wonderful speaker we've just had. But I will bring this into the context of race, and it does matter. It truly does matter in this. It matters for a number of reasons, and I want to hold that space and that we give that an understanding and a sense of solidarity, right, to the people that we want to be seen, conversations we need to have, and also the people who will not be safe through these conversations. They may never be safe through these conversations. They may not even want a diagnosis. They might not feel liberated through one. Things to think about. Some of you listening today may be coming to terms with ADHD as a diagnosis. Some of you may be deeply liberated by it and really excited because it's explained a lot of things. But I promise you there will be people who will be far, far away from any conference like this and any conversation like this. And it might not be part of their social exposure, their social capital, as they say, to even know there's such a thing as a diagnosis or a word like ADHD or an understanding or an explanation. There may be something that I'll touch on with more time in another conference, but also a little bit in this one. There may be a conversation about cultural relevance, cultural competency. Does our current understanding of neurodiversity, particularly ADHD, is it actually a global conversation? I would argue to a certain extent it needs to be, but without cultural competency and a cultural understanding of the differences we show up in, and our communities, our cultures, it may not be a global invitation to ADHD, as it is a global imposition to ADHD. That we're describing and pathologizing a label or an identity and say, it means this, it is this, you've got this. When that could be the case. But what if it's also more than that? What if we are made up of so many different things that ADHD is part of our identity, but it's not the only one? And the current framing of ADHD isn't and wasn't designed and still isn't with that cultural competency or global understanding of different global identities in mind. So with that, I'll share a little bit about myself and I'll pose that question and I'll raise that question. And I will say it again, I do ask this question with love, that we can think about this in a moment of solidarity and our growth from these conversations. So that's me. I'm one of the founders of a fair trade company in Palestine, which works around the world supporting farmers to build a better life. I am also founder of Diversity and Ability, which is the organization that I guess I'm speaking to you through today, which works with, in the context of neurodiversity and disability around the world. I'm a board member of Disability Rights UK. I'm very proud of that. But I think the biggest part of what I get to do is be part of an attitudinal change, one that teaches the world, or at least gets to play a role in the world, in focusing these conversations into spaces of barriers. So in that way, I don't think I'm here to talk about neurodivergent people or neurodiverse people or disabled people or people with disabilities or ADHD. I think I'm here to talk about participation. And what I love speaking about is participation. And what does it mean for the world when people are not participating in healthy ways? What happens to us, not just us as people perhaps who are facing barriers, but what happens to the world we're building for our children when so many people are masking or hiding or not feeling welcome to participate in it on the terms that they show up in? So this isn't just a Eurocentric way of looking at neurodiversity, but a global conversation about what neurodiversity could be if it was welcomed in neurodiverse terms. And what are the ramifications of that when we don't do that well? What are the ramifications of that for migrants and people of color when they're masking, hiding, coping, and facing other barriers alongside learning or literacy difficulties or differences in dyslexia per se, but also the way we choose to communicate and how we don't hide it well because we don't necessarily acquiesce to Western ideals or Western ideas of how people should appropriately hold themselves. If I use myself as an example, I'm Bengali and I started my life in social care. I can touch on that a little bit later. But I'm mixed heritage. I'm children of migrants who came here in the 70s and 60s. And part of my childhood was about poverty. I'm not sure I know where ADHD starts for me, or where the child in social care starts for me, or the dyslexic child that struggled to read and spell ends. I'm not sure where any of that ends or starts. I'm not sure that you can ever separate it. But I can say that if we are to look at these things, we can perhaps look at them through the different lenses of understanding. One of them is trauma, but the others are talent. And we talk about that quite often. But I really truly believe, and my team is an example of that every day, and the work we do around the world is an evidence of that talent and trauma lives in the heart of the best of people. It always has. But we have this idea that talent is the thing we want, and we're looking for it, we're searching for it, and we're going to make sure we make a big noise about it, because that's what we do. And trauma is a thing that we don't really want, and understandable, but it lives far away there. But the world has shown us time and time again, some of the greatest innovations in the world, the things that have truly changed the world, have come from people who have experienced loss in their lives, seen the need for innovation, and met communities that have helped them do it. But in the heart of that beauty and that brilliance is, at times, talent and trauma. So we need to recognize that better than we do, and recognize that the intersectional barriers are preventing us from seeing that. So my next slide is just a picture of my team, really, and I'm going to just touch on that, which is, it's a wonderful team, really. It's made up of 85% of my team under the under the medical model would identify disabled or neurodiverse. And the team is also, Henry, would you do the next slide for me?
Worryingly, I have. I think it's just catching up.
Okay.
There you go.
That's okay. If it's helpful, I can screen share if that makes any difference.
Is that the slide you want? Intersectional approach?
No, I think it's the slide after that one. Just let's see. If you go back one for me. Yeah, that one. That's fine. Yeah, let's see if that works. Okay, so let's just a picture of the team. One thing I'm going to say this as well. Look, and I love this. It's about social value and social impact. Why it's really important is sometimes people can look at organizations and think, yes, we should do that because it's the right thing to do. Yes, we should spend money on that because it's a charity, or yes, we should do that. But when you look at that, you'll see that the right thing to do will not be the thing that we do in times of turbulence, in times of change, in terms of recession, in times of difficulties. The right thing to do isn't the thing that we do. So building a business case for why we need different thinkers in our world isn't just the right thing to do, but it has social value. So I'm asking this to people listening today and those who are watching to think about that. And I will gladly help organizations also to think about how they can prove a business case to make sure that the right thing they do is also the sustainable thing they do. It's a hard lesson. It's something that I had to learn through, and it's taking me, and Diversity and Liberty is 15 years old as an organization. And it takes a lot of time to be able to do that, but I want to put that seed out there. All right, so the next slide is really about the question is, why is an intersectional approach so important? Some of you have been hearing the word intersectionality, I hope more. And if you haven't, I will do my best to explain it. But intersectionality really is about the barriers that we face. It's also about the different forms we come in. Real inclusion And authentic inclusion means recognizing that our social, political, and economic characteristics interact with social barriers. That we're not just a label or an identity, we're also a mix-up of lots of different things that we face. So there's a map that I use to navigate the world. And my map was probably largely formed by the time I was probably 15. I'd say 90% of it was. The rest of the 10% is learning as you grow older. But that map, all of you listening today have a unique map to the world. It's how you form your identity, your experiences, the richness of that, and how you navigate systems and your confidence to do that. Some of us are facing maps that have historical legacies: colonialism, racism, patriarchy, ableism, capitalism. They are a question of power and how we navigate. And when you go further into that, you might go into spaces of class and religion and faith, sexuality and identity. These are the different forms we come in. All of us come in these different forms. I'm going to say it here. We're all neurodiverse, every one of us. But we're not all marginalized because of it. And that's the work to do. That's the depth in which we have to go in our solidarity, not just for those who have a diagnosis or struggling to come to terms with that, for those who may not feel safe through one or may never want one. It really does matter if we're to get to understanding of what that talent could look like when it's welcomed and protected. And we are probably the best people to be able to do that, because we ourselves have experienced that isolation. We ourselves have felt that pain. And we ourselves are seeking a better world, not just for ourselves and our healing, but also for the children we have. So next slide, I'll speed up a little bit, but this is really a little bit about me on the next slide. Henry, is it coming? Yeah. So that's just me when I was that's a place I grew up in. If anyone has seen Misfits or Clockwork Orange, it was all filmed there. But it's the place I grew up in. Myself, I struggled. I am somebody people look at and say, well, you've organized international companies, you have set up organizations around the world. And I said, yes, I have. And I'm really grateful to that. I get to advise the UN on the Disability Roadmap and work with the World Health Organization. But I started here in this place. It's a ginormous council estate. It's one of the roughest, well, I don't know about rough, but it's certainly recognized as that. I don't know if it was for me. In some ways it was, in some ways it wasn't. I struggled at school. I didn't speak much at school. In fact, I went through 5 years of barely speaking at all. The first part of my life, I was in social care. Sadly, my mother, through mental health loss and undiagnosed and unsupported ADHD, as well as mental health loss, took her own life. And that was a very difficult thing to grow up through. And so as a youngster, I was separated from my siblings. But we came together, and through that, there was a space of love and healing, but it took time. But one thing that I never quite managed to understand was how I learned and how to fit in. It felt easier just to not say anything and be really quiet than to know what game to play and how to cope with it. I left school at 16 to try and get a job and help with the bills. But I struggled a lot. And it was said in the last caller, the last presenter, absolutely, I fully agree. I don't think I've yet to meet someone with dyslexia that doesn't also have ADHD. I'm not convinced our current modeling for either dyslexia or ADHD is yet mature enough to understand the socio-economic realities behind these labels and diagnoses, or the cultural competency or the impacts they have on migration. But I do truly believe that those coping with learning and literacy in a reading context with dyslexia will also be impacted by ADHD in a profound way too. But often they're in silos and we separate the two things, and we shouldn't, because they're not single issue struggles. They're just maps on how we navigate the world, how we find welcome in it, and whether we find solutions and love amongst communities that allow us to show up and talk about our differences in the ways that we show up in. I'll just do the next slide, if Henry, if you can. And And so this is a slide I really like. This is somebody whose work I really love a lot. Her name is Audre Lorde, and she rightly just said the same thing far better than I did, which is to say that there is no such thing as a single issue struggle, because we don't live single issue lives. It really matters that we do recognize that we show up in different forms, that we're not just labels or a diagnosis or an outrage because we're on a waiting list for a diagnosis, that we are made up of experiences, and some of those are as profound as ADHD, and some of those are as profound as more than just ADHD. It's about poverty, it's about shame, it's about culture, it's about loss. Sometimes it's about prisons, and sometimes it's even about self-harm. So these things will translate into many parts of the world, but we don't yet understand it very well. We don't understand it in the context of people of color who are disproportionately made up of prisoners, unsupported because of neurodiversity is not a conversation as part of their culture or their community or part of their social economic reality. It does matter. If you're thinking about, say, Richard Branson or Winston Churchill, they both have something in common. Two things. One is that they were able to talk about dyslexia at an earlier age. But second, they have the social economics on their side to be able to tell their story. And the risk of telling their story was there, no doubt. But it wasn't a risk that would have meant they go to prison or they go hungry or they will be jobless. And these are the differences. I once sort of said that with dyslexia, particularly if I could score exactly the same as Richard Branson on a dyslexia test. And yes, I'm entrepreneur in my own way, and he's a lovely chap too, I'm sure. But all I have in common with Richard Branson, even if I score the same as him on dyslexia, all I have in common with him is a beard. Because my life experience is completely different. My beginning to the world is different. And I guess my map I use to navigate neurodiversity will be completely different. And that's the understanding we've got to grow to. It can't just be, oh, I've got ADHD too, or I've got dyslexia too, or it's about what does it mean for you? And how does it impact your sense of identity and movement and expectation? What can we do to welcome it on your terms? What does it mean for your culture, your community? This is intersectionality in its reality, but it's also a question of justice. Because when we don't get that right, things happen. On the next slide, Henry, have you got it? Yeah, so this is really something that I think is important, that the need for psychological safety. I've always said this, that if you have to do more in a workplace or a school just to get through it, then you're hardwired to share less. If you're facing homophobia or misogyny or racism or transphobia, whatever it really is, you have to do more. You're masking more, you're coping more, you're having to do more. Then you're hardwired to share less. Some people do share, but really they're often disclosing because they have to, because there's a mental health turmoil. It's not often that we share because we can or want to. It's sometimes we share because we have to. So that in itself is a barrier. And the role we play in that is how do we make sure that we anticipate that we recognize that even, and it's really hard for some people to get this. It's really hard that some people's ADHD will show up differently to other people's. That sometimes when we say, oh, I've got ADHD too, that we're not necessarily listening. Although it's the way we share, right? So many folks, I'm going to say this, we share a relatable story. As Bengalis, we get really excited about things and gesturally. And I wonder, I'm not over speaking, I hope. I'm not cutting someone's conversation. I'm not making light or trying to story top them. I'm just really excited about what they're saying. But it's being conscious of how do we hear that pain when we ourselves have felt it, but how do we make sure we give space to it? Because their story or their poverty or their part of it may be quite different to yours. It may have been a lot worse, especially in the early days. That is part of the search for everyday belonging. And we find it in others. So on my next slide, I'm just going to read it out to you, but it says it there really, that without an intersectional understanding of the barriers that neurodiverse or disabled people face, that we don't have a relevant understanding. That class, that migration, poverty, gender, shame, healing, it all plays a part in the conversations we need to have. And we have got to get this into a conversation that understands race and class and migration. And social economics plays every role in whether we have agency to seek a diagnosis, pay for one privately, or even know we're safe, even if we paid for one at all. Shame is a big part of this. And these things play out. They play out in our behaviors. I once said that shame dies when it finds a safe place to tell a story. And it's our role to create safe places to tell stories. But sometimes we don't find that until it's often late. Sometimes we self-harm because we don't find that. Sometimes we even lose lives because we don't find it in this lifetime. And often in many cases, behaviors can be so distraught that they can lead to violence, aggression, self-harm, and long-term custodial prison sentences. And this is when we've got to understand that better. Because as we're saying is, we don't look at people and say, oh, they've got ADHD. What we look at is behavior, and look at behavior particularly in young people and say, well, that's not acceptable, or that's been damaging, or that needs punishment. My next slide, I'm just going to share some stats over, and I'll try and make up for time for questions really as well. But I'm just going to say this, that this isn't really about race in the criminal justice system per se, because I think that the last session was really did that with a lot of passion, and I'm really appreciative of that. I think it's more about just holding a quiet space to feel something, and I really want us to quietly feel something. That despite making up just 14% of the population, people of color, men of color and women, we make up 25% of prisoners. That's a disproportionate amount of prisoners. That over 40% of young people in custody are coming from Black, ethnic minority, majority backgrounds. It's not right. We are in such a space where that prisons can be so easy for us to fall into. And is the answer to do more diagnosis? I'm not sure that is. I once said, and I'll say it now, and it's been said that we have to get this right. That these diagnosing and doing more diagnosis may be an answer for some. But what are the terms of those diagnoses if they're not culturally relevant to the people we're diagnosing for? It's a big question. I want to sort of allow space for people to react to that and think to that. So on the next slide, I'm just going to sort of move this on as well. So 9% of prison inmates meet the criteria of autism. That's the current criteria. The criteria itself may change and may need to. We may find that there's a lot more than 9%. So 25% meet the ADHD Diagnostic, which is huge. And 9% meet screening criteria for learning difficulties. I didn't read until I was sort of 14. I still don't spell. If I was basing my sense of identity on those things, and I once truly did, then youth custody was probably where I was heading. And at one point it looked like I was. These things can happen so easily because poverty and choices can be challenging. Having self-esteem that says, I've got a different life waiting for me. It's not something that's given to everybody. You'd think it would be, but it's just not how I think the psychological well-being and safety of learning isolation plays its role in people's lives. Okay, so up to 50% of people entering prisons expect to have some form of neurodivergent conditions, which impacts their ability to engage. It does self-harm, it does anger management. It is not a place that gets to talk about superpowers. But what it should do is just have a sense of everyday belonging, that we all will show up differently, we all learn differently. As I said, we're all neurodiverse. We're ashamed if we weren't, really. But we're all neurodiverse, but we're not all marginalized because of it. And I know I've said that before. I'm going to say it again, because that's the work to do. All right, on my next slide, and I do want to give space for questions, so if that works. There are only 2 out of 354 service users received adjustments while in police custody. There's some great work happening. There's a team out there at Crease Puddles doing really good work on police services and enhancing the police understanding of neurodiversity within the police force itself. You get a better understanding police force, you may get a better community policing. You get better community policing, you get better advancements. You may even see a more diverse police force coming through because of the good work that's happening there. There are so many examples of good work happening, but it needs more understanding. And we've inherited some absurdities. We've inherited ideas of what makes a good leader only from using present leaders. We haven't inherited the idea that leaders may be amazing, but not famous. Or that there could be great leaders who don't necessarily read or write, who may speak their truths, but not become famous, but role model something truly wonderful. We all too often look at differences in people and reject them until they're famous. And then we often say, oh, I knew her, I knew him. I think about different experiences or in my life and think about how many people I might have missed because their behaviors made it hard to see how important they were in the world I tried to survive in. So there's some more stats here. I'm just going to move it through and then just ask some questions here for you guys to think about. So neurodiversity is 3 times more common in the criminal justice system than the rest of the population. Yes, that's true. There is a screening limit for neurodiversity, which, and I do think the figure would be much higher because we're still measuring neurodiversity on fairly narrow terms. The diagnosis itself needs to evolve. I said it's good that we have something, but a diagnosis is a place for a heart that's got nowhere else to go, and we need to understand that. So it's not that it's found a perfect home, but we haven't got a good job of understanding what is the impact. My diagnosis doesn't say anything about the things I've told you. It says how I perform on a particular test, but it doesn't say he moved around a lot as a child. They struggled to fit in, they didn't speak, or what happened to his parents. Nor was it designed to. But those things matter. So when we look at the diagnosis, we're going to have to build an understanding of the social economics of it, to build a trauma-informed care approach to it, and an understanding of what are the terms we're measuring global identities on. And if we're going to keep doing it on a particular Eurocentric identity without understanding migration or class or shame or culture, then we can't blame people for not showing up for it, for not wanting it, to not rush to get a diagnosis or medication or anything. Because we're not doing anything other than telling them they should be more like us, without understanding what is it about us that they're afraid of, and what is it about our design and our thinking here that doesn't serve them. And if the ramifications of trying to get a label helps you not go to prison, then perhaps they'll do it. But that's not an invitation. That is a deep-seated imposition. And so we can do better. And our understanding of neurodiversity and our demands on ourselves just will reach that. But we've got to dig a bit deeper than we often do. So when we think about that, when we think about those in prisons, most people, they were not asked or assessed or diagnosed for neurodiversity within the justice system itself. And I know that you're going to do more talks on this. I have a particular position on the school to prison pipeline, and I have the joy in my life of working with Amanda Kirby, who does some great work on that. But it is true that so often people are not going to find out about these things until much later in life. I didn't get to find out, and the label for me was deeply liberating. I run a podcast on this conversation called Labels and Legacies. A label was deeply liberating, but I shouldn't have been so dependent on it, or to even wait till I'm nearly 40 to get it in order to feel welcomed. Nor should anyone with late diagnosis. But as I said, I'm still not convinced the diagnosis itself said what it needed to say. And truly, it was just human understanding and human enthusiasm for the ideas I had that made them become real. So I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is just, that neurodiversity is, and it's talked about a lot in these sessions, I can see it, that there are long waiting lists. Henry, sorry, would you do the next slide for me? And that the waiting lists are, and I think you've really talked about this in previous sessions as well, there are long waiting lists, and you've seen that. And it does need to change. That we do need to look at this in terms of what is the mental health impact of this. Sometimes we have a knee-jerk reaction almost to say that neurodiversity isn't a mental health illness and such and such. This of course is true, but that's not the point. I think the point is that learning isolation, and by that I mean not being supported because of differences, has a mental health consequence, and that consequence is real, and it affects the social justice system, and it affects the mental health system that we have, and we can do better. So I'm coming to the end of this really, and I'll on my next slide now, I'm going to throw it to Henry really, back to questions and spaces, and maybe we can just have a chat. But I guess I'm saying it, this is my third time. If you take away from anything from me, it's this. And remember what I said about the map to the world. I'll be courageous with you, and I know this won't be popular for some, but Diversity and Ability does a lot of work supporting homeless learners who are facing literacy, rough sleepers. And in that space with assistive technology and training and support, we anticipate that neurodiversity, or neurodivergency as we call it, is there. We work on that position. We don't wait till it can prove itself. But I will face people who somehow navigate the world as if they're somehow neurotypical till one day they're not. Was I neurotypical until one day I could prove I wasn't? And so we're going to have to do better to recognize that we all use different maps to the world. How we feel loved, whether we're welcomed, whether we got to eat regularly, whether we knew we were protected, whether we met adults that loved us. It shapes our brains and the way we navigate the world. It gives us a space of knowing we have a place in it. This changes our brain makeup. And having a trauma-informed care approach to the work we do, including ADHD, will really make the difference if we're to avoid the school-to-prison pipeline and the loss of so much people going through this pain. We are all neurodiverse, but we're just not all marginalized because of it. And so that's a good work ahead of us. Okay, that's my next slide. And Henry, over to you. That's my contact details, or the team's contact details. Be in touch. I'd love to know how this felt for you all. And more questions. There's a lot more to say, but I feel like in the time frame, I don't want to too much, but I do want to bring out to you all to think about the Eurocentrism and the lack of cultural competency in our way of looking at neurodiversity at the moment. And I mean that with a provocation and a sense of hope for a better understanding on this.
That was wonderful. Thank you. And I particularly think that last line you just threw out, like the neurocentrism and lack of cultural competency. Do you want to just talk a bit more to neurocentrism? Because you're the first person who told me that phrase, so I've fallen in love with it. Do you want to tell me what you mean? And
Yeah, I'll do my best. So again, I don't know if this is popular for people. I think that I'm curious, I think okay, so look, if I'm going to use myself as an example. So I'm not anybody's neurodivergent. I'm somebody who just wants to be welcomed. But the terms in which I know I navigate the world won't be from my indigenous language. It won't be from my first. It will be through how I cope with being a child in a British school state system. And so with that comes power. Okay. And someone can say, well, yeah, but that's every day for everyone. Okay. So let's slow it down a little bit. The modeling for neurodiversity itself, whether it's ADHD, dyslexia, etc., is done in a particular lens over a particular set of communities. We haven't looked at how communities around the world might do this. When we are looking at global conversations, so I might look at, say, Nigeria or Kenya and say, tell me about your ADHD conference, tell me about your neurodiversity one. What I'm often watching is a conference about how they are acquiescing to the education system that was left behind. So I might go to see a position on Kenya and it will show me this is our dyslexia work. Okay, but you're showing me as if the English are still here. They left in 1960s. What is this? What are you showing me? I said, well, this is dyslexia or this is ADHD. Okay, but what is the context of it in terms of your people, in terms of Maasai people, in terms of Nairobi people, in terms of understanding this through Swahili? And that's lost. I could do the same in any country. I could go to any. There isn't a border in Africa that was made by an African. There's no border in India that was made by an Indian. There is no border in the Middle East, and sadly we see it now, that was made by somebody from the Middle East. So if we don't see that people had control over their nation states, why would they have had control over the education system? They didn't. What they did is survive an education system that was given to them and forced upon them. So when we come to learning differences, okay, so that happened in the past, but let's talk about now. Well, now we're still saying the same communities, even if we use the word international development, we're making them more developed. So the same communities are coping with how to cope with the conversation on neurodiversity, how to understand ADHD in a global way, how to understand dyslexia in a global context. But actually what they're doing is trying to understand it in a European context. They're not really being able to say, let me teach you, Europeans, how we understand it in our world. Let me teach you in our culture, it looks like this. Let me show you in our excitement and joy for the world that we communicate like this, that we don't have a deficit. We just don't conform to the way you think is socially acceptable. But in our joy, we mean it with love. And why shouldn't our version of ADHD be something you learn from? In fact, we're not even asking that question. The worst part of it, Henry, is that people are just not even curious about it.
Yeah. And the cultural, I talked to someone from, for example, from Japan, and they were talking about the impact of the hyperactivity of ADHD in a culture where the requirements to not step out, not move, and well, particularly for them in their family, there, I could see how impactful that could be in the impulsivity to speak out, and so the cultural relevance of ADHD traits, which we talked about when we met previously, it is something that really isn't talked about and enough in any way. And when you start to think about, and I think we also talk more jovially when we talk about the time challenge of ADHD. Well, if you're from a South American country, like where time is much more of a more ephemeral thing for many, if you arrive 10 minutes late,
you're right. But look, every culture will laugh. If I may, let's use time blindness. Every community has a particularly global majority has a conversation, a joke about it. Or say it's Indian time, or Bengali time, or Nigerian time. But essentially, and then others will say, well, it's time blindness, or there's a deficit. But what if it just was communities that are not that restricted to capitalism? That there is a courtesy to be on time, of course there is. But there is an understanding that we are allowing ourselves to be human and to approach these moments with our culture and our community. And that means we're not on the minute. Maybe we're from communities and cultures that lived in hot suns, and we don't have to rush for everything, because it's not healthy for us.
Yeah.
And so I'm just maybe giving that. And so does that have to be time blindness? does it even have to be disrespectful? Can it just be, okay, there's a reason why some communities...
And that goes to your point of the cultural relevance, the cultural competency of understanding ADHD, that something like that will look, the time issue will look very different depending on culture. Now, I have a question from my co-founder, Dr. Max Davey. Said, like, I will, like, you know, I don't want to disappoint him. So, can you give some ideas about how the diagnostic criteria could be more culturally sensitive and relevant?
Absolutely. And this is a longer time than but I'm just going to give you a basic one.
Yeah, we have about 4 minutes.
But let's recognize, okay, we have a diagnostic criteria that doesn't even take into account second language. So we might measure someone on dyslexia, not recognizing they may be translating from two languages, the language of English, but they still think and feel in a different language. But then we're going to look at that and say, oh, okay, their spatial coding is a bit slow. No, it might be super fast because they've just done it in two languages. Oh, so there's an example of where to build the cultural competency is to say, where is the person from? What is their childhood upbringing? How long do they live here? What are those things that relate to the things that make this safe? And above all, when we're doing the diagnosis, particularly in a deficit model, make that person safe enough to want to tell you those things. Because if they don't tell you those things, and you yourself are not psychic, you're not going to know. So that it means rehauling a lot of the ways that we look at diagnosis at the moment. And yes, there's an urgency in the waiting list. So why are we going to then change the diagnostic waiting list or make it even harder? Well, we're not. We may need to just look at the idea that we can do diagnostic better and faster by reframing it through what are the barriers and impairments that a person's facing, and address the barriers first, rather than having something that proves they've got something in order to get the barriers even talked about. So that to me is a way of doing it, that we look at where are the places and the cultures and the communities they're from. What is that they identify language? And does it really have to be a deficit just because it might be in the UK?
Thank you. And in one of the questions that have been posted to the page, these are fantastic topics and themes today. I'm glad you're talking, Atif, and about the equally vital one for people to understand. And I know your charity does very, very good work, Disability UK, which you're a part of as well. We've seen a number of comments come in from essentially your fan base. So,
I can totally see the chat on. So yeah,
we had someone. You talked about your very challenging start in life and the things that happened to you in childhood. We had this come in saying, if you've had negativity all your life or abuse from the system, what's the point of even participating? You are participating. You're more than participating. You're leading. What's your answer to Phil?
Oh, I feel absolutely somebody to whoever wrote that question, please hold yourself. Just you're loved. I don't know what to say because we're asking for logic and reason in a place and events that are illogical and unreasonable. I hope people can understand that where do you find a place when you're going through such pain? I don't know. I feel like I was loved. I don't know why we struggle with the word love, especially in this country, because my community doesn't, but you do in this country. But to know you're loved and to know that you're not on your own is hard work, but it is going to need love, and to know you're not alone to get through this stuff. To not give in to addiction when it feels like it's so easy and warm. To not give in to anger and even aggression or violence, because that's the only way that feels like alive again. I don't have an answer on that. I think that, and I wish I did, because I think about the loss in my life and my mother that I cannot remember. And I don't have an answer on it. I just ask that we address shame together and we look for love in our lives, and we be love for other people who need to see it.
Thank you. That was really powerful, and it was really powerful. You're amazing. Thank you so much for coming to the conference, for speaking with the passion, intensity, the deep thought that you did, for your understanding, for your work. I hugely appreciate you, and thank you enormously.
That's all right. Yeah, thank you,
At
Henry.
this point, I have to sign you out and say goodbye. So,
Yeah, that's all right.
Brian, thank you so much.
No worries.
Goodbye. Right, we're about to have Catherine Hinwood on. We're just going to quickly, we're just a minute or so before 8, which is when we're going to hand that over. We're going to have my chairperson of ADHD UK is going to do the formal introduction. So you can tell, like, it's a request of his, like, he's going to say no to their chairperson. We're quickly going to play a little ad, which is from Lauren, our lead ambassador. We have a lot of ambassadors for ADHD UK. The aim is to have people who talk locally, and we, by being an ambassador, your voice is raised and strengthened, going to your council, going to your local MP, saying we want change, and it has the opportunity to be very involved with the charity meeting. Actually, there's opportunity to be weekly, but there's a monthly insiders meeting, hear what we've done in the last month, what we're going to do in the next month, and the opportunity to raise your hand to get involved. And that's particularly as we look to challenge for change, look to raise the discussion on ADHD, make sure it keeps getting talked about, that we don't just get ignored and lost. It's a great opportunity to get involved. And let Lauren talk to you a little bit about her and what she's been doing.
Hi everyone, my name's Lauren and I'm the lead ambassador here at ADHD UK. We have had many ambassadors join ADHD UK over the past year, and each and every single ambassador is dedicated to raising understanding of ADHD within their local communities. From speaking to politicians, to attending council meetings, to holding talks, to raising funds by running marathons, each and every single ambassador brings their individual personality, spirit and passion for change to the role. Ambassadors really are at the heart of ADHD UK, and they strive to create better understanding and acceptance for ADHD with everything that they do. I'm very grateful and proud to be a part of such an incredible, inspiring group of individuals. As being the lead ambassador at ADHD UK, I also have something else that I'd like to share. I was crowned Miss Essex in June this year, and in 2 weeks I'll be competing for the title of Miss Great Britain. Throughout my time competing for the Miss Great Britain title, one thing has always been at the forefront of my mind, and that is to make my voice heard as a neurodivergent woman striving for acceptance and change. Being a representative of the ADHD community is really important to me. I want to ensure that people know how and where to gain support, to end stigmas surrounding ADHD and neurodiversity. The more I speak loud, the more people will hear me and the more people that I will support. And that's exactly why I do what I do. So I'm going to keep winning crowns and breaking stereotypes.
She's amazing. And right, I'm very, very excited about this. I'm very grateful for Catherine to be here. It's incredibly important, obviously, what the NHS is doing around ADHD. I must stop talking and hand over to Neil, who's chairperson of ADHD. Has been fantastic. He's one of the people in the back who has been instrumental in creating this conference. He's been extending, identifying those people who have an interesting thing to say, that and then extending invitations to them. We're very grateful for them all. Frankly, every single person said yes, which was something else. So part of his amazing persuasion abilities. Neil, I'm handing over to you to introduce Catherine.
Thanks, Henry. Evening, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the conference so far. So yeah, introduction with Catherine. So Catherine and I initially met earlier this year at an NHS conference, and I think it's safe to say I've been a thorn in her side ever since. So I'm thrilled that she's joining us tonight. So just a bit of background really on Catherine. She was appointed NHS England's ADHD Programme Director in December 2023 and leads NHS England's work to improve service provision and experience for those with ADHD and their families, and supports a recently established cross-cutting ADHD Taskforce. She's also NHS England's Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Programme Director. Much of her work is focused on improving support for NHS staff who experience these crimes, including the introduction of the first ever cross-healthcare system charter on sexual misconduct with more than 300 organisations. She was formerly Deputy Director in the Family and Criminal Justice Policy Directorate in the Ministry of Justice, and was responsible for most of the government policy relating to victims of crime in England and Wales, and led the UK government response to COVID for victims and witnesses. And Catherine was awarded an OBE in King Charles's first honours list in 2023. So Catherine, we're so grateful that you're joining us today to discuss what you're doing within the task force, and there will no doubt be many questions for you after. So passing over to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Neil. And you haven't been a thorn in my side. You've been a brilliant ally. So I'm so pleased that you asked me to join. It's such a privilege to be here. And I've been listening online for a while, and it's been a real privilege to hear from so many people about their experiences and the brilliant work that they're doing. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. And I am going to tell you a little bit about NHS England, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit about the work that we are doing in NHS England in relation to ADHD. And then I'm going to tell you what I think you might want to do if you want to be involved in that work. I'm also going to tell you a bit about what I will try to answer, things I might need to take away, and things that probably don't fall within my remit. And I can see that many of you have already put questions into the space on the website that you'd like me to answer. So thank you so much to everyone who's engaged already with this session. I know that there's some really, really difficult experiences that many of you have had in accessing services and the support that you need. And that's why I'm here, and that's why the programme is here. So Neil gave a little bit of an introduction about who I am. One of the things he didn't mention is that I am Australian English. So my dad is Australian and my mum is English. And one of the reasons I asked to be on at this time is so that I could straddle between my English family and my Australian family. So hi, Mum, hi, Dad. I am also a professor at the University of Technology in Sydney. So I lecture across UTS in Sydney, as well as work in NHS England. So I have a professional career here in England, but lots to do with Australia. So it's just incredible that I'm able to be part of a conference that brings together work of ADHD UK and ADHD Australia. So my career has been based upon helping vulnerable people and working particularly in relation to those who experience domestic abuse or sexual violence and who have been victims of crime, and then trying to really raise the profile of issues that people don't want to talk about, are really significant cross-cutting social justice issues that have a significant health impact, and that carry a lot of the things that we have heard about today that loom large for people who have ADHD. Shame, conversations that are difficult disclosures, not being understood, being misdiagnosed with things that come from a lack of understanding of trauma and experiences. So when NHS England asked me last year to take on the role of programme director for ADHD, I jumped at the chance not just because I thought that the skill set that I had and the issues, the understanding of issues that I have in relation to things like shame and social justice and health impacts would be beneficial, but because I have a personal interest in ADHD as well. So here we go. This is my family. This is me with my niece Emily, and this is my sister with Michelle with my niece Ruby. My sister has ADHD, and my nieces Ruby and Emily have something called velocardiofacial syndrome, which is also known as DeGeorge syndrome. They are 12. They have a number of physical disabilities, learning difficulties. They are both autistic. We think Ruby has ADHD. Emily definitely has ADHD. And has been on medication for that for some time. And if you ask me, what are the lights of my life? I quite often say my nieces, Ruby and Emily. So I understand from their experiences with accessing support, the kind of support that they need, accessing education, my goodness, that has been incredibly difficult for them. The importance of getting the right support, getting the right diagnosis, but also people understanding what ADHD is and how it impacts on you or might impact on you. My sister, who is my younger sister, was in her mid-30s when she realized that she had ADHD. And she said to me that when she realized that, her life made sense to her. And she also had had quite a significant period of being investigated for many different things. And now that she knows she has ADHD, her life has fallen into place in a very, very different way. My sister doesn't have medication, though. It's the therapeutic supports that have been much more her focus. Sorry. Right. So that's me. That's why I'm here. And that's some of the personal experience and passion that I bring to my work. So what's NHS England? So I am hoping that we've got people from Australia online who may not know what NHS England is. And frankly, until I started working here 2 years ago, I didn't know what it was really either. So it's not the government. It's what's called an arm's length body of the government. So we're attached to the government, but I'm not a civil servant, for example. We are an oversight body, I guess, for the NHS. So we have a national team, and I'm part of that national team. And then we have 7 regional teams, and we oversee the infrastructure of the NHS, which is organised into 42 different local systems, which are integrated care systems. And from those systems, you get primary care, which is like GPs, dental practices, other organisations that sit that, so hospital trusts, for example, community services. Part of those integrated care systems are also your local authorities who will commission and provide social care services and education services. And then you move on to patient and place level services as well. So NHS England oversees the biggest employment infrastructure in Europe that sees 2 million patients a day. And what we try to do is we try to provide guidance. We set budgets for the rest of the system. We will try to amplify issues nationally. We deal with the government directly. We have a mandate to do something, so we commission some very specialised services. We also will be able to issue like standard contract guidance, and we have some kinds of regulatory and oversight mechanisms as well. But we aren't the government, so the government sets our budget. And reforms that came in a couple of years ago really tried to devolve a lot of the power of this central oversight body, NHS England, locally. So there are some things that we would like to do. So we would like to tell, potentially, we might like to tell people or systems how to do things, but we don't have the power to do so. So a lot of our work is around influence, guidance, provision of data. So we also run national data sets, for example, but lots of the infrastructure for healthcare is local. I'm also NHS England, so we have separate infrastructures for the other three nations, so Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, but we work really, really closely with them as well. We're not responsible for medicine supply. That's an organisation called the Medicines Health Regulation Authority. And we're also not responsible for setting clinical guidance. That's something called NICE guidance, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that later. So it's things that I have knowledge of, but they don't really fall within my responsibility. So what I see my job as being is trying to really raise the profile and trying to bring in connections with really important other national bodies and influence local decision makers through conversations like this. So it may surprise some of you and it may not surprise others that NHS England and also the Department for Health and Social Care, who sponsor us and who are the government body that gives us our money and sets the government policy, didn't have a specific ADHD program until this was set up last year. So I know there've been a number of questions in the chat about work that had been done in relation to autism. So there had been an autism program for a number of years, actually. And so through that autism program, there'd been like data collection that's specifically set up, specific training on autism and a real focus, but there hadn't been any infrastructure around ADHD. And so in December of last year, there was, particularly many of you will know, an acute medication supply issue. So our Chief Executive, Amanda Pritchard, asked me and my boss, the Chief Delivery Officer, Steve Russell, to do some work on ADHD, to try to understand issues around ADHD service provision, because we were hearing from so many of you and so many clinicians and service providers across England that things were not working. So we tried to understand, well, what kind of issues are we talking about? How long are waiting lists? We're hearing they're very long. They're probably different across the country. How many people do we think have ADHD? What's the kind of prevalence rate? Is there a greater demand for services now? If so, why? So we agreed 4 things that we would do. And I had a winter that was my ADHD winter, where we looked at these 4 areas. We looked at all the data that NHS England holds on ADHD. We then commissioned some research from King's College London, and we wanted to understand whether or not issues that we were seeing in England were comparable to issues that were being seen in other countries, particularly this narrative that was very common, that there'd been a spike in demand for ADHD services or people seeking a diagnosis of ADHD post-COVID. We decided that we would review how ADHD services were delivered across England, and was there anything that was driving the way in which services were delivered, and what kind of outcomes were they giving people. And then the other thing that we did was we set up a clinical reference group to look into what we call them deep dives on ADHD related issues. So I'm going to tell you about each of those 4 work streams and what we found. So on data, there is no national data that the NHS publishes on ADHD. And let me tell you a little bit about why. So people who have ADHD are seeking a diagnosis for ADHD will pop up everywhere. You may go to your GP. you may be seen through a mental health service, you may be seen through CAMS, you may be seen in the community. And the way that NHS national data is structured is about the service in which you appear. So we have codes that are used. Those codes are not used consistently across data sets, and you can't track a person across the NHS in the way that you might think that you would want to or would be able to. So we looked at our community data sets, we looked at our mental health data sets. We did a lot of work on data on healthcare in prisons, and we've heard really powerfully about the prevalence of people with ADHD who are in custody, particularly youth custody. And we had some data there that could help us in seeing some of the health inequality issues. But generally, we didn't feel comfortable with the data that we had to be able to give us an accurate picture nationally on the issues in terms of ADHD prevalence, people seeking treatment, how long they're waiting, and then people who are diagnosed and what services they're in. So we thought people were being missed, and we also thought they were being double, triple counted, because we know that people are bounced around services as well. So you might be referred from your GP into CAMS, you might be referred in through 3 different other routes, and you will show up on multiple different systems. So you will see that one of our key recommendations is to sort that out. But what we do have is some information that other organisations and that surveys have showed us. And we've also got local data that we can try and pull together that gives us a pretty good picture, but doesn't give us the kind of national data that we think we really need in this space. One of the reasons that we need this data is it helps to access some of the levers around, well, first of all, it helps us to understand issues, but it helps us to access levers around funding. And when you know, for example, that ADHD is as common in children as asthma, you start to change the conversation, and you start to convince people that it should be funded and viewed in a similar way. So you can see here that there's a massive variation in waiting times for access to services across the country. Many of you have pointed that out in your questions and comments. And then, we've had surveys that pick that up as well. Interestingly, we do have data about the prescribing of medication, and our data tells us that in the last 3 years, there's been a 51% increase in the number of patients prescribed. So, yeah, it tells us a few things. We think there's a few reasons for that. So the work that King's College did told us actually that the UK is not unique in this case. And interestingly, when Sarah was talking, she was talking about colleagues and friends in Australia saying, you think it's bad in England, come and see what it's like in Australia. So yes, we found that across many countries, the data is incredibly poor. And interestingly, when King's did this work for us, they found that the data that they could come across was some of the lowest reliability of any studies that they had done. So much of it is not, it doesn't reach their standard of whether or not it's accurate or reliable. So what it tells us is there's just a huge amount more work that needs to be done. But from that evidence, the best quality evidence, it told us that they didn't think that there was an increase in prevalence as such. So people have always had ADHD, but it was more likely that people were seeking support for that post-COVID. And then they did some work on statistics here. So you can see we don't even have UK data on the prevalence in children, but NICE, that's the organisation I mentioned that sets out clinical guidelines. They estimate that it's about 5% internationally. We think it's probably the same here in the UK. again, that's the same number of the same percentage of children or prevalence in children as asthma. And for adults, we think it's about 3 to 4%, but that's across the UK, not just in England. And then you can see the only international data about prevalence in adults that they found to be highly reliable was in relation to Sweden. And then there's some data here in relation to the prevalence in the USA, Canada, and Sweden too. Then we pulled together a load of people who worked in NHS providers and people who provide the services and who commission it from national level to a very granular patient level. And we found, surprise, surprise, that there was a massive variation in how services were delivered, but that really impacted access and experience across the country. And so one of the reasons for this is there's no service specification as to how you ought to provide services in relation to ADHD. What you do have is clinical guidelines in terms of the diagnostics and the assessment and who ought to do them, but you don't have a service specification as such. We found people have so many coexisting conditions. So, for example, considerable interlinks with anxiety, 40% co-occurrence with autism, for example. Lots of people showing up in mental health services being diagnosed with anxiety and then down the line realize actually it's ADHD. But that was complicating the identification of ADHD and impacting someone's experience of services as well. And then there was a really significant finding around the fact that we hadn't kept pace with the needs of people with ADHD. So services were not specifically designed for people with ADHD, but they weren't needs-led either. So that just meant that people were, they weren't getting their needs met. Wider societal changes, so increase in social media use. I mean, a lot of people talk about the fact that increased social media use has increased people's perception that they might have ADHD. But what we found was that there was nothing absolutely negative that we found in relation to that, but just that it influences public perceptions about ADHD. So there were a lot of myths around that, but also it was really helpful in other ways. So, people like my sister who understood more about her ADHD through social media would then be more likely to seek help. So it was just that wider societal change and the increase in conversation that had shifted people's, help-seeking behaviours. And then a really, really significant finding around the impact of education policy and processes on access to support. So many of you will know that there are schools that are fantastic in thinking about the needs of children with ADHD or more broadly with special educational needs or learning difficulties, neurodivergent. However, some are not so great. Some, before they give access to support for needs, they will require a formal diagnosis. And so that was driving the need to access services and need to access services, specific services, and quickly. The clinical reference group that we set up looked at 6 areas. We did 20 hours of deep dives over the winter. And we looked specifically at whether NICE guidelines, those guidelines I mentioned for diagnosis, were working particularly well. Then we badged this umbrella neurodiversity. So we were thinking about, well, actually, should you be looking at ADHD separately? But then what is the overarching umbrella we might want to be considering ADHD within? We looked at prescribing. We looked at health inequalities, which was a really, really significant piece. And that looked at some things like access. It also looked at co-occurrence in a way. So we looked at prison population, we looked at addiction, we looked at people with ADHD, particularly women, the likelihood that they women with ADHD are more likely to have been victims of sexual violence. We found some studies in the US around that and the interlink with complex PTSD, for example. This was something called secondary gain. So people were really concerned about some of the new online tools, for example, coming into the market and being marketed by drug companies. So we looked at whether or not there was anything there that was driving clinical behaviours. And then we looked at treatments that were therapeutical and not about prescribing. You know, there's so many people that need to access treatment either in addition to medication or instead of medication. And we found these three things. One of my team who has ADHD came out with these really brilliant ways of summarizing all the 20 hours of discussions that we had. And so we found that it was incredibly important for you to be seen by the right person on the right pathway and with the right support. She coined something called converging spaces, which was, if you have ADHD, the impact on so many other areas of your life, like education, employment, interaction with the justice system as either a victim or offender, all come together. And then paradox of care of how many people were seeking treatment who were then finding that their attempt to get treatment was actually exacerbating issues for them, and the fact that they couldn't access medication, they were on waiting lists for assessments for 5 years, meant that seeking help had actually become detrimental to them. So all of that work came together, and one of the overwhelming findings was that we just need to improve user experience and outcomes. And many of you might think that that's obvious, but it was really, really important for us to be able to document this and present this to NHS England's public board in a report, which you can find online, which I wrote, that really set out how stark the reality is for people who have ADHD and their families who are seeking treatment. One of the really key things that came out, though, was that if we wanted to make fundamental changes, not just put sticking plasters over ADHD services, although we think there are some things that need to be done really, really quickly, you need absolute collaboration with people with lived experience and their families, but across the public sector. So local authorities, education, justice system, in those working on employment policy, benefits policy. And we learned a lot from colleagues in Wales and Scotland. So Wales had done some really fantastic work and had come to after a big public consultation, the view that they needed to have a neurodivergent model. So what we committed to do was 4 things. So we committed to look much more detail about commissioning arrangements, outcomes, experiences. We have set up a network for providers. We run a regional engagement forum. We have spoken to nearly every ICB across the country in the last few months and multiple service providers. We now have a really significant bank of understanding of service provision, some evidence about things that work well, some evidence about things that don't work well. People have different views about the models that should be put in place, but one thing that comes out really, really strongly is this access to early support, upfront triaging, enabling people to access non-medical treatments very early on, and peer support, co-designing that triage model, that front door model with people with lived experience, their families, and also local authorities and education providers is the kind of model that's worked best, we think, in areas like Derbyshire, West Yorkshire, and Hertfordshire. So we've also looked at how we capture and share best practice. So that's setting up a forum. Someone had asked a question about thinking about how we can use some of our contractual levers where we don't think that a provider has acted in accordance with their contracts about service provision. So we've been setting up webinars for regions and local providers to upskill them in commissioning and how they use contracts as well, and some of the remedies where they think that services aren't being provided in a way that they ought to. We've been developing a national ADHD data improvement plan, which is really, really important. And we've started to put new codes in for the current infrastructure for capturing data on ADHD. So we should have a return next year for the first time in the mental health data set, which is brilliant. And then finally, we said that we would set up a cross-cutting task force. So we were so impressed with the experience that Wales had and the results that they had, that we asked Professor Anita Thaper, who is a professor at Cardiff University and led a lot of the Welsh Government's work on neurodiversity and ADHD provision. And she is a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and she is a specialist in ADHD. She's overseeing that task force. But we made sure that we had local authority chief executive Joanna Killian involved in that work as well. And what we have been doing since we appointed Anita as chair, a few weeks after that, an election was called. So we had to pause our work on setting up the task force. So post new government, we have been making sure that the infrastructure of the task force is aligned with their priorities. Sarah said something really powerful when she was talking about using the levers that we have to ensure change. And so what we really need from this task force is we need the government to support it, and it needs to link into the infrastructure that they are setting up with their what they're calling missions. So they've got key missions on mental health waiting lists and special educational needs and disability provision in schools. So we've been working really closely with our government colleagues on making sure that the task force's remit and infrastructure will be able to feed into their new mission board infrastructure. So we should be able to say a little bit more about that in the coming weeks. But before the government decided what it wanted to do in relation to the infrastructure of the NHS, it commissioned Lord Darcy to do an independent investigation of the NHS in England. And it had a significant section on ADHD, which we contributed to. And really importantly, Lord Darcy emphasised the importance of the task force in our work. So now that we know that we have that really important, significant government support for our work, we've started the first events, and we will start to appoint members to the task force. We ran a lived experience event 2 weeks ago to shape the membership, the focus, and finalise the terms of reference of the task force. And it focused on what support for those with ADHD should look like. And it won't be of a surprise to anyone that some of the key findings were in relation to support needing to be needs-led, offered early, considerate of individuals and families, and really be holistic, and that we need to take a whole system approach to the way in which we are thinking about fundamentally changing through the recommendations of the task force, which will work over the next 6 months to a year to really deep dive into ADHD service provision, but policies and processes across society that need to be shifted, improved to improve access and outcomes for people with ADHD and their families. So before I go on to questions, because I know lots of you do have them, I wanted to just share a little bit about what you can do. So for those of you who are in England and you want to be engaged, stay engaged with organisations like ADHD UK, because they will be really critical to the infrastructure of the task force and to the work of the task force. we will be able to provide updates as well. We're planning on doing a call for evidence that's much wider than our early lived experience sessions. So if you want to be involved in that, please have a think about that. Keep your eyes peeled, but ADHD UK will be a significant part of that task force infrastructure. If you're not in England and you're thinking, what has my government been doing? We should be doing something like this. Take a look at the web pages on NHS England's work on ADHD, and I can share the link of the paper that we presented to the board, and really start to talk about and agitate for shifts in conversations around ADHD service provision. One of the things that Neil and I have talked about, and Neil mentioned we met at a conference, an NHS national conference earlier this year. We talked about the fact that there had never been a discussion on ADHD at a national healthcare conference like that before. That's really important. So, think about what you can do to ensure that you're having conversations about national strategies around ADHD where you are as well. And then one of the things that I wanted to finish on was the importance of our neurodiversity staff network at NHS England. They have been absolutely critical, and one of the brilliant co-chairs helped me beyond words with this presentation and thinking about how I might be able to present it in a way that would be best for people with ADHD. Massive shout out to you. You are on the call now. I've got this information about the staff network, and I want people to think about whether or not they have a staff network and where they're employed. So there's just some information here about the staff network that we have in NHS England, how it started off. It's a formally recognised network within NHS England, and we've got over 300 colleagues. We have a number of people who have ADHD who work on the programme. It's really important to us. But you can see here some of the brilliant work that the network and its co-chairs do. So peer support, resources, they sit on our internal programme board as well. So I thought that might be of help to people who are thinking about what they might want to do. So I hope this has resonated with you. It's given you some information. I'm here to learn as well about your experiences and to be able to take those on board as we continue to shape the work of both the programme I lead and of the task force that I support. So I am going to stop there. Thank you so much. And I am sure there are lots of questions.
There definitely are. That was wonderful, Catherine. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for being here, for doing this, for sharing what you've been doing. It's obviously a huge deal. We have, I think, according to the ticker I have above the screen, we have 13,442 people currently.
Wow.
Especially for a conference, right? Conferences aren't famous for their large numbers of attendees.
That's absolutely amazing. Only some of them are my family and friends.
And it is delightful that we're straddling US, UK, Australia, UK, and you also know. And when you agreed, which was wonderful, you said, "Can we have a time where it'll work for both?" Which was obviously we could do. So it's wonderful. The work you've done is clearly thorough and very deep. Like, I can see the need for it. Like, from my side, like the sort of agony of talking to people who are waiting and the struggle and the challenges. Like, I want everything yesterday, and that's not just my ADHD speaking. But I also can see that the only way you get change across a very large organisation through the regions is you've got to prove the case, you've got to prove the points, you've got to get the facts, and that you've and that's what you've are doing. And it's a window into a world that I'm not that familiar with, and that it's wonderful for you to open that and share it. It's a big deal, and also it's a big deal to show there's change happening. Right, should we go off the questions? I got to do this because I can't stop myself. This is Phil's comment. I'm done with the mental health team. I'd like a sane one. It was nice. A lot of questions into the main question board. A lot came beforehand. Some clearly very, very deeply thought through. What should our expectation be? Like, the BBC did a report recently. It showed 6,000 people waiting in the Sheffield area, and they'd only seen 3 people in the last year.
Yeah.
An effective wait time of 2,000 years, which even the BBC was kind and said, like, we know that's not really 2,000 years, but like, it's pretty terrible. What should our expectation be on change, on wait lists becoming reasonable? Like where I sit, so I impacted by the medication issues, went to my GP, said, can I have a referral to review that and be able to have the option of alternatives? And I was told, yeah, sure. Oh, actually, no, it's closed. There's a 2-year wait, and they've closed for any new referrals. So we expect it to open in 2 years, at which point you can join the back of the queue. I mean, the crisis was then and there, right? And that's not uncommon. And I suppose I might as well do all these. In Oxfordshire, I presume you know this. So in Oxfordshire, the GPs have come together and said the ICB has stopped providing support for them on the annual reviews, and they're about to stop. Anyone who's coming up to their annual review will find their medication stopped from their GP because they can't follow the NICE guidelines, and they feel compelled to stop. I mean, that's pretty awful. And then the BBC also showed that there's a massive failing for children where they age out of CAMS at the age of 18, and there's a large percentage are waiting 2 years, often having medication that was supporting them withdrawn for that period. We snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and they're just lost. It's quite common for people, particularly in teens, to pause their medication whilst they try and sort of work out who they are, and then they can't restart because the wait time for kids up to 5 years. So then they're just lost. It's so many failings. So what can we expect in terms of timeline of change?
Yeah, there are so many failings. That's absolutely right. And we know across the country that people are waiting extraordinarily long times, and that people are also being told, one, they can't access services because waiting lists are closed, and then the medication supply issue has just exacerbated that considerably. What I can point to is Lord Darcy's report, and what that finds is that there are really significant issues across the NHS in terms of infrastructure and access to services. And as I said, there's a whole section in there on ADHD, which we provided all the information on. So it does paint a pretty bleak picture of where the NHS is in terms of ADHD service provision and just more broadly. But there's action in place to turn it around. And so the first thing I would say is the fact that this work exists is hope someone is looking at the issue. They weren't looking at the issue a year ago. Second is, realistically, to turn around wait times like that it's going to take some time. So we're looking at what could be done immediately. So we know that like Manchester, for example, is looking at a triaging practice of how you might assess people in terms of required for medication, and then triage, fast tracking people who require medication and then triaging them off to access other services. We know that there's lots of areas looking at many different ways that they can try to fast track or cut into waiting lists. So Hertfordshire, for example, we know that for their children's services, by redesigning and doing their front door triage process, they've been able to cut waits to under 2 years. And that, I mean, that is still extraordinarily significant, but the work that they have done has meant that they have made a massive dent in their waiting lists. But it requires a number of things. It requires investment. We've talked about NICE guidelines. So the infrastructure that exists at the moment for clinicians to follow in terms of diagnosis. There's a condition that sets out that specialists should undertake assessments for ADHD. That's interpreted across the country. There are questions as to whether or not that might be something that could be reviewed. We are looking at whether or not any technology can help in terms of reducing waiting times. There's a huge amount of work to do to turn this around. The Taskforce is looking at the fundamental changes of things like not just service design, but thinking about the fact that sorry, I just lost my train of thought. If you want to redesign service models, you need to do that in coordination with education policy, for example, and really thinking about holistically what is it that we might be able to do to better support people who are seeking a diagnosis as well. Sorry, I'm hoping that answered the question. There's a long road to change. There's a long road to change, but there are things we can do.
Yeah, when you talked about, you mentioned Yorkshire earlier. There's one part of Yorkshire which has removed the ability for people to use right to choose, triaged, and it meant that people were essentially put on, and one group of people got to have the potential to be seen, although very delayed, as they had to work through their old wait list, and the other were basically never going to get seen. And that sort of triaging of fails one part of the community, and it also relies on people getting to crisis, and you're kind of like, we'd really like to get people seen before they hit crisis. I've got a pretty serious question to ask. I have to ask it, so we have Matthew Locke's parents speaking tomorrow. Their son had ADHD and had a very challenging diagnosis process amongst that and other conditions. And this is it's been just over a year since he took his own life. They came to see me a few weeks ago. I'd been on Good Morning Britain. I talked about the challenges of ADHD. I try and mention the challenges around suicide. It's to make people aware, and it's also to change a lot of mindsets that ADHD isn't a particularly tough condition. And once you hear those statistics, it usually changes your mind. The statistics being that 1 in 10 men or boys with ADHD will at some point try and take their own life, and it's 1 in 4 women or girls. Yeah. They said to me, we just wish we'd known. We wish we'd known how tough ADHD was. We wish we'd known there was a risk of suicide, and we didn't. And they don't mince their words. They said, we think it could have been different. Their question to you is, why is the on the NHS information page on ADHD, why is the challenges of ADHD not talked about, in particular why suicide not talked about? Over to you.
So we're reviewing our webpage at the moment, and I'm really happy to take that away and make a commitment that we will look at adding that. I'm very happy to do that. I can see it's out of date.
Thank you. Well, it mean a lot to them. Mean a lot to me. Mean a lot to a lot of people. Like it's it's a big deal. And it's an artful balance, though, because we have to talk to it. And our next section is all about the positive parts of ADHD, that we know that people can thrive, and that we're not saying that people with ADHD are in that place, and everyone with ADHD is in that place. And but it's talking to that complexity. Yeah, but it's like I recognise that part. Of the challenge. My co-founder also asked a question. So I need to get that in, or like abuse me, or beat me up. It'll be awful. He wrote, obviously, he's a very kind, nice person. Do you see that the Commission for Assessment is going to be integrated with the autism pathway? He is a consultant paediatrician, and the rest of the neurodevelopmental pathways.
It could be. That's definitely one of the options that the task force will look at, and that's what they, I believe, are doing in Wales. So if you look at Hertfordshire, what they have done is they've got like a 9-box model, and so as you go through the front door, you might have a straight ADHD, straight autism, kind of mix and more complex, and so you have 3 different pathways, but you go through the same front door. I know that sounds like a strange kind of terminology, but that was co-designed, which we think is incredibly important, with families in Hertfordshire and people with lived experience and local authorities as well. So that's the kind of thing we have been looking at within NHS England, and the task force will definitely be looking at bringing Anita's.
There's that kind of thing. It seems has a very strong argument in my mind as well, because we have good data suggesting around 40% of people with autism have ADHD. So looking directly at that. But obviously, as a community, we're much, much larger, 2.6 million to 700,000. And when you look at the maths the other way, it's 15%. And so, that there being a very large group of people who are ADHD only. And if we were to look at always doing the full suite, then there isn't the resources. Talking of which, so many people have to have multiple ADHD diagnoses. I've had 2. One private, one NHS. Spoke to someone recently who had 3, and they'd made the unknowing mistake of moving in London, but into 3 different areas. They'd gone west, south, east, and each time they'd lost their medication for a year at least. And they actually talked to me saying, "I can't do this again. Like it has wrecked my life." Why can't we have some kind of ADHD passporting? It's just a ludicrous waste of resources to have like 3, 2. Like, is that something that's being looked at?
Yeah, I guess there are complexities, I guess, around diagnoses undertaken outside of the NHS and how you bring that in. But it's certainly something that we have heard, and I imagine the task force will be looking at that as well.
Yeah, and certainly, Pierre, I think one of the things I'd suggest is that the idea that people jump the queue is not, but once they get to the end of the queue, then reviewing that assessment and accepting it or not, like some kind of process that doesn't or reflects that there's something already happened. I do recognise the complexity, but when we've got people, in schools, we've had a question posted. We seem to have a very unique quirk within neurodivergence, particularly within ADHD, that we have a non-medically trained group of people in charge of the referral, and that's teachers in charge of the referral of children. And there are 30,000 schools, 600,000 teachers, and some of them are frankly completely bigoted against ADHD. I spoke to a parent who's and she'd taken her kids in first year of school, new class teacher. "Hey, my kid has ADHD, has dyslexia. I need to take them out early on a Thursday to get them to a tutor to help them." Teacher looks them in the eye and goes, "I don't believe in ADHD. I don't believe in dyslexia." You can imagine how the year went. And it was absolutely awful. That person is responsible for identifying and referring children. It is a real quirk that we have, and many GPs won't refer without the school. That's pretty common as well. It's a real quirk that we have outsourced that medical provision to teachers, to schools, to non-medically trained people who get negligible levels of training in this. Where does the NHS sit on this? Because they've outsourced this. Where is their consideration on this issue?
Well, again, that's something I've heard before, and it's one of the reasons that we were so clear that if we had a task force that was going to be set up, it had to be completely interlinked with any thinking around education policy and processes, and that we needed to utilise these integrated care systems that exist, which is the combination of local authority and NHS, to think about how policies and processes should be amended. So we've been working, as I said, really closely with our colleagues in the Department for Education, thinking about the government commitments in relation to reform in schools around, they're calling it a SEND provision reform piece. So I would again be pretty certain that this is the kind of thing that the task force would be looking at, and it's the kind of thing that people have had in mind when they have been sharing with us the real importance and interlink and interdependencies between education policy and processes and NHS provision. Absolutely have heard that that's an issue from many people before.
Thank you. I'm just looking at my notes. I think my notes from Richard Locke, Matthew Locke's father, was also around comorbidities, particularly around addiction and ADHD. The other aspects around ADHD that it would be nice to start thinking about. I can't tell you how terrified I am the idea of, say, getting something like diabetes or some kind of condition that requires monitoring, and me and ADHD, the probability of me forgetting that I have to do this is enormous. And actually, I recently spoke to someone with diabetes, and we've had some contact with the Main Diabetes Charity wanting to look at this. But that second intersection of what are we doing in with individuals with ADHD who are going to struggle on medication pathways, and how do we support them? It's probably second. Sadly, it's second bounce of the ball. We've got some other stuff ahead of it, but I just wanted to make sure I raised that.
Yeah, it goes to the wider point that our services just aren't set up for the needs of people with ADHD. That underlying infrastructure of you're looking for diagnosis, assessment, medication. That was a lot of the view that we got from particularly the most recent lived experience session that we had. And so wider infrastructure doesn't think about.
It's not. It is going to be, I think. Yeah, and obviously, look, it's the basics right now. It's like, I'd like to go and see someone, be assessed, and learn about this, get a diagnosis or not, learn what my issue is, and then get treatment. You covered it earlier slightly in your slides. I've just talked to the fact that there's the fact that at the moment there's no support beyond medication. It's like pill or not, and that's it. Otherwise, off you trot, and that's a huge issue in itself. Slightly overrun. I've got to stop. So there's I think you're really amazing for coming and doing this, and I can't tell you how grateful I am for it. I hope you felt that it was valuable to you. I know you put a lot of work into it. For those that I always have the privilege of knowing, so Catherine's been sitting, watching the conference for hours.
I wanted to hear. I want to learn as well. That's the other thing. I'm really here to listen and learn, and everything that I have heard today, I will take back. So please keep telling me what I need to know, what we need to know. The absolute commitment that Anita and I have leading this task force work is that it is about co-production. It is got to be underpinned by lived experience, experts by experience, or otherwise we are not going to make the changes and have the outcomes that we really, really feel passionately about. Anita's brilliant.
Yeah, and it's, whilst I wish it was a magic wand, which
just not.
But what I can see is the work you're doing is the groundwork of change that creates change, and it's actually wonderful to hear. It is wonderful to hear. We've now got 15,357 people watching, which is, I think, a pretty good chunk. Catherine, I have to let you go. So
thank you so much.
So much, and I appreciate really everything you're doing.
And thank you for everything
wonderful to hear
you are doing and have been doing, because your work has really shone a light on the experience of people with ADHD, and it's one of the reasons that this work exists. So thank you.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks.
And your family.
Bye, Mum. Bye, Dad.
Goodbye, Catherine. Thank you. I thought that was incredible. And I mean, if you think about how often you see someone very, very senior from the NHS putting their head above the parapet and actually talking to everyone in that public way, it's an extraordinary thing to have done. It's a testament to her and the passion she has for change and wanting to make things happen. I really do thank her, and I genuinely that what she's doing are the building blocks of very serious change, and it was wonderful to see it. But gosh damn it, I wish it happened faster. Like, we talked to, I wish it would happen faster. I think we all do. And particularly at the local level, if you're watching, you can do it faster. You don't have to wait. Like, you can actually make these changes right now. One of the things we talk about is the massive disparity across the UK, where we have one part where the wait time for adults is 12 weeks and another where it's 10.5 years, actually infinite, or 2,000 years for Sheffield. For children, we see waits vary from 5 weeks to 5 years. And that's from FOI information we did. So what that tells you is it's a local choice whether or not to support your ADHD population properly or not, and some don't. And some restrict, like Yorkshire, some fail to commission, like Oxfordshire, some seem to do absolutely nothing, like Sheffield. And some just allow themselves to get completely overwhelmed to not deliver, like where I sit now, which is part of London. Like, there's so much, and this was NHS England, obviously Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. We've done the stats; it's just worse. Scotland doesn't even have nice guidelines to fall back on, so you don't have a right to an ADHD assessment. Wales has significant overwhelm, Northern Ireland as well. It's a huge, huge problem. Right, done with looking at the challenges. It's time to look at the positives. I am so excited for Dr. Tom Nicholson, and this is unpublished material. So he has analysed over 10,000 different ADHD papers, looking and filtering for those that talk about the positive aspects, and then going through looking for the credibility of them and the analysis, and has provably identified aspects of ADHD that provide the positive. We've talked about the challenge. We want to talk about the positive. And can't tell you, honestly, when he told me that he'd done this, like, nearly fell off my chair. It's like, we've been needing this. And he actually then said, actually, I did it a little while ago. Like, and life got ahead. And so he's actually, for this conference, then updated everything he's done. So I'm very, very excited for this. So without further ado, Dr. Tom Nicholson.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Marvelous. Thanks for having us. Yeah. Going to be talking about the positives of ADHD, very much from that research perspective as well, about what evidence do we have about the positive aspects of ADHD traits, ADHD symptoms, and what can we gain from the evidence that we have to move forward in a way that's going to be helpful.
And that's very important, right? This is research-based. This isn't flimmy-flam, like just chitty-chatter. Oh, I once saw someone with ADHD and they super did a good thing. This is like data. And
that's what I'm
handing over to you. Here come your slides.
Marvelous. We have our slides. Really quickly, just on a sort of offshoot, I heard you mention, Henry, about diabetes and ADHD. I'm actually in conversations with the Royal College of Nursing looking at updating our advice and guidance and giving some guidance for staff on ADHD and diabetes and how to manage diabetes when you have ADHD, how to give support, because a lot of our diabetic specialist nurses are also wanting information and advice on how to better support those with things like diet control, things like remembering to take your insulin and how to approach your insulin and things like that. So just a little offshoot of one of the other projects that's going on at the moment.
And Dr. Tomlin, he has ADHD. He's passionately changed his career into. I always feel slightly wrong to say it, but like focused on ADHD. It's the focus bit. It just, you don't really feel like. So, but like that's what he's doing. And honestly, diabetes, it scares the like. One, I really, really like sweets. I have 50 now, and I've liked them for a long time. And obviously, issues on diet for people with ADHD very, very significant. Serious issues around obesity, around impulse eating, like the big problems. Honestly, when I look at diabetes, you do kind of think, why isn't an ADHD person automatically given automatic monitoring? Because, like, I mean, why? That just seems we have an obvious solution that will make a very, very big difference for our community. And thinking about those kind of things, I've certainly had medication like where I've mucked it up and I've just gone.
Well, maybe next year that'll be a topic for next year. Might have a little look at that. We might be somewhere.
That sounds good because we've been talking to the main diabetes charity, and we want to do something with it. So perfect, right? Positives.
Let's get out of this ADHD tangent already. As has already been said, I have ADHD myself, so I'm going to try and keep to time as best we can and talk about one of the projects I've been part of a few years ago and how we're trying to reinvigorate that project now. And the project was called the Positive ADHD Project. What we were really interested in, it was exploring what are the research-based evidence of ADHD traits. Now, who am I and why am I someone who might have some things to say in this topic? As I've been introduced, my name is Dr. Tom Nicholson. I am an assistant professor of mental health nursing at Northumbria University. That's one of the jobs that I hold. I also have my own ADHD training business where I deliver neuro-inclusion training in healthcare, educational environments and social care environments on how to best support neurodivergent staff, students, stakeholders, patients, whoever's part of your organization. So I'm an academic. My PhD was on the experiences of parents across the ADHD diagnostic journey. What's it like to be a parent? What experiences do you have? How did the story of your children change over that waiting list, that receiving the diagnosis and then post-diagnosis? And then also, how do your story of yourself as a parent change as well? How do those stories form and then adapt when we interact with systems? So that's one of the areas I'm interested in is parenting. I'm interested in the gifted experience of ADHD for gifted ADHDers or gifted neurodivergent people, and as well positives and how we frame ADHD in society. Prior to being an academic, I was a mental health nurse in a neurodevelopmental assessment service in Newcastle and Gateshead. And prior to as a mental health, as an assessor and delivering intervention for ADHD. And I use the term intervention lightly because, as has already been discussed, intervention is shaky and inconsistent sort of nationally. Prior to this, I was diagnosed with ADHD at 5 years old. I'm ADHD autistic. I have had that label my entire life. I have been medicated as a child, had a period of 20 years unmedicated, and been medicated again as an adult. And so come from a sort of patient-led experience, service expert by experience, as well as that clinical and academic perspective. I'm going to talk about positives today. And the reason why I include this picture on the right here is one of the positives that I find personally about being more impulsive than the average person. I was on holiday in Vietnam, and I was with my wife and my friends, and I turned to my wife. We'd been there for 10 days, and I said to her, darling, should we go somewhere else? We've been here for 10 days. Should we go somewhere else? And she was like, well, what are you talking about? So I got my phone, looked at Google Maps, saw that Borneo was nearby. So we flew to Borneo. And then we spent a 6-hour jungle trek in Borneo the next day. That's not typical. That's an unusual thing to do, but that is evidence of impulsivity and being able to live in chaos and spontaneity in a way that when you have the scaffolding and support to allow for it, you get some incredible life experiences. And that's part of the thinking that I had around this positive ADHD project. I don't hear a lot of people talking about that in the research world. So the question becomes, what are the narratives around positivity in ADHD? Because what we've got to be really careful of is to not go to that Pollyanna perspective of ADHD is purely a superpower and everything about it is positive, when we have the statistics that we've talked about already today of in interactions with the criminal justice system, increased rate of suicidality, poorer mental health, and lived experience of difficulty and impairment. And this talk is in no way meant to delegitimize or devalue or invalidate the experiences that many might have of difficulty and shame and challenge, but to also give people a different language or alternative language of what can we gain from the research about positives. But I'm also going to problematize that a little bit and talk about some of the difficulties in that research. So that's the context for our project. I did this project with a wonderful psychologist called Dr. Laura Coulthard, and what we were interested in was doing some research. And this was one of the problems when you are a neurodivergent ADHDer doing research. Life events happen. I was doing a PhD at the time. This project was because I was interested in doing it on the side of my PhD. And that's one of the things that can be really tricky in academia, is having multiple projects at the same time, which is why this project is currently unpublished. And I'm really pushing myself to now get this published over the next year or so. I was moving house, and then COVID happened and lockdown happened, and things changed in the research world. At the beginning of every single meeting, Laura and I were getting together and going, so where were we? We need to double check everything. We need to check what we were doing and what data we had. And then, did you read this paper or did I read those 5 papers? And in line with that, we'd then not read each other's emails correctly, so things would get missed. And so this entire project was well over a year, when with our ADHD brains, we probably could have done it a bit more streamlined. And then the biggest issue of this project was that we didn't actually write it up because of those other life events. I had a son, and the newborn phase made it that the idea of writing a systematic review up became insurmountable. So give ourselves some grace is one of the messages of this, is we all have difficulties at times, and sometimes they manifest in different ways. So this systematic review, how did we try to explore the positives? We wanted to identify any evidence in any research on ADHD which included a positive reference to living with ADHD traits or symptoms. So really broad and open. Now, because this was a broad and open question, and we looked at 7 large databases of research, we ended up coming back with about 15,800 articles. This was naturally massive undertaking. So some of those articles we could sort of discount just based on title. Some of those we could discount based on the abstract. And that took a good chunk of time to truly discount as many thousands of those as we could. And one of the unfortunate realities that came out was that only 36 research papers at that time were included for our analysis, our deep dive analysis, because only 36 research papers in 2001 truly had any strong connection with positive ADHD traits. This meant that one in every 1,300 papers specifically asked a question about positives. And this is one of those problems that I'm going to bring up in the ADHD research when we're talking about positives, is that historically, we haven't even asked the question about what the positives might be. Most of the researchers looked at, how do you struggle? What are your lived experience of impairment? What is hard about living with ADHD? What's the worst things? How do you fail academically? But not, what's the best thing about having ADHD? Where do you feel like your strengths lie? So that sort of historic lack of questioning about positives of ADHD has led to a situation where in the research, we didn't have a lot of discussion about positives. We didn't have loads of truly robust evidence that we could use to answer this question. which is one of the core problems. But answer that question, we certainly tried. What did we find? What positives did come out and are now continuing to come out in research as it has emerged since 2020, 2021? One of the core themes that we found in our research with ADHD and ADHD traits is so many people talked about energy and speed as a positive. They talked about the fact that because they have ADHD, because they're more hyperactive, they're more hyperkinetic thinkers, they were more spontaneous. And that spontaneity allows us to act quickly, think fast, and respond in ways and jump on opportunities in ways that other people may not. A lot of us are described as quick thinkers, quick on our feet. One of the reasons why we might see a lot of people with ADHD is in comedy is because of that quick-witted, quick-thinking, divergent, bouncing off the wall thinking that allows them to respond in action with less preparation. And this quickness goes into other areas as well from a physical perspective, having a benefit in sports and a benefit in sort of what they call high scan variable attention. So being able to look around at different threats and what might be happening in the game, and then respond more quickly or impulsively or hyperactively in a way that gives you a competitive edge. There are also some evidence for high pressure environments, thinking about sort of high tension, high pressure environments in the police, in healthcare, in academia, in delivering conference presentations to thousands of people. These links also come with high energy just generally, and how that can link to academic performance, being able to train harder, faster, longer than others, or at least feeling like they are able to. And a lot of people talked about the feeling of hyperactivity or hyperkinesis feeling quite positive when not being stifled by society and societal expectations, and being able to live that hyperactivity in your environment. So being in a work environment when you can walk around and do what you want and stand up, that being quite a positive experience for some people. When we go from, and then finally being a skilled multitasker, being able, and this is one of those interesting things that a lot of the psychological research would argue that, so the psychology research, that people with ADHD are poorer at multitasking. But when you ask people with ADHD, they consider themselves to be quite good at multitasking, depending on what those tasks are and depending on the different sort of cognitive loads, what they're doing sort of multiple really high executive functioning complex tasks might not be the best place for them, but being able to have a conversation while watching the telly while doing something else, feeling more skilled in sort of those more low executive functioning related tasks. From energy and speed, we move on to creativity. There's a lot being talked about in creativity and ADHD right now. And I think what we have to be mindful of is looking at what do we mean by the term creativity? Because the research evidence that came out was that people describe being more creative, increased creativity, both in an artistry perspective, so, you know, the arts and cultural perspective, but also in that divergent thinking, being able to think outside of the box, not just being sort of trapped in linear, one-dimensional thought processes, but being able to think of ideas that end up making £1 million. You know, these are why we see Silicon Valley large organizations specifically scouting neurodivergent talent for that out-of-the-box, non-linear, divergent thinking, which might be a major sort of breakout thought leader approach, which is incredible when that is nourished and supported. A lot of people talked about, you know, ADHD allows you to see the world differently. And when you see the world differently, you can approach the world differently. Now, this can become problematic in some areas, especially in some social contexts, but being able to see the world differently can allow you to respond to it differently and challenge some of those social norms. And I'll come back on that topic later. I really like this one, this idea that mind wandering is a problematic symptom of ADHD, is a disabling, impairment, pairing symptom. And it absolutely can be. However, mind wandering, you know, daydreaming is often a requirement for novel thought, for creative new thought. We often talk about how our best ideas are found when we're in the shower, when we're driving, when we're doing something else. Well, a lot of people with ADHD often feel like they're often doing something else. And if you're in an environment or a job or a position where you are allowed to do that, academia being one, the creative arts being one, being a writer, being a comic book strip artist, in those situations, being a musician, that mind wandering can be beneficial and a strength. As an incredible speaker once said to me, it's about curiosity, it was Ned Hallowell, the mind does not go empty, it goes elsewhere. This idea that people with ADHD have these sort of like blank brains, are filled with fuzz. Often it's just elsewhere. It's not on the topic that's being requested of them by society at that time. From creativity, we found another strong theme of resilience. And I really love this one, of this idea that people with ADHD have increased levels of determination. I think in part because we've often had to fight a lot of fights. We've had to push against a lot of societal struggles. I think this is particularly relevant looking back at Atif Chowdhury's wonderful talk earlier about how when you add an intersectional lens to this, a racial lens to this, a gendered lens to this, this becomes an even greater potential strength if allowed to heal and grow in a way that is not crushing and overwhelming. Go back to that higher tolerance for chaos and ambiguity. And because many of us are more effective in chaotic environments or high stress environments, varied environments where every day is different, you see more ADHDers in places like the police, nursing, teaching, public speaking, places where there is every day is different and there is an expectation for you to always be on your toes and thinking on your feet. That's where you see more of us. Again, thinking about what other types of roles come in mind for the audience members, like, is your role one of those? One of the other big findings was being different as a positive. This belief that being told that we're different as if it's a negative, problematized thing, but retaking that language and turning that into a positive of, actually, many people see ADHD as a personality enhancer. It makes them different, unique. It makes them unusual. It makes them odd. It makes them vibrant. It makes them exciting. A lot of parents I would speak to would say that my children are never boring. My life is never boring. And that it can be draining and overwhelming, but certainly not boring. And our ADHDers, our neurodivergent people, are more likely to combat those social norms. More likely, I'm curious about some research evidence and doing a project looking at whether people with ADHD are more likely to be involved in social justice movements, such as things like Black Lives Matter, the LGBTQ+ movement, or veganism, and whether those who have been unfairly treated by society, ADHDers, are more likely to fight for others. ADHD makes you an individual. That there's some power in that. More fun. One word that came up quite often, which I thought was interesting, was bubbly. A bubbly personality. And for parents who are neurodivergent, who have ADHD, there's some emerging evidence that having an ADHD child and having ADHD yourself increases parental ability, i.e. it improves your resilience, your problem solving, your levels of maturity, your communication, assuming that things aren't too difficult and too challenging. If you are pushed in that sort of zone of proximal development, that place where it's not too hard, but it's hard, you end up developing really unique skills that can make you a stronger parent in some of these areas. There's some discussion around empathy, and I've heard a couple of things about the criminal justice system today already, and some emerging evidence that, and we found some evidence that those with ADHD have increased empathy, or at least feel like they have increased empathy, but that empathy may not look the same as it does for everyone else. We might be very highly social and really aware of people's difficulties, but getting it wrong in that social situation. So struggling with things like friendships, but deeply wanting and needing them, and being a linchpin friend for your friend group. Having a greater awareness of those bigger picture issues linking back to our social justice movements. And as I've said earlier, I'm curious, is there an increased likelihood of involvement? We don't fully know that yet. We need more evidence. We need more research on this topic. So if there's any academics in the room, give me a shout. I'd be curious to look at some projects on this area. We talk a lot about risk taking in ADHD. Impulsivity being connected or with this idea of risk taking. And very often, certainly in healthcare, when we talk about risk taking, it's done with this air of problem, of something that we want to avoid. People with ADHD take more risks. They use more substances. They're more likely to be in a car accident. They're more likely to take a risk that leads them to financial strain. And that is true, and we can't deny that. But on the flip side of that is positive risk taking, increased impulsivity leading us to take risks that societally are seen as positive. What is a positive risk in society? Well, entrepreneurialism and entrepreneurship, where there's a huge now growing body of evidence in ADHD and entrepreneurialism and entrepreneurship. People with ADHD are more likely to be self-employed. They're more likely than average. They are more likely to be business owners, and they're more likely to own multiple business. I think it not unexpected that many of the speakers today who have had careers or have careers are also business owners, CEOs. They are thought leaders. These are the types of places and these are the type of things that we do, but it doesn't have to be at this big sort of conceptual conference academic level. Business owning in ADHD can be opening up your coffee business in a coffee cart in a market. That is risk taking. Doing something that you really love, opening up a plushie store, opening up a vegan bakery, risk and ADHD go hand in hand. But what we need to be mindful of and cognizant of is the contextual risk and the scaffolding of risk. So taking a risk is safer for some people than it is for others. Opening your own business is safer for someone who has other forms of financial security than those who do not. And that's why you would see things like access to work and other forms of governmental funding being able to supporting ADHD business owners or disabled business owners with the acknowledgement that if you have these diagnoses or these conditions, you face additional barriers that are non-normative, so to speak. This idea of impulsively changing your career for greater fulfillment, just leaving your job without fully thinking through why, but not putting up with and taking a dissatisfying life or a dissatisfying situation or social situation. And this idea of $1 million or £1 million ideas, we talk a lot about our truly exceptional billionaire, millionaire ADHDers, and there is absolutely a place for that, but we also have to recognize there's a lot of privilege in those places. And I love what Atif said earlier about what about those leaders, those wonderful individuals who aren't in a position of sort of visibility, but are still brilliant in their families, brilliant in their communities, brilliant in their clubs and their sport clubs, and they're supporting the people around them, but not on the cover of a magazine or plastered all over social media. I love this. This is probably my favorite theme. This idea, we talk a lot about sort of fixed interest, specialist interest, and that being more of an autistic trait, and yet so many ADHDers experience this acute passion and enthusiasm for your specific interest. What I've put on here is the amount of pages that I have read over since 2013, because one of my specialist interests is reading. I absolutely adore books. I've got tattoos of books on my arms. You'll notice the little dip in the middle from sort of 2017 to 2021. That was doing a PhD. That kind of gets in the way of your reading a little bit, but typically I would read around about 51 to sort of 75 books, to 52 to 75 books a year. I'm on track with about 49 right now. I'm reading Moby Dick right now, as you do. So when you have this acute passion and enthusiasm for your specific interest, that leads to having a good memory for the things that interest you. How many of your ADHD children and ADHD friends can list every single character of their favorite anime or cartoon or dinosaur, or how many have really good knowledge of the video game that they're playing at that moment, or their favorite wrestlers or their show, almost at an unusual, atypical level, like real deep memories, real deep thought processes, being really good at those things that interest them. being excellent at those things that interest them, because you're more able to put in so much extra time, because you almost can't get enough of it. You can't get enough of the thing that interests you. So you just keep doing it and keep doing it, and you do it more than the average person. And we see these high levels of enthusiasm for the thing that interests them. Now, I know Atif as well talked about like our capitalistic society, and how if the thing that interests you is something that is sort of can earn you money, well, then that becomes something that we cherish and we support and we love, and we go, oh, brilliant, you're going to be a mathematician, you're going to be this, you're going to be an engineer, you're going to be brilliant. But also, what about those who are just exceptional at things that, and incredibly passionate about things that are not money makers or production makers, but create joy and create love and create sort of passion for our people, for everyone. And we often talk about hyper-focus as sort of over-focused attention, and hyper-focus being a positive, being able to be highly productive. I know that I'm talking myself as an academic, talking about robust evidence-based things, but thinking about my own personal experience, during my PhD, when I'm writing, I would be incredibly productive for an hour at midnight, and I would get so much work done in that 1 hour that others might struggle to do for 3 or 4 hours. And then I'd need to not look at it for a day. So I'd have these ebbs and flows of hyperfocus. And when you can channel and utilize that hyperfocus on a thing that is of interest to you, that is also helpful to you, it can be just a wonderful sort of matching of what you want and then what is wanted of you by society, whether that be your job or your family. But also recognizing that you can't hyperfocus all the time, and that leads to things like burnout. So we need to be mindful of that. And as I've just said, that linking to high productivity. But what does productivity look like? If an organization or a job role requires you to, for instance, write down all of your projects and write down in sort of narrative text form, prose form, your findings, that you might appear to be very unproductive. You might appear to be really slow at your job and really struggle with your job because you struggle with the act of transferring your thoughts to the written word. But if you were allowed to talk it out, if you're allowed to use software that allows you to sort of speech to text software, then suddenly that productivity skyrockets. This idea of, taking ADHD children and putting them in things like forest schools and teaching them not in a classroom, but in a different environment. And suddenly their production shoots up because we're teaching them in a way that is relevant and salient and interesting to them. Then we see what are typical measures of educational success at a higher rate. There are, of course, problems with that, but the research isn't necessarily talking about that just yet. So from there, when I spoke to Henry, he said to me, this is an incredible project. You did it up until 2020. Wow, when are you going to publish it? And I said to him, it's a bit out of date now. It's been 4 years since then. So I suppose I should probably start updating it. So I started updating this research, and I've started some of this work. It's certainly not finished, but I pulled out some really salient papers and some really salient points, some really sort of vital bits of research that have been done since 2020 to see what's happening now. How have things changed in the last 4 years? Because they have changed in the research. It's wonderful. We are seeing significantly more research papers specifically asking about positives, specifically having a question in their interview schedules, their topic guides, their questionnaires with a positive slant to them. And even more exciting, we are seeing papers specifically focusing on positives as the primary purpose. And some examples of that, we've got Ramji and Foster in 2023 talked about the strengths of ADHD in university students. Charabin et al. Talking about this paper, I'm Doing Okay, the strengths and resilience of children with and without ADHD. And Shippers et al. Talking about a qualitative and quantitative study of self-reported positive characteristics of individuals with ADHD. When the words strengths and positives are in the title of a paper, it makes me so excited because we saw so few of them only 4 years ago. And now there are lists of them. things are changing, and I think that's really cool. I think that's really awesome that the research world is catching up with the narratives and the language that's being used in the charitable sector and social media, in sort of what we call lay public, the general public perspective of these things. And I think what we have to be careful is continue to have that measured approach in the research, and that measured approach of what is actually about the ADHD and what are just personality traits, what is independent of the ADHD, that are strengths of individuals. Maybe for some people that ADHD symptom was an impairment or a difficulty and not a strength, and for someone else it might be. So these papers, I'm going to go through them just quite quickly. What did they find? Courage was one of the findings. This adventurousness, this justice, nonconformist, proactive, integrity. These themes came up in our review, but continue in the research now. Humanity, our theme was empathy, but humanity, kindness, love, social intelligence, and need to seek self-actualization. This idea that seeking a diagnosis helps us to seek a way to conceptualize and understand ourselves as we are not an abnormal neurotypical, we are a normal neuroatypical. That's one of the lines in one of these papers. Now, there are some difficulties and some problems with the language of neurotypical versus neuroatypical, neurodivergent, non-neurodivergent, but fundamentally, people are looking for language that helps them to understand themselves. I've been using the wrong metric to judge myself for so long, and that's what we see a lot in our adults who are late diagnosed. Vitality, again, we said energy and speed. Vitality, it's showing up consistently. Cognitive dynamism, the ability to think on your feet, think quickly. And with that wisdom and knowledge, creativity comes back in again, but from a cognitive, intellectual perspective, a love of learning. In one of the other papers, one of the things that I found really interesting in Cherubin's paper, which was that they looked at the resilience scores and how the self-reported strength scores of children with ADHD and children without ADHD. And what they found was a total lack of difference between those children. Actually, this idea that this belief that ADHD children have much lower resilience, they see themselves as having less strengths, they didn't necessarily find that. Children with ADHD are typically doing just as well as children without ADHD in terms of their self-reported strength and resilience. Some of that language is getting through to our young people now. Some of the language of this is not just the disability-focused, impaired-focused, you are the problem, you need to conform, is not quite as strong as it was perhaps when I was in education and really had a challenging educational journey in early education. They also said, which is what I said at the start of this talk, that deficit-focused research has contributed to this negative perspective on ADHD within the community, the research and the healthcare and the educational community. When all of your research talks about how bad it is to have ADHD, it's really blooming hard for people to feel good about it. And it's really hard for academics and psychiatrists and psychologists and teachers to believe in some of the positives they're saying because they don't have the evidence to do so. They don't have the real research evidence to back that up. They just have what they're reading in newspapers, etc. In the final paper, those same topics come up. Creativity, being dynamic, being high energy. This idea of novelty seeking. Now, novelty seeking can be a problem when that novelty comes from dopamine experiences, high dopamine experiences such as substance use or alcohol use. But it becomes a wonderful life experience when that novelty seeking means that our ADHDers, we're more likely to be motocross riders and more likely to work in Red Bull, and they're more likely to be in extreme sports and skateboarding and high diving. As an example, I've been bungee jumping, I've been skydiving. My poor mum is constantly scared for my well-being, because that thrill seeking is to such a higher level than average. and again, talking not about every person with ADHD, but certainly for many of us, that idea to seek novelty, seek excitement. What is the next best thing, the next most exciting thing? That can lead to some wonderful experiences and to some really sort of well-rounded individuals who have traveled not just the geographic world, but the sort of intellectual world. This isn't just about learning, it's about exploring. Flexibility, they found, it comes back to those same topics: speed, spontaneity, being open-minded, being pro-social, these socio-affective skills, being empathic. And one of the things that comes up quite often in our increased empathy discussion around ADHD is, yes, we have that sort of human-to-human empathy, that idea of being mindful and caring about bigger picture concepts, about social justice concepts, but also empathy towards, certainly from children, younger children, empathy towards those who are not on the same, seen as peers, but those who are seen as more vulnerable, pro-social behavior towards animals. This idea of children with ADHD absolutely adoring their pets. I think one of the aspects of that that's important is we talk about man's best friend, this idea of like, what do dogs never do? Or what do animals never do? Well, they never judge you. And that allows for love and true sort of empathy to flourish, cross-species almost. This idea of higher order cognitive skills, hyper-focus, being analytical, being a quick learner, if taught correctly. And that's one of the things that we also need to bear in mind, is like these potential strengths, they exist and they are real and they can be life-affirming and life-changing. But what we really need to ensure we do as a society is nurture them, because it's really hard to see someone's strengths when we are constantly telling someone how crap they are at other things, how bad they are at this, how much they fail at this, how their symptoms are a problem for everybody else, how they cause disruption in classrooms. When we focus on those things, those potential strengths get masked and hidden. And like those researchers who were never looking for those strengths, as parents, as professionals, as clinicians, we stop seeing those strengths and stop the potential of seeing those strengths because we're looking at those difficulties and those problems and they are clouding our views. So we need to be open-minded with this without being overly optimistic and denying the real lived experiences of difficulty and of challenge. And I want to just sort of come to a gentle end for the potential of some questions of that. If we don't look for any positives, we won't find them. If we are not looking for a different way of thinking about these things, we will not find it. And I want to touch very lightly on my experience, and that I describe my early life as attachment focused and loving and supporting from my family, and institutionally abusive and traumatic from an educational perspective. This idea that, even with a diagnosis, being told that you are the problem by education, so often being told that I was a poor learner, that I couldn't be taught, that I shouldn't be in school, that I'm not right for school. And then when I was 15 years old, being recognized as gifted and talented by a wonderful set of teachers, Mr. McGowan, Mrs. Wright, and Mr. Spurs, recognizing that actually I had some amazing strengths in my academic ability, but that had been ignored and hidden for 15 years. And because it was clouded by this idea of how much of a problem I was. And I want to end on this idea of stories, and the story around ADHD in the research has been one of deficit for so long. That is changing. The story of ADHD in society is also changing in nuanced and complicated ways. And I think we as a group of however many thousand people are here have the ability to alter and adjust that story and start looking at positives. And I'd like us to start changing that story. Because my story very easily could have been one like what we've heard of earlier, of failure and of struggle. And yet my ADHD related strengths and the sort of unconditional love of my family and the wonderful alternative stories that were given to me by teachers of being good at some things, that is what changed my story. It was individuals. It wasn't systems. And I'm happy to end off there if there are any questions.
Hello. I'm sure there are. I'll give a quick update on our current cumulative live viewers. 19,074. I have a little eye thing at the top which tells me that. I have to be completely honest, I'm not quite sure if it's 19,000 is our total that have come to see, or 19,000 current. That's suspicious, but regardless, it's a fantastic number, and I loved that. Exactly what was needed on there. Just, yeah. And it's a very, very powerful point at the end where you talk about if we only look for negatives, that's all we're going to find. We need this, and we do. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant work. Like, can't you get 2 PhDs? Surely that's worth another PhD. Can't you be doctor?
There's one of the things that I would say is doing a PhD with ADHD. Myself and a number of colleagues have done it, and I know I've spoke to now dozens of people. It's a really interesting journey in itself. There are some unique challenges and some wonderfully unique benefits that come from doing a PhD. And one of the things that I think is really fascinating, and I am going to touch on this, was that in education, we are bombarded with what we need to know at what time. Geography at 10 o'clock, maths at 11 o'clock, humanities at 12. We have to do a certain thing at a certain time, and you need to always be learning. And there is no real time in the typical educational journey for creativity, for you to just think and act and be. And yet you get to PhD level, and when you're doing a doctoral thesis where the expectation is that you make an original contribution to knowledge, you bring something that has never been seen in sort of research before. That's what a PhD, the expectation of a PhD is. And you get 3 or 5 years to do that. You are told and expected to put time in your diary to think, to be, to have a coffee and have a chat with other people, to explore, to go down rabbit holes of research that you think you're going to be writing about. And you do that for 3 months and you write thousands of words on what you think is going to be really integral. And then you throw it all away because actually it turned out it wasn't. But that tangent that you went down is expanding your sort of intellectual horizons. It's developing your intellectual ability. That's expected. But we don't get that freedom until doctoral level. Not really. And that's often felt quite backwards to me, that we should have that freedom all the way through. And that freedom might look very different for the child with ADHD who ends up becoming a world-class comedian, because ADHD is overrepresented in comedy and in sort of professional comics. And where in your educational journey until 18 do you have the ability to celebrate, not just celebrate, but develop your comedy skills, to develop your ability to be a comedian, to be on stage that isn't just drama? And we don't celebrate the types of roles and skills that we see so many, and we don't nurture them, that we see so many ADHDs going into and neurodivergent people going into. There's these ideas of, where do we develop the skills of being a YouTuber or a content creator or an athlete, but in a non-normative sport? In the UK, it's football predominantly, or tennis. In other countries, the dominant sport is something else. But what about chess? What about Warhammer? What about being a dungeon master in Dungeons and Dragons? What about being a short story writer? What about doing comic book strips? What about being a barista? What about all these different ways in which our ADHD our strengths and interests can be nourished? That isn't just the standardized educational perspective of what we need to know by a certain time, because you're allowed to do that. That was sort of, I hate to use this term, these like sort of upper echelons of education. In academia, that's celebrated, but in first school, that's punished. Anyway,
it's a big point, and actually, someone has commented in put a comment in saying Stuart saying, "I eventually got a joint honours degree but failed my A levels the first time round." Like,
yeah, we see this so quite often, because in education, well, we see a couple of things. One thing that we see is people being less likely to get into university when they have ADHD, and people being more likely to drop out in the first year. Now,
I had a conversation with the head of disability in one. Sorry to talk. In the head of disability, one of the Russell Group, and they talked exactly your point just then of lots of people diagnosed in the first year and looking to get support of realizing they had ADHD because the scaffolding's no longer there from school, particularly parents and the structure of school, and suddenly they're struggling. They're expected to do a lot and they don't have any of the instructors to do it. I asked them, what do you do? And they said, what do you do with the kids who come to you already with a diagnosis of ADHD that know? And it was a devastating answer. The answer was, we don't get many of those.
Mm-hmm. And
your point again.
Well, one of the things that I've been doing in this space, because this is something I'm really passionate about, working in higher education, is I've developed the role of a neurodiversity champion for equality, diversity and inclusion within nursing and midwifery, and to look at how can we better support neurodivergent students and neurodivergent pupils and staff, especially considering those who may not have a diagnosis or who may be seeking a diagnosis. We talked a lot about diagnostic rates and wait times in this conference, and how you might have a student in first year who we think might have ADHD, and then they're told, well, you might get a diagnosis in 3 to 5 years. Their degree's finished by that point. So how can we, as universities, as educational institutes, how can we support those people without needing labels? And we should be able to do that, and we can do that. But one of the things that requires is knowledge and education of ourselves as academics as well. You know, not everyone has the sort of knowledge that I have, or like peers that have in mental health nursing. When you think about as a mathematics academic or a geographer or an ancient history lecturer, you might never have come abreast of ADHD as a concept really in your life. So we need to support academics to be able to support our students.
We do. We had, there was an incident about, must be now about a year ago. The GP at Cambridge University decided to write an op-ed in one of the newspapers saying that too many students at Cambridge were getting an ADHD diagnosis. And the main reason she thought that was happening was so that people could not have to take their exam in the main hall. And I believe that was her main grudge. Just like, of all the things to get annoyed about, because sometimes people go, well, it's not like that in, you know, these adjustments like exams, like you don't get that in real life, in the workplace. And people need to understand that there are workplace adjustments, and you do get things in real life. And two, I think you'll find that an exam hall isn't exactly a great proxy for the business environment.
Any form of professional environment at all. Yeah.
And the Great Hall at Cambridge, the least, you know, how many people are going to medieval halls to do their daily work? It's just such a ridiculous premise. We worked with some students to create a response to go in. This person didn't work at the university, but was influential, was on some of the boards. And we said, Cambridge has been home to an extraordinary diversity of minds over centuries. And that diversity of mind and diversity of thought It's what has made Cambridge and has made many other universities famous. And we should celebrate that Cambridge itself is working to have a wider neurodiversity of minds and wider diversity of ideas, because that is where the future of new ideas. And that's not saying that ideas come from neurodiversity, it's just saying, and neurodivergence, it's just saying that a diversity mindset, that's how you get new ideas. That's the whole.
Yeah. And as I said earlier, I've spoken to so many PhDs, so many professors with ADHD, so many that are coming out of the sort of woodwork, so to speak, and talking openly, because we have forums for that now. We have sort of an acknowledgement that we exist in academia. We exist, and we have always existed, but now we exist much more openly, and we talk about it much more openly, which is a wonderful step in the right direction.
Survivors, though, right? It's the ones who weren't able also to get through, and I know that's one of your passion points, is getting that support to people who are struggling. Right, you've got fans, and I'm on in some of the comments. It's funny to hear Tom's story so similar to mine, and people talking about how fantastic you are and how wonderful the presentation was.
Thank you.
Just delight. We've had someone asking about any known links between ADHD and empathy, like people talking about how they feel that, well, particularly link of ADHD and social justice. Do you see it as a positive or a negative? These are definitely double-edged swords.
I agree. I think it could. We don't know for certain exactly why that might be happening. I suspect there may be an element of, when you are neurodivergent, you have often faced quite a lot of adversity in society's systems and institutional spheres, whether that be healthcare, education, the criminal justice system, whether that be in your culture, in your communities. And so often those who have faced a lot of adversity get this sort of sensitized perspective of justice, and this really strong sense of justice, of fairness. Now you add in something like sort of quite cognitively rigid thinking that you might see from someone who's neurodivergent, perhaps or more sort of on the autism spectrum, and you see clear paths of this isn't fair, and things that aren't fair are not okay, so well, we need to do something about that. And it becomes almost like simple, you just have to do something about it. And the sort of social barriers to supporting social justice movements become less obvious to you or less important to you, because the deep sense of unfairness and justice, it allows us a way to I often don't like using language that's very sort of evocative of fighting, but like fight back. It allows us to take the pain that we have felt, take the challenges that we have faced, and turn that into something where we can make change for the better. You know, one of my sort of core tenets to my entire approach is I wouldn't want any child to have the educational journey that I had, the early educational experiences. That's what sort of drives me. So to have that driving force, which like leads to everything I do today, which is wonderfully positive today, but to actually have that driving force was because of challenges and adversity that was faced earlier on in my life. So you're absolutely right. There is this double-edged sword to it of, is that justice sensitivity a byproduct of the injustice that we have faced, coupled with a more rigid sort of black and white thinking of how to respond to it? I'm not sure. I don't know. But that's certainly an area which would be fascinating to explore from multiple different perspectives: sociological, psychological, etc.
It is. You've been amazing. Like, we've hit the time. I'm trying to run rigorously to time. Experience tells me that if you're running a 24-hour continuous conference, if you go out of time, you're out of time forever. Like, it just gets worse and worse. And I have to hand over to ADHD Australia to back on schedule. You've been amazing. I thought that was really interesting. It was a great self to talking about all the challenges, and talking to the positives. I thank you for the work you've done. Thank you for updating it, for coming here, for doing this. It's absolutely spectacular. Thank you. I have to say goodbye.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you again.
Have a wonderful rest of the conference, and good luck to everyone in the audience.
Wish me luck. It's actually overachieved on quality content. So we've actually got 26 hours, I think. It's 26 and a half, I think. Let's see how I look tomorrow. Great. Thanks,
Get the coffee in. Right. See you later, Henry. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
That was fantastic. Really a wonderful thing, and just wonderful to talk to the positives. It's so important. We don't talk about it enough. I think his point very strongly, if we only look for the negatives, that's what we're going to see. We need to do that research, do that understanding on the positives. And he's obviously done that sort of quality research work. It's just wonderful. Right. So this is the last segment for ADHD UK this side of the night. In half an hour's time, we're handing over to ADHD Australia. And then we pick up again. We have some joint time at 7:30 in the morning UK time, and then we take over again at 8:15. Next is ADHD and crime, and this is the school to prison pipeline. Look, 40%, it's a known fact, 40% of kids in youth offending institutions have ADHD. You heard earlier, we have a very solid number of 25% of people in prisons have ADHD, which obviously way above what we'd expect proportionally, and a lot of anecdotal evidence suggesting it's much, much higher. It's no surprise people get failed in education and fall into crime. And Dr. Neil Alexander Pass, who is neurodivergent, he's written a book, ADHD and Crime, Investigating the School to Prison Pipeline. He started his experience as a school's Senko. He's then been running some innovative projects to support young people, to support people with ADHD in schools. He's going to talk about the challenges and the awareness of undiagnosed people. It's a big deal, it's a big topic. He very kindly pre-recorded this yesterday, and that's because he's at a religious celebration today. So I'm going to play that now. And you've got to wish me luck, because for people who were earlier, we know we had some exciting challenges around video technology, which I'm hoping I've done some good jobs on fixing.
Hello. And I am very excited to obviously give this talk today at the Global ADHD Conference. This is a new book called ADHD and Crime, which is just obviously come out, available on Amazon, and I'm here to obviously tell you about it. Work out. Okay, about me. I am London, UK based. I'm dyslexic myself. I'm a graphic designer. My first degree. About 12 years ago, I retrained to be a secondary school teacher. Really looking to work in the field of special needs. For the last 9 years, I've been a Senko, so that is a special needs manager within schools, and I have just joined a sixth form college as a exam access assessor, which is really great, as it is allowing me to give the more time or rest breaks or various support needed for obviously sixth form 16 plus students to really do well in their obviously studies. I'm also a expert for the Department of Education. For my 50th, I'm 56 now, I gained my PhD, and it was in dyslexia, school-based trauma and post-school success. and I'm a researcher and author of 15 books on dyslexia, mental health, and success. Let's see if this will move on. So here are some of my books. They are all available on Amazon. And it really is mirroring my own life as someone with neurodiverse needs. So you will see here a lot of these are on mental and health, and also surviving as a dyslexic through a school, through getting married, being a parent, and really. The books to the bottom are some fiction I was working on. All of these are available. A fascinating one on the top right is looking at dating, marriage, and parenthood. This is based on a new book series on crime. So the first one was Dyslexia, Neurodiversity and Crime, came out in 2023. And the latest book on ADHD and crime came out in June. So it's fairly new. And I've just written these latest one on autism and crime. So it really is looking at different sides of school from a school view, and really it is all about the school to prison pipeline. How what happens in a school can lead to people with neurodiverse needs falling into the wrong crowd, and that therefore crime follows that. Also, it's very much about, as a school leader myself, what is it that we're doing in school that either supports a neurodiverse learner doing well, or it is creating more barriers. And with dyslexia, it is, in summary, I guess, it is kids who are struggling with their reading, writing, are being blamed being lazy, and therefore they're put into the lowest sets, and therefore that leads to them falling in with the wrong crowd. With the ADHD, it's very much about kids being perceived to be naughty, and therefore blamed, and therefore dealt fairly severely by the school policies regarding behavior. With the autism, it is quite strange because it's the meltdowns. The meltdowns are being blamed. The meltdowns are caused by the school not supporting them, so therefore the child has a meltdown, and therefore when the child has a meltdown and lashes out sometimes in a blind panic, then being blamed for the property damage and violence on others, on a very unconscious reaction. So why the book? Okay, so I began working in a secondary school in North London. It was a boys' school, and post-COVID, there was a huge rise in the number of students with ADHD, privately tested, and also series on crime. So the first one was Dyslexia, Neurodiversity and Crime, came out in 2023. And the latest book on ADHD and crime came out in June, so it's fairly new. And I've just written these latest one on autism and crime. So it really is looking at and see different sides of school from a school view, and really it is all about the school to prison pipeline. How what happens in a school can lead to people with neurodiverse needs falling into the wrong crowd, and therefore, and obviously crime follows that. Also, it's very much about, as a school leader myself, what is it that we're doing in school that either supports a neurodiverse learner doing well, or it is creating more barriers. And with dyslexia, it is, in summary, I guess, it is kids who are struggling with their reading, writing, are being blamed being lazy, and therefore they're put into the lower sets, and therefore that leads to them falling in with the wrong crowd. With the ADHD, it's very much about kids being perceived to be naughty, and therefore blamed, and therefore dealt fairly severely by the school policies regarding behavior. With the autism, it is quite strange because it's the meltdowns. The meltdowns are being blamed. The meltdowns are caused by the school not supporting them, so therefore the child has a meltdown, and therefore when the child has a meltdown and lashes out sometimes in a blind panic, then being blamed for the property damage and violence on others on a very unconscious reaction. So why the book? Okay, so I began working in a secondary school in North London. It was a boys' school, and post-COVID, there was a huge rise in the number of students with ADHD, privately tested, and also referrals to CAMS. I was quite busy, and I knew just what screeners should be used for CAMS. And I could see that these kids were falling foul of the school behavior policy, gaining a lot of negatives, and sent to the local PRU, pupil referral unit. There was a lack of skill and awareness about ADHD within these teaching staff, and they weren't really sure what to do, and parents were choosing to not medicate, relying on the school to severe ADHD kids, but without any form of treatment. And the parents were blaming the school for not supporting their choice to not medicate. Now, I'm not someone that will say that you should medicate your child, but so you choose to not, then really think you should be supporting them in another way so that they can cope. So I did something positive. I worked with Addis, which was a charity in North London with the amazing Andrea Bilbao, and I found a pot of money, and we got ADHD mentors to come into the school, specialised NLP staff, either pick people with ADHD themselves or NLP parents of kids with ADHD. Parent courses, parent NLP help alliance, staff training, and a free fidget toy for every student with either ADHD or autism. And the results were amazing. It completely changed the school. There was a decrease of negatives and other referrals to the PRU, and an increase supportive training of staff. Staff learned about medication and why it's used, and just then also the negatives to it. Parents felt listened to, the students felt listened to, and it was a much kinder place to be. And then we gained more funding for a second year for the project. There are a lot of challenges in school, and the book talks about these. Teachers perceive ADHD kids being naughty and dangerous. It's all the impulsive traits they will show, and they weren't really asking why, because there isn't time for that. They are juggling a class of 30 kids. It's not really well known what is the cause of ADHD, and that is the dopamine deficit. So without that, this child is in shock. So what is ADHD? Well, it's a dopamine deficit. Dopamine is the pleasure giving drug within the body. It's normally created in a natural way. So a child, you or I, just might not have an ADHD. So a chocolate bar or a nice apple could give us pleasure. For a child with ADHD, that's not going to work. They will need sport. They will need adrenaline just going through their veins. So a run or a fight or a argument could be that for them, and that gives them far more pleasure. It's altered processing difficulty. So that means that to try and decide what are things to do first, and to organize their studies, and to try and break down tasks is a processing task. Say that you struggle with that, then you will really have a hard time. Last week I saw on Facebook a really lovely analogy. Here is a pen, a biro. It's got one lead there with ink, or tube with ink. Now imagine, so it's quite easy for someone to use it to write. Imagine those pens where there is like 7 inks there, and you are choosing which one to use. Now, this is what someone with ADHD struggles with, is because they're trying that in their brain there are voices telling them to do things. Their brain's racing, and so rather than getting out one ink to write, they're pressing on all of them together, and therefore it gets jammed, so you can't write. And this is these processing and obviously difficulty. There's too much going on, and therefore nothing's done. There are 3 subtypes. You've got hyperactive and the impulsive subtype. You've got the attentional subtype and the combined, the two above. So there are 3 obviously subtypes, and subject to the subtype, you will treat it in obviously different ways. A problem is also the school and obviously behavioural policies. Class sizes are growing, the demands on teachers growing, and then the school wants them to sit down, to sit down and be so called normal. No one's normal. It's causing kids with ADHD to feel trapped like a caged lion. All these rules of what you should do and shouldn't do, of sitting down and sitting up and not moving and not playing with your pen. Yeah, all these rules are really obviously difficult, and that causes them to just feel like a trapped lion. So the study began with a online survey, just with various Facebook groups, ADHD Facebook groups, and there are a lot. It's asked and obviously how they were diagnosed, how they were treated in school, and why they and how they were drawn into obviously crime. Some of them had gone to prison, but mainly low level crime, just not being caught. A lot filled it out, and obviously 25 were then interviewed by myself for the book. There are no quotes from them, but really it was to confirm the themes I was talking about. Results are huge. So it was about medication, the traits showing up. 71% of the group lacked focus, 65% had poor time management, impulsivity, lack of motivation, poor self-image, relationship and obviously difficulties. 63% had been offered medication, but 45% of that group carried on taking it. A lot self-medicated for their ADHD. A lot felt blamed by their school and for doing things out of their control. 32% of the sample had been spoken to by the police between the ages of 12 to 18 years old, 7% in obviously primary school, and 10% between the ages of 9, 18 and 30. The type of drugs they were involved with were drugs, stealing, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, violence towards property, and violence towards others. And the book talks about several themes. So the need for early screening, fast and obviously diagnosis. 54% of my sample were obviously diagnosed from 30 years old and up. It's 30 to 45. Sorry for the typo. And 25% between 19 and 30. So a lot were not seen at school, and that is quite telling for me. We need to change the narrative of teachers seeing a child being perceived to be naughty and then blaming them for that, rather than obviously asking why are they obviously doing it. In fact, what is it that the teacher isn't doing? They're not engaging the learner. They're not thinking about their needs, and therefore this is going to be some fairly difficult chat with the teacher, because the way that they are teaching isn't supporting all the learners in their classroom, and that is required. They are required under the quality first teaching framework to be the main teacher for every learner within their classroom. They're not doing that. The third point are the school behavior policies. They're very strict, and they are there to control. School is more like a prison. It is a form of control on everything that they do at that time. All the doors are locked. So in some schools, toilets are locked. They must sit in a class in a certain way. So some schools that you need to be silent walking around. Okay, everything is about control, and it's through that control that schools can really cope. But kids with ADHD, they feel like a caged lion with all these rules. They need physical movement. They need to develop their own adrenaline building activities. So rather than saying sit in your chair for the next 45 minutes, allow them to go for a run before the lesson, and then they will come in with a natural level of dopamine. There were also problems. Say that the child takes the medication, they will feel numbed by it, and therefore many take like a high caffeine drink to deal with feeling numb, and so the caffeine drinks gives them that buzz, but the caffeine drink is giving them that dopamine high, and following that you will have a low, and therefore some kids are taking 3 or 4 of these caffeine drinks a day, and they're going high, low, high, low, high, low, and they're just bouncing throughout the day. So in summary, a lot of kids with ADHD, they feel rejected and misunderstood by the adults that should be the experts. Could be the parents, could be teachers, or school leaders. So they feel that everyone is against them, and that sort of thing drives them to do things. Crime is a choice, and they're choosing to get their own back, really. So the way that we tackle this is to try to break the school to prison pipeline, and that is changing how we in school support kids with ADHD. We need to get them diagnosed earlier, and for that to happen, we need to raise the level of awareness through really training. So to break the school to prison pipeline, we need to assess kids earlier. We need to treat them earlier, and therefore they will gain through the medication. Say you choose to really take it, that constant level of dopamine drug, so that they can sit down in lessons and do well. I've seen kids who are taking ADHD medication who are doing so well in their school. They're gaining GCSEs, they're gaining A levels, they're going to uni. They are attaining their really potential. And I've seen kids where the parents have chosen to not give the medication, and that's fine. It is their choice as parents. But these kids are struggling. They're getting into trouble a lot. They're falling out of school. They are being sent to the PRUs. Crazy thing is that the government stats last year have shown that 0.5% of the population are being given ADHD medication. Say that they can find it. 0.5%. Okay. However, these stats are suggesting that the prevalence of ADHD is 4.5 to 5%. So therefore, you've got a lot of people who are not getting the medication they need, and they are being unfairly blamed. So these stats also say that that there are more adults now receiving ADHD medication than young people. Again, it's a shocker. These kids need it. They need to be assessed and to be diagnosed and to be supported. Okay, so we need to break this pipeline, and we have to stop our young people falling into drug and gang and obviously culture. So there's a new book coming out next month on ADHD and the addiction, and next year should be the book on ADHD, autism and crime. All these books you can find on Amazon, and there should be an audio version coming out soon. Thank you for your time. Okay. Thank you and goodbye.
Well, that was fascinating. Obviously, an incredibly important area of ADHD and the pathway into prison from schools. And he talked very eloquently about, what I summarised at the start, which is we have people being failed by schools and falling into crime, and it is an absolute tragedy, and it shouldn't be happening, and it is, and it's entirely our failure, and it's the failure of government institutions, the government institution of schools. Then essentially handing over to prisons, another government institution, and we see particularly no support for, the support is inadequate for those with ADHD in the prison service, and they're not getting support to change the path to reduce reoffending rates. Right, I get to hand over to Australia, which obviously, so I've been going now for, just nearly 10 hours. I get to try and get some sleep now, and then up again for some joint periods at 7:30, and then we officially ADHD UK take back over again at 8:15. But I'm about to hand you over to the capable hands of ADHD Australia, which they and us are the organisers of this conference, with a lot of wonderful contributors supporting this. I'm excited to see our cumulative sort of view counter is now at 24,237, which is a staggering number of people. Just staggering, completely staggering for us. We have this lovely little thing. Someone asked, "Who's that bloke?" on the screen next door to someone else. And lovely Heather said, "That's Henry. He's doing a great job." And he's been presenting here since 1 p.m. here today in the UK. It's true, I have. Just absolutely wonderful. Right, I have some technical tasks to do first. So currently we're streaming into the social media platforms of ADHD UK. We are on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and X. I need to turn off, because we can only stream to one of those platforms each time. So I have to turn those off, with the exception, I think, of X. Turn those off and turn on ADHD UK. If you're in the UK and you're viewing on any of those platforms, then please jump across either to ADHD Australia's, and you'll see that come live shortly, or go to globaladhd.com, where you can see the conference uninterrupted. There's a simple link there for see the live page, and you can watch there, and that will continue around infinitum. Even if things go terribly wrong, it keeps working. Whereas obviously our links for the social media has the same thing. So I'm going to be doing that now. So I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube, goodbye to ADHD UK on Facebook, and thank you for joining us. Obviously, many of you will be going to sleep, but otherwise, join on ADHD Australia, join on globaladhd.com. Otherwise, get a lovely sleep, and I'll see you in the morning. Come back and join. So turning off Facebook, turning off